you longer having your party.
Everything's copy.
Stop trying to control everything and just let go.
Sell. Do they keep you in the cell? Sell.
Want to know what you think? Fuck what you know. You need to forget about what you know. That's your problem. Forget about what you think you know about life, about friendship.
Interlink.
If you were to die right now, how would you feel about your life? I don't know. I wouldn't feel anything good about my life. Look at you! You're fucking pathetic!
What have I done? Where have I come from? When I bump the backs with the sun through a glass, and I see all the loss that's become me. Feeling undone. What have I become? When I turned my back on you, I turned my back on myself and became this machine. Thoughtlessness, selfishness, hopelessness. We're all again. I feel it on the inside, twisting and contorting. Memory has shaken me once again. Still feel you on the inside, biting through and stinging. Will I ever forget to remember? Shadows in the sun filter through us. Still wrestle the demons that arrested me as a child, confession rejected. We grow up to give up. People step on the cracks for wounds all paid back through the words of surrender. Emptiness, loneliness, listlessness, worthless. I feel it on the inside, twisting and contorting. Memory has shaken me once again. Still feel you on the inside, biting through and stinging. Will I ever forget to remember? Or can you save me from myself, from these memories? Or can you save me from myself, from these memories? Surrender to the shadows, haunted inside, lead to you. Surrender to the secrets inside, lies within you. I feel it on the inside, twisting and contorting. Memory has shaken me once again. Still feel you on the inside, biting through and stinging. Will I ever forget to remember? Can't feel you on the inside. Set down a bed and left it. Lost memory has left me. What again? Open up the inside. Admission for the cleansing. Now the time forgotten to remember. Surrender to the shadows. Watching inside. Lead to you.
Good morning, dog! You doing good? Wow, nice! You're doing good! Wow! I have something important to announce! Wow! I'm... also doing good! Wow!
All right, we are back. We are back. Yeah. Gotta crack my bones. Okay. Okay. Liam Gallagher's not prequel guy for 4 months. 4 months. And then for $2, so Murphy's was right. Plant Piss is just real. Yeah. Plant Piss is, in fact, real. You know, props to Murphy's. He was right. He called it. We didn't think he could, but he did it. He just went and did it. Apparently Ted Turner died. Yeah, Ted Turner died. And everyone's kind of like, oh, yeah, that happened. Yeah. Spotlight Face for $1. Logman, good news. A cute coworker gave me her number, and she said we can get to know each other better. Any words of advice? Not fucking up. I've been texting for 2 days now, and so far it's going good. Just don't shit your pants. That's all you gotta do. Don't shit your pants. Red Grass, $2. Strangers of Heaven looks fucking sick. It really does. Hopefully that game turns out good. Strangers of Heaven looks awesome. Star Fox is back. It's another remake of 64 and looks weird. Yeah. Yeah. Another 10 years of Star Fox 64 remake. Mark 99, $5. Okay, something's wrong. Something's wrong when a guy with your name is giving better advice to my close friends. Butter for $2. Sequel virus, baby, let's go. Yeah, the hantavirus thing. Not gonna lie, a lot of that story does not make sense to me because they're saying the ship is under total quarantine, and yet multiple people have somehow managed to get out and get to airports and have been tracked. So it's like, is the ship under quarantine or is it not? It feels like a lot of information here doesn't make a lot of sense. On top of that, I'm going to be that guy and say that the cruise line is lying about potential contamination that got these people sick. I'm just full-blown like they're lying. They had a massive contamination issue and they just don't want to admit to it. I'm calling it now. Because the form of hantavirus that they supposedly caught is extremely rare and only in South America. And from what I understand, that cruise ship is in Europe. So something ain't crossing here to make sense. Blue Fire, $5. No Escape from FF13 Mines. We still got 2 more games after this, also named FF13. Hopefully a new Star Fox game goes meta on remakes. Yeah, Star Fox back with another Lilac Wars retelling, and the cast got hit with a Gary Anderson stick for the new look. Yeah. Ted Turner gave us a shitty cartoon with an admittedly catchy song, but forever thinking from Monday Night Wars. Lobster or crab? Personally, lobster. To me, lobster's really good. Finally emulate my first game. I can finally get a good version of Underground 1. Yeah. This new RE9 mode's out. It's a roguelike. Ooh, that does sound really cool. See the shitty skater game mixtape? I have not, no. Boy Show fans still aren't ready to hear the truth. Wait till the season finale. Psycho Power was not pretty cool guy for 6 months. Any hint on the next video? Also, should I switch from console to PC? Lots of cool games I want to see online and want to try. Well, right now, platforms kind of homogenized to where, like, there's not really a difference between playing any of them. Even if you get, like, a decent PC, with the way games are optimized, it's not going to feel any different from playing on a console. The most I'll say is you have more indie stuff, and keyboard and mouse, to me, just feels better to play if you're playing, like, a shooter, but it's up to you. And see, Brigador Killer's sick as fuck. Yeah. So it turns out Kiwi lied about the UK VTuber that Matchport Mizu for exposing him. Yeah, like I said, the whole Mimi thing is just such a shit show that you just have to give it time. You have to wait. Like, there's no way to keep up and not sound crazy because how many details are shifting. Like, I'm still very much on the standpoint of, if proven to be tranny, I will believe pedophile accusation. But right now, even that's in doubt. So a lot of shit ain't making sense. Replaying Expedition. Expedition's so fucking good. Thoughts on popular Pajit comedian Akish Singh and how his hoe-ass wife made him pull a Will Smith and left the podcast, made him relevant in the first place. Dear God. The Will Smith effect is getting way too common. Don't say that. PC Master Race will kill you for saying that. And news on Berserk. Come on, man. I'm dying of thirst here. I'm also dying of thirst. It sucks. Right across $5. I don't know. I warmed up to new Star Fox art direction. I'm generally excited for the expanded cutscene. Plus, got price matched on Amazon for $50. As long as the gameplay is good, people can get past a weird art style. Happens all the time. Boys TV show is not being shown as horseshit, except the first season. It was fine thanks to the Homelander actor. Also, a major tokusatsu actor died today, and the dude was pretty big with the old head, starring in stuff like Space Sheriff Gavin. Rip, we lost a legend. Nintendo had my attention with Duskbloods and the new Fire Emblem. Now this new Star Fox, the rumored Ocarina of Time remake might actually convince me to buy a Switch 2. Yeah, Ocarina of Time remake is one where I'm like, all right. Metro Prime 4, I talked myself out of buying a Switch 2. But Ocarina of Time, god damn it, man. God damn it. bundle it with Wind Waker Remake and Twilight Princess Remake, I might actually fucking buy one. Yeah, some Brit-tuber made a video on Chibi saying Loli bad and got caught cosplaying a rape victim may allegedly have CNC fetish. Every time, man. I understand what Nintendo was going for. The art style I think they were going for a similar style to the live-action puppets for the ad campaign. I think KF Drama's dying down anytime soon, especially now they got Mizu's Twitter banned. Well, I know Proctor, the guy who does, God, what's the fucking... He has like his own KF equivalent, but specifically for VTuber shit. He ended up making himself look like a massive jackass because he kept crying about free speech. Then people pulled up all the tweets where he was like directly saying that free speech is lolbert shit and fuck you for disagreeing with me. Like basically that was kind of their last attack vector in that, yeah, Virtual Asylum, that was it. But it's like, that was the last attack vector of like, well, don't you know these guys are heckin' reporting us? Isn't that bad? And everyone just went, all of you are vocally anti-free speech and say that led to normalization of pedophilia. Why do we care? So it's like, yeah, it turns out if you go back on your principles, people will hang you with them. Hear about the virus being spread on the cruise ship and praying we don't get another pandemic? It won't be. Like I said, a lot of the details coming out about the story of it don't make a lot of sense to me. Where supposedly they completely locked the ship down and no one can get off, but they're still tracing people able to leave, and it's like, how are people leaving? That doesn't make sense to me. Because, like, one or two guys who slip out, that makes sense. You know, it's like, oh, a guy got off the cruise ship and went to an airport. It's like, okay, whatever. Now we're upwards of, like, 6 or 7 people that somehow just got off that cruise ship after the quarantine and were in, like, different nations. So it's like, this doesn't make sense to me. They left for lockdown? No. That's the thing, though. That still does not make sense to me. Because, like, they're finding new ones every day. And it's like, okay, with the way the hantavirus works, that doesn't make sense. I understand what Nintendo was going for their art style. I think they were going for a similar style to live. Yeah, the puppets. Yeah, Prox was going after Under the T Crew because the disc crew Kirsch once. Dude's a fucking loon. That's on Star Fox. I mean, it's a fun game series. I never got super into it, but I liked them. You see the MK2 movies getting mixed reviews? Yeah, but I was just going to go see it. It's kind of one of those things where I feel like it's going to be a case of lobster too buttery, steak too tender. Like, how dare it just be a movie about people fighting? Red Hair Cross $2. Also, Pragmata sold 2 million. Capcom on a roll, yeah. I don't know what circumstances it's worth to live in a city. I don't live in one. I don't want to live in one. I think a low tax finale might be coming sooner than we think. Probably, but you can't say it. You know, it's that saying, the watch pot never boils. If you say it and expect it, it's not going to happen. Check out Animal Farm? No, I was going to go see it Friday. I'm also being interested in New Star Fox. Yeah. Have you played Republic Commando? Oh, yeah, I played a lot of Republic Commando when I was a kid. I could wait for Aqua and Time Remake, where it begins with a Link leaving his treehouse to go see the Deku Tree and runs into the Sephiroth, who warns him things won't be the same. That's one of Star Fox game that was like Adventures of the babysitting crap. Yeah, not to mention people have lost even more faith in institutions than them lying about COVID. No one will care anymore. Yeah. Well, it's like you even have like, you have the WHO itself coming out and saying, the way hantavirus works, it's not going to become a pandemic. Like the mortality rate means that people already be severely ill and symptomatic / die in a worst case scenario, to the point that you're able to easily isolate them and quarantine them before it becomes a problem. And B, once again, the way hantavirus works, it's not as virulent. The reason COVID could spread super fast because it was basically an offshoot of the common cold / influenza, which famously spread like wildfires. It's just not the same thing. Once again, why all the stories about like, oh, well, we're already tying exposures to like all these other people. It's like, that doesn't make sense for what this disease is. Like, I'm not even a fucking doctor, and even I can tell, like, something about this doesn't make sense to me. Yeah, remember when monkeypox mysteriously disappeared when it was revealed that it primarily affected gay people and kept getting found out on their adopted children and pets? Yeah. I think Capcom make a switch to exclusive Monster Hunter? Probably. Yeah, it's usually a pretty good money source. So while KF is anti-free speech, despite all it's gone through, Keffel's Holocaust, New Zealand shit, hacking, constant debanking, utterly mind-boggling. They're only anti-free speech when it's convenient to be anti-free speech. When it's convenient for them to be pro-free speech, then they're pro-free speech. It's that classic hypocrisy that a lot of people are leaning into these days. Basically, I'll have principles up until I need to personally profit, in which case those principles don't matter anymore. RE9 Leon must die forever. Update for RE9 Leon drop. No, Switch 2, honestly, wait till you see something you want. I had stuff, it had stuff I want, so I got one. Yeah. Gonna play Star Wars Horde. Gameplay, is and atmosphere is good, but the story's meh. I will say, Star Fox 64 Remake does look really good. Yeah, they're on new COVID. Shame it, it's gonna be another monkeypox, yeah. Alright, Republic Commando stream when? When we decide to. I said tank pang to fuck up elections and grow government control. Yeah. It's too soon after COVID. Like, the way historical pandemics work is there's long stretches of time before each one. And I'm not saying like a few years. I'm saying like usually they're separated by decades. If there's two back-to-back global pandemics that supposedly spread across the world and need to change society for, people are going to call bullshit because that doesn't make sense. Once again, our modern medical infrastructure does not support the idea that could happen over and over and over again. Like, that was the entire point in the 19th century. You know, like, we figured out how to prevent that. Or share on screen, it breaks down sometimes. It acts weird. Yeah, it's like every 100 years, yeah. Because that's actually why it made sense for COVID, because it had been 100 years since the Spanish flu. Yeah, people are weirdly hyping this new one up. Gets me pissed off, like, get a life, dude. What's your favorite playstyle for KOTOR games? My preferred style is dual wielding or double-bladed weaponry. I just like the one lightsaber, because I like the movie. Yeah. Revive sin and punishment, you coward. Our medical structure dictates that COVID shouldn't have happened either, but a bunch of dipshits fell into it anyway, yeah. A Great Reset was planned for decades for release COVID, and I still think it got out earlier than they wanted to. Well, I've always been in the position of the Great Reset that a lot of the billionaire rich people want to do is never going to work out how they want, because the very thing they're asking for is why it won't work, which is global chaos. Chaos, by its very nature, cannot be controlled. So trying to incite... It's why accelerationism is stupid. Like, you can't control that. You are the Resident Evil scientist making the guy with the chainsaw dick thinking, no, he'll totally listen to orders. And then, shocker, he breaks out and doesn't listen to orders. Like, it's one of those things, if you're not that guy, you're never going to be that guy. See how the Oxa fans said they were walking away or suddenly back of Stranger Than Heaven trailer? Yep. Fuck even is Great Reset. Basically, the theory is a bunch of shadowy elites, whatever that group may be, because people have said everything from the Jews to the Rothschilds to whoever, are planning on collapsing the modern society into essentially a tenth of what it is so they can control the remnants and completely change the face of the world forever. You hope for a new Divinity game? Hopefully it is good. Hopefully. Coincidentally, I've been reading Jurassic Park. Similar story, yeah. Also a disease to a bunch of aging rich people. Money ain't gonna be helping something that quick, yeah. How many people want to know the COVID that bad? COVID revealed there's a lot of people that genuinely don't understand why being locked in your house all day, being told you're gonna die, is a bad thing. Yeah, to be fair, first tyrant, the Mr. X's do listen to their orders. They think they do. They think they do. But there's a lot more people that are pissed off, angry, and openly rebellious than they ever anticipated. Why do you think it ended? That's a big thing. The reason COVID didn't work is because enough people just said, no, we're not doing that. I see the latest Lego Batman trailer. They used the Kiss from a Rose song. If you don't understand why rich people would want to ruin the world, modern society collapse, they won't make money. Basically, there's a level you reach where you genuinely consider yourself a nobility of humanity. Not just nobility of wherever you live, but like nobility of humanity. Your very bloodline is just better than the rest of the world, and they're all serfs that exist to serve you. That's why I say when they reach a high enough level, there's no such thing as principles. They don't believe the shit they tell you they believe. You're just given the publicly accepted version of what they're talking about. You know, in truth, they just think you're a slave. Yeah, too many of our betters are living the good life. People are locked up. Exactly. It was too obvious what they were doing. Wasn't COVID an actual evil plan done by China to fuck with the world? It wasn't a bad accident claimed first. It was literally made in the lab and released on purpose. It wasn't released on purpose. It was a fuck up. You can still find the archive posts from dudes who worked in Wuhan and were posting on 4chan explicitly saying it was a fuck up. One in China never ever assume their plans work. Hell, China right now is trying to blame America for it when everyone's saying the same thing. It started in Wuhan. So the nobles from Warhammer 40k unironically. Yeah. I think they're going to be followed overseers and everyone will follow their orders just because they said so. Yeah. Yeah, COVID revealed just how stupid people truly are and how most of the people who see the truth are just grifters. Yeah, I'll never forgive the right for refusing to fight against it. I still despise Daniel Cameron, who became our state AG because he was too busy fighting abortion shit in the middle of the COVID thing. Like, he was talking about, like, you know, outlawing abortion at a time when COVID's going over the place. Like, dude, I don't give a shit. Open the goddamn state up. That's a new Fire Emblem 3 House prequel or sequel. Hopefully it is good. Hopefully it is good. Rats are saying that Picard's not letting Pickle Mama to see her collab with Pragmata. Pickle Mama want Diane to replace Picard as a new and better daughter. How about the failed Fox Die theory with COVID? That is retarded. Like obviously, I know what you're talking about. Where the idea was it was like designed to tackle certain genetic structures. I fully believe that could have been an intent, but it's so retarded that it's bolstering what I'm talking about. These people have no idea what they're doing. Cat for 5 fake millions. Hey, bro, I've been watching since your Berserk 2016 video way back in the day. Keep up the good work. Yeah. Yeah, you had being a Canadian during COVID. Yeah, Canadians did not have fun. Eric Kirkby straight up hates Black Noir. Black Noir number 2 got fridged by the deep. And what's the original 90s Bat teams that worked in cohesion with each other and loved the lore about Bruce and his world where fire removed? The Bat books suffered, yeah. COVID revealed how many people are performing petty tyrants. Life before COVID feels like forever ago in like a different world. Also, no, it's not called the Wuhan virus. It's called COVID-19. Dude, Zach, yeah. Even if their 2030 initiative doesn't work, especially in the short and long term, still annoying in their attempts like digital ID crap, yeah. Irony is, in theory, there can be bloodlines that can be at genetic level is better at being leaders of humans. Unfortunately, most don't actually do noble eugenics professionally. Well, the big thing is the idea of being genetically better is an oxymoron because that doesn't make any sense. There's people all the time that are born with quote-unquote bad genes, yet they're able to be better than a lot of other people at stuff. You know, it's one of those things of people are too willing to listen to factors outside of just be fucking better. If only COVID did take out a certain group of people, you know who I'm talking about. Euroflag blocked me after he escalated into a shitpost made about F-14 coming back into tirade about the Iran operation. Targeting the big T giant's genome. You can't let this happen. Is anything good in the 2016, 2017 Berserk anime? I mean, they covered stuff that wasn't Golden Age. That was cool. Probably new Lego Batman game's very resource intensive for no reason. Great man theory of history is retarded, and these people would be killed by their bodyguards the moment they get the chance. Yeah, a lot of modern history is explicitly that, and that, dude, people can just turn around and shoot you in the head. Yeah, Habsburgs out there are genetically superior, and they kept fucking each other. Look what happened. Well, didn't one of the Rockefellers get eaten by cannibals? Like, that to me is like always one of the biggest counters to that. It's like you can die from literally anything. At any point you could just die from a brain aneurysm. You can get into a car wreck. You can get into a plane crash. Like, genes don't mean shit in the modern world. Obviously, it's, better not to have any kind of disability or mental problem in your genes. But the point is, you're not going to engineer an Ubermensch. There's people with potential rest on the laurels, but we could breed people for niches. Jewish intelligence accidentally bred for by selecting for good accounting. You can drop down in the spot chat. Remember to make peace with that. Yeah. And never prove them as the most likely outcome. Yeah, et tu, Brute. History is a great teacher. Something the elites are very selective about. Yeah. Yeah, check Discord. Yeah. Still get really heated thinking about COVID in 2020 race riots. I was homeless then. And it was hell hiding in the middle of it from Mexican teenagers with rifles. Yeah. Whole thing is fucked. Oh, yeah, the Resident Evil 4 remake stream, yeah. I live in Victoria Place with the world's longest lockdowns. It fucking sucked. Premier was literally trying to enter my state into the Belt and Road Initiative and got told fucking no by the government enforcement to cancel the contract. After leaving office, he was spotted at a CCP parade with Putin and other BRICS leaders. Guy literally wanted to be CCP light. Yeah. And that was the big thing with all the lockdown stuff. It was trying to cuddle up to BRICS. I've been saying for a while, all this bullshit we're seeing is purely so countries can cuddle up to the BRICS initiative. It has nothing to do with anything. It's just them lying to get involved in the economic bloc. I don't think it was ever confirmed by the Rockefellers, but a documentary did the same trap, and there was footage of one of the guys looking suspiciously like the missing Rockefeller. I infect myself enough viruses to reach an equilibrium and become immortal. I'll wear sunglasses indoors and dodge bullets. Finished Fallout 4 again last night. I want to curse Dion for spurting out and using legal action to remove the Wanderer from the game. Yeah. And Nazi science is extremely retarded. Yeah. Who's your favorite president? George Washington. Because it's been centuries since he's dead, so you can't find anything about him that makes you hate him. Iron Mouse fans turning on her for some reason. I thought people loved her. What happened? Apparently she disavowed a game that was made using Gen AI for concept art. And she made a whole post about that. And people point out the fact that, like, hey, a lot of game companies are openly doing that now. Also, come on. Come on. Start the game. There we go. Okay. Yeah, it was the China GTA, yeah. Which, I mean, like, I never gave a shit about China GTA, but them using Gen AI for production, I don't really care about, because a lot of studios are openly admitting they're doing that now. Like, they're admitting they're doing it now, and on top of that, they're doing the thing that, like, the Expedition team said they did, where they're getting baselines for design ideas and then refining it from there, so it's like, well, at that point, you know, fuck it. A lot of game design docs will literally just swipe images off Google to get a baseline of what they want to do and inspiration. So I was like, who cares? I should cancel sponsorship over Gen AI usage, even though everyone's doing it now. Yeah. Hey, can't Gene manipulate Ubermensch? Gundam Seed and Seed Destiny lied to me. Well, things say Chinese GTA ripoff. Normies want to chose the gayest reason for some, as always. Yeah. Ubermensch is Nazi schizo theories. No, Ubermensch comes from a theory from Nietzsche, which is basically humanity is... All of his human history is basically determined by Ubermensch and Untermensch. Basically, the exceptional man and the lower man that ruins the legacy, that kind of thing. The Nazis just perverted that for their own reason. Yeah, great man theory, yeah. How close are you to Orphan? I don't know. Who the fuck would even want to play a Chinese-made game, let alone GTA clone? So the boys, a commentary on this. Hero celebrities think they're immortal, but they bleed like everyone else. The show actually bought into the fantasy that they're unstoppable. Yeah. So, once again, I make a take on the boys, and a bunch of people who like the show get all freaky about it. But basically... the fundamental misunderstanding everyone has with the boys is they keep thinking it's a fucking series about superheroes. It's the thing over and over again you see. It is not. It is not about the superheroes. It's about the men who control the superheroes. It spells that out multiple times. Every criticism I hear of like, oh, it's dog shit, oh, it's bad, it's this and that, it's because people try to read it like a fucking superhero comic. It's not. Get so pissed. King of Dragon Chinese dies so Stranger in Heaven Japanese can live. Yeah, it's a placeholder. It's not a big deal. I value stuff made by people more, but got nothing against AI in games. Wasn't a Nietzsche theory about personal betterment and growth, and did the Nazis pervert that to be racial and genetic? Yeah. I'm gonna let some guys in the past have plot armor, so either God just choose someone sometimes, or great man theory is true sometimes. Yeah, super asshole celebrities. Vaught and the boys are the actual bad guys, yeah. Has no GTA clones failed except maybe Mafia? For all aspects, making a game to be made by humans, just concept art, I don't mind the AI being used. I mean, I don't really give a shit if it's literally just, we're getting baselines for designs. It's like, I mean, that's, like I said, that's no different from just looking stuff up on Google and taking influence from there. So, I don't care about that. I care if they start vibe coding the game with AI, because at that point, the game's going to run like ass. Run like ass and set your computer on fire. I'll go speed at the end. We're on chapter 12, so like 2 chapters away. I'm going to stream with Kazumi Kaneko's AI game. Have you ever watched any of the old Buck Rogers and Flash Gordon stuff? I've seen the Flash Gordon movie.
Follow my lead.
How quickly Mr. XXL destroy the Iran government? Man, I don't fucking know. Yeah, vibe coding is rough. As Evil died tonight, we're gonna try. The big thing to remember is a lot of people in this will not follow our orders. That is the number one issue with kind of this point of the game. People just will not follow our orders. Yeah, 13 gets really long. Are you sure AI vibe coding is not already happening? Oh no, it 100% does happen. You know when you're using an app and it falls apart and your computer acts like it has a Trojan in it and like, you know, it's on fire and melting your pocket? Yeah, that's when the AI vibe code. You can always tell. It never works. It looks like Stranger Than Heaven's going to have a single dub with dual audio. Characters go back and forth between speaking English and Japanese. Oh, that's actually kind of cool. We're ironically hyped for the Chinese GTA game because all the hentai level caution you can put on your characters and people are anti-gooner. Yeah, it's one of the hypocrisies. I talk about it all the time. The people claiming they care about shit don't actually care. They're just lying. You go up $10. Look back at the Psychonaut thing. Is just mirrored the guy who do effeminate Tumblr ubu softboy types turn to be bigger scumbags, stereotypical Brody beats and cheats. Yeah. Like, yeah, that's been well known for a while. Why do you think people go after Joe Cat all the time? Because he obviously gives off that same vibe. The guy who's so performative in that, I'm the nice guy, you can trust me. Yeah, no, don't trust that motherfucker. Remember when people threw a fit when Larry announced that they used AI for early concept phase stuff for New Divinity? Yeah. That's what I mean. Like, we're in the age of just complete performative morality. Nobody believes a goddamn word they say anymore. Guess maybe the songs from Come On Minions, Rise for Your Master, Like Evil Shine, Catch Her Now, Just Fly, Even Faster, She'll Be Mine. I have no fucking idea. I didn't realize we're at chapter 12 and still using an auto battle function, so there's no point to do battles manually besides paradigm shifts. Kind of not really, no. If you really want to optimize, you can, but be aware the only moves you'll be able to do are your own moves. So, like, that. We're not able to choose what Hope does, not able to choose what Fang does, stuff like that. I think Insomniac Spider-Man 3 have a new Rhino armor used to make Elephant armor. And do that, they cast a bunch of actors who are fluent in both languages. Yokoyama said the characters will start with broken English and their English get better as the years go by. Oh. Dark Knight from Anastasia. Well, I've not seen Anastasia in like 20 years. I watched that when I was a little kid. Auto Battle doesn't pick each character's ultimate moves. Yeah, but sometimes you don't want to use ultimate moves because Auto Battle is more about building the meter. And as the game goes on, you mainly want to build meter above anything else. I'm still convinced Joe Cat rapes kids. Go back to when people on the internet are either performally degenerate, go out of their way to be degenerate, like actually morally upsetting people. Garth Ennis' best comic is Preacher, hands down. Preacher's really good. I will forever love Punisher Max. Punisher Max, to me, is still, like, one of the best comics I've ever read, period. It's also the thing that kind of proved to me that, like, oh, a lot of people who bitch about Ennis have literally never read anything by Ennis. They look at Cross out of context, and that's it. Oh, wait, real Anastasia is dead, but the random pole woman had amnesia and got to live like a princess. I'll talk about, do you think fan-made voice actors think they're worth more than they are? Yeah. There is nothing more obnoxious than looking at a community, quote-unquote, and seeing a high-level poster, which is what they are, in said community, get involved in it. Not because they're inherently bad people. You can even like some of the ones that get involved. But they will go mad with power and become such an obnoxious shill. Because they know they're in the place simply because they're a shill. I see Leon must die forever for RE9. I haven't played it yet, no. That's about getting metered. What happens when you get the stagger and juggle? Increased damage, massive debuff to the enemy, stuff like that. Basically, it's your moment to punish. I don't even know some people even knew what the AI was being used in and just got hissy when they heard the word and they kept performing about it. Yeah, basically. And that is basically how it is now. Like, you genuinely have to ask, like, alright, why are people actually mad, though? Like, not the bullshit reason. Why are they actually mad? It ain't like Preacher is a face-positive story. Yeah, still. It's really good. It's even they finally released that Ben 10 comic. Ben name-dropping Freddy Fazbear makes my back hurt, messes my patches of time. Yeah, it's true. I lived in the con era. VA's being treated like gods in those, yeah. Yeah, Hitman's pretty good, yeah. Yeah, Stack can also stun some enemies and usually cancels an attack. Yeah. Well, I'm going to be performing the age of the internet. Is there signs of it ending? Oh, no. No, this is just how it is. People just do this. They just pretend to be things for money. Oh, Garthan's wrote a Superman comic. Yeah. Any plans to review the Warriors movie or games by Rockstar? It is a classic. I would love to. See, Crony lost a VA job because of a joke she made 4 years ago? Yeah. And I guarantee if you look into it, there's probably someone that was snitching because they wanted that job instead. Yeah, Bayonetta career's based. Yeah. Kamiya's great. Even if he's a dick. Now, personally, I don't hate the Boys comics. I think it might be his weakest story. Oh, no, it's not his weakest by any means. His weakest to me is Crossed. Crossed is all the stereotypes you think Garth Ennis is, because that's the joke of Crossed. Like, The Boys, to me, I've never heard a criticism of it that just doesn't amount to, but it's edgy. And it's like, well, yeah, it's edgy. It advertises very point blank that it's edgy. Hell, there's some moments in there where it's very, very sincere. A lot of people don't get that. Is he a video game dev that blocks everyone? Kamiya? Yeah. As if I told you insects 10,000 times, yeah. Yeah, Kamiya can either be cool or just outright a dick. Yeah. How many chapters this game again? 13. I'm a crony. Apparently she lost a VA job. Like a voice acting job. Yeah, performance shit will be in the spotlight till it stops making people money, yeah. A good version of Cross the Sadness. Yeah. And the funny part is, all it really does is just adapt Crossed. It doesn't really break away from a lot of the rules that Cross does. Must put some real money into Stranger Than Heaven since they got Snoop Dogg and Otto, yeah. 13 chapters like Final Fantasy 13. Now you got the gimmick. Am I gonna get the ultimate moves later or show it in a video? I genuinely don't remember how to get the ultimate moves, and we're near the end of the game. It don't matter. I don't even know if we could at this point. Apparently Netflix DMC got renewed for Season 3, but would it be canceled if Season 2 has new numbers? I don't believe that. I think they're doing the classic thing of putting out a headline first to get people to watch Season 2. But the simple fact of the matter is, Season 1 didn't do as good as they kept claiming it did. For the simple reason of Netflix numbers in general have been in the toilet. They've been dumping a bunch of stuff. Like, the thing with Netflix is they will just lie. They've gotten in trouble for lying to investors multiple times. They kept claiming shows were a success, and then they will kill them after 2 seasons. Like, I don't believe there's going to be a Season 3 of DMC. I read the first Cross comic and liked it, but I saw where it's going to go and dropped it, yeah. I think a small detail, but I love that Black Flag remake will let us dive underwater. That felt like something that should have been the original, but wasn't. Well, it's probably just due to technology. Like, the systems wouldn't handle it. Same guy who directed The Sadness is making the Cross movie. Yeah, and he did a good job with it. So, you know what? I'm willing to check it out. Yeah, remember Velma? Remember how that went? Fucking HBO Watchmen. I haven't gotten to the boys yet, but I can't tell you how many times people just parrot the same pointless hub video made without making their own independent input. I think Banana's VA was a prime example of VA going mad with power way over her head. Yep. Union brain. You could tell. You know, that's solidarity forever bullshit. Now, what's comic that you think is way too edgy? Like I said, Crossed. I mean, there's some stories in Crossed I like, but to me it just goes full-blown into, I don't really give a shit about this. Also, Transmetropolitan. I never gave a fuck about Transmetropolitan. It always felt like a cheap man's Ennis. Yeah, Ultimatum, yeah. You're reading Cross the third time. Was the first part of me you think it was being edgy for the sake of being edgy? That's the thing. Like, the comic all around is extremely edgy. Now, it's to the point that it's a joke, and to me, it wasn't even a thing of like, oh, this is just trying to be edge for edge's sake. Because like I said, I could tell. It's more of I just got tired of it. My big point is when the faceless dude who's implied to be one of the royal princes gets killed by a bullshit trap in a house. Like, that's the point where I'm like, oh, like, any main character gets introduced here just dies. And there's no point giving a shit about any of this. That's on Kick-Ass Comics. That's another one where it's just kind of edgy for the sake of edgy. I don't like a lot of the plot points that one does. Eh. It's edgy and Garth says superheroes suck, so that's why the boys bad. Okay, but what about the actual plot points and characters? Yeah. It's best Ennis comic for someone who's only read manga and older Marvel DC. Punisher Max. Punisher Max is his masterpiece. That, across the board, is the best thing he's ever done. It is really, really damn good. Yeah, pretty much every character dies, becomes crossed, yeah. Basically, Crossed in a nutshell, don't care about the story of characters because the whole thing is a joke, yeah. Kick-Ass movie was better than the comic, yeah. Taking out the part where they reveal the Cross were covering their bullets and cum. See, stuff like that I could laugh at because it's meant to be a joke. It's meant to be a fucked up joke. What annoyed me was the fact that, like, oh, it's just going to be this over and over again. Like, any new Survivor group that gets brought up, they're just going to die or get turned, and it's just going to be this over and over again on repeat. Like, I wanted more of an actual, like, structured plot. How'd you improve across the story? Like I said, give it a more structured plot. I don't want to just see new Survivor group show up, they die. New Survivor group show up, they die. I don't like that. That's why I got, that's why I got burned out on Walking Dead, because it just turned to that over and over again. Is there a Punch Max Omnibus? Multiple. I was purchasing The Boys accidentally and unknowingly mentioned Cross getting an adaptation. The cashier was like, oh dear lord, I hope not. No, it's actually your line, though, got turned off from Kick-Ass because it's too mean-spirited. Like, yeah, like, mean-spirited. Like, I'm okay with a mean-spirited story, but there comes a point where it's like, you are actively getting in the way of this story going anywhere. Because I don't like Kick-Ass because, specifically the plot point of when, main kid's name is Dave, right? Yeah, I think it's like Dave. When the girl he likes finds out he's Kick-Ass and then goes to, like, cheat on him and send him the video of it, that's where I'm full-blown like, fuck this is stupid. What they do with Big Daddy, where he's just some loser who went to LARP as a comic. And because I watched the movie before I read the comic. So I was like, man, the movie unironically did him way better. It's that effect of the Walking Dead games, too. Arguably worse than the show, yeah. Yeah, Walking Dead started getting really stupid around Season 6 when certain characters started having plot armor. Yeah, the movie's better. Keep mishearing Crossed as Frost, and I think there's some secret history of X-Play co-host getting outed now. I like that in Punisher Max. Frank wanted to tell his wife on divorce before they died. Oh, no, that was written after the Ennis era. Because Ennis era ends way before that. That was by another dude. And everyone agrees that was stupid. Because Ennis era, no, he very much cared about his family. They were the last thing keeping him human. Now, which cross stories say are decent? Original run's okay. I always say Red Rover 1, then some guy says, well, that's actually not a cross story. It's like, are you sure? I swear to God, that was a cross story. And be fair, Dave pretended to be her gay bestie to get close to her. I get that, but the consequence is way too over the top. It's like, okay, so now I want her dead. And kicking us a story about being delusional about superhero media, taking a wrong lesson from the media. I get that, but I don't like it. I like the biker and hippie running cross. To be fair, biker run was pretty badass. I think Cronin got in trouble for it with calling a boar in the game a boar when she was streaming the game. That was literally it, just dumb pun. Yeah, Red Rover 1 is a spinoff of Cross. That's what I thought, but when guys said that, no, it was just a zombie thing. And they're also dating. She knew he wasn't gay, yeah. I know people like the Wish You Were Here cross story. To be fair, Wish You Were Here was pretty good. OG Cross Run got a few laughs at me like the idiot thinks Salt will repel them. Salt scene's funny. I will always love the dolphin joke. Anytime me and my brother talk about Cross, we always talk about the dolphin joke. Because the dolphin joke is just great. I talk about it anytime we bring up Cross here. Like, just the infected dude fucking a dolphin in the blowhole makes me laugh so hard. Yeah, Red Rover 1 is in the Cross comic called Red Rover Charlie. It's Red Rover something. But it's where you're watching the dogs from their point of view as the infection kicks off. I mean, it's because I have different taste in the folk here, but I got burned out of the boys comic really early. Anyways, you think I'm replaying RE9's new game on stream? Maybe. Smart Cross trying to rebuild society and become miserable. Yeah. That was Crossed 100, right? That was the one by Alan Moore. If you get asked about learning the wrong way to superhero meeting, gets ruined by the sequels where Dave actually gets superpowers. Yeah, Biker Hippie Cross story was okay until the end. It was fucking bullshit. Yeah, Pip was trying to build a mini-engine. She's not having a good time. And Nick Cage Big Daddy was great, especially that opening Glock scene, yeah. Marvel Hot Take, She-Hulk and Spider-Man would be a perfect married couple on a different timeline without Paul or Mephisto or editorial mucking things up. Yeah, Dolphin Joke had me asking so many questions, yeah. I think the idea of a zombie comic has been 200 years since the outbreak. Well, like I said, that's basically crossed 100 because it's been 100 years since the outbreak. Watch Tim Kane's new video about production marketing budgets. Very insightful. Yeah. Ever on a motorcycle before? If not, would you? I would like to. You have an easier time she was imagining it like she was building a baby. Jason Aaron wrote Frank's wife wants a divorce. He also ruined Thor. Yeah, like that was a Jason Aaron thing. Though what he was talking about was something that was tied to Max, but like I said, it was after a different writer took over from Ennis, because Ennis ended his run on it. Because yeah, if you read Punisher Max, the actual like storyline, Frank did love his family. In fact, his family was the only thing he ever really loved. So the whole idea of like, oh, Frank wanted to divorce them is just bullshit for the sake of a soap opera melodrama thing. Wasn't he just screaming mother that time? Oh, whole time with a dolphin? Yeah, it's the infected guy crying, fucking a dolphin, screaming out mama. And the survivors just been watching him through binoculars for like 2 days. If MJ didn't exist, who'd be the main love interest for Peter? Gwen. If not MJ, Gwen. I feel with the Ultimate Marvel run as a whole, it definitely had crazy stuff happen in it. Good here and there, overshadowed by some parts that are legitimately fucking stupid. Yeah, it was Jason Aaron. He wrote Max after Ennis. Well, there you go, yeah. And Jason Aaron famously despises Punisher. I don't even know why he constantly gets his hands on Punisher. He hates him. Why do they keep giving Jason Aaron Frank? He hates Frank. Speaking of Tim Kaine, do you find funny influencer discourse about his video on them? Influencing game discourse is just proving his point. Yeah. Ultimate Spider-Man's the only good thing. Everything else sucked. Yeah. I think I'm confused by the Cross comics. Why aren't the surviving people who get turned to the Cross kill other Cross since they made their lives hell? They do. Cross kill each other all the time. That's actually a thing that some of the spin-offs bring up, that eventually the Cross will kill themselves out and humanity can rebuild. And in fact, there may have been multiple infections across history. It's basically just the world's way of keeping humanity in check. Yeah, divorce thing was just a lazy attempt at Apocalypse Now reference, yeah. I'm kind of 50-50 on that part of the Kingpin story. It was a perfect time for Bullseye to use against Frank and tie it into Platoon at the beginning, but also just feels wrong, yeah. Well, I never liked the idea that Frank hates his family, because it completely goes against his entire motivation. It's like making Peter Parker happy that Uncle Ben died. It is the complete fucking opposite of what you're supposed to do. I hate Tim Kaine because he's speaking the truth. People do look for their opinions to be spouted back at them. Yeah, they do. It would be screwed if Cross happened IRL. Oh, yeah, 100%. The entire point of the Cross is you don't win. Yeah, Cross Bloodman stuff was cool. Spider-Man was the only great thing in the Ultimate Universe. Ultimate incest plot was stupid. Would Apocalypse Now change if Frank was the main character? Oh, no, it wouldn't change. Punisher Max Frank is basically Willard if he came back to America. Frank loves killing only because he feels he has nothing else. He's been consumed after his family's passing. Yeah. Well, he outright says multiple times in Bourne that his family's the one thing keeping him from falling off the edge. KC2 Discourse alone proves this point. Yeah. See Netflix remake of One Piece will come out next for February. Yeah. Couldn't read Cross Pass part in Family Matters. They reveal the father of the rancher family is fucking his underage infected daughter. Yeah. Family Matters is a hell of a story. Never took it as him hating his family, just feeling like he didn't belong with them. Very Apocalypse Now, like others have said, but again, doesn't feel like a good thing. Yeah. In fact, Jason Aaron's the cousin of Gustav Hasford, Marine Corps Vietnam vet, who co-wrote Full Metal Jacket. Yeah, the only thing I didn't like about Ultimate Spider-Man, Green Goblin's design, and Venom's origin change. Yeah, Family Matters is fucked. Yeah, you aren't lying. I think Ennis Watch Apocalypse Now took a lot of that with Frank. I think Punisher should kill off Kingpin and he stayed dead for years. Well, Max was always a different timeline, unless you're talking like the new run. The new run where you actually put him in a coma. And that comes down to that classic problem where everything has to be interconnected, so they have to use Kingpin and other stuff. It's like, God, that will forever be the thing that constantly gimps Western comic books, like especially Marvel. The fact that everything has to be tied together. Even for characters where it makes no fucking sense. I don't really care for Mutant Goblin. I really don't like Ultimate Eddie, though, yeah. Not familiar with Family Matters. Why is it so fucked? Just read it. That's all I can say. Just read it. Yeah, Poison Ivy and Harley are not sympathetic villains. They're pitiable, but not sympathetic given their actions as bad guys in the comics. Yeah, affects the big two, yeah. Yeah, damn you, multiverse. And what does Punisher think about Doctor Doom? I mean, he's not exactly a big fan of the guy. Ultimate Thor and Captain America were actually cool. Schizo Thor and Captain, but with more attitude's cool. Speaking of failed Netflix series, anyone remember that Good Times that tried to be Reddit's Boondocks? Any thoughts on that? I completely forgot that was even a thing. Never really liked Ultimate Universe, and I grew up with it. I think it's most underrated Max story. Mine's probably Widowmaker. Widowmaker's really good. Personally, my most underrated is Up is Down, Black is White. That had Frank at his most demonic. Like, I mean, that guy was... Like, even he outright said that he didn't even feel like he was controlling himself anymore. I think there is a lot of people Frank really likes. Would you guys the Soldier Boy in the late 2000s adaptation of The Boys? Jensen Ackles. I like Jensen Ackles as Soldier Boy. The thing is, he would barely be in the movie. He'd be there for a cameo. He'd be there to get fucked up the ass by Homelander. I've checked out Sriracha's new manga. I have not. Yeah, fuck yeah. It's one where Oberon died, right? I think that was it. 1616, Frank Castle killed the Kingpin and he stayed dead. Can you imagine how crazy 616 New York would be? But like I said, they can't do that. Like, I agree with you. It'd be a cool concept. Have it be like... Especially have it be like Mayor Fisk. You know? Like, Kingpin does this thing where he becomes mayor of New York, and he's doing his usual thing of, like, setting up gangs to work, setting up secret police, the whole deal. And then Frank blows his fucking head off. And the absolute, like, spiral effect that would cause, that'd be fucking sick. But we can't have that because they have to use Kingpin and everything. Hellboy's absolutely worth reading. Yeah, Hellboy's really good. Here we go. Same, I'm done. He's it. Here we go. It seems like the boy's just giving up trying to write a smart character with Sister Sage. Yeah. Well, that's how you can tell it's made by really stupid people. Canvas got hacked on Follows next week. I'm a Fed post if my shit gets leaked by some ransomware fag. King Gwen shot through the head. Next issue, he's back to fight Spider-Man. Yeah, it's been the recurring issue for years. That's why we say over and over again, the whole debate on whether or not Batman should kill people doesn't even matter because they're never gonna give you they're never gonna change. They're never gonna do anything to change how they're already building the system. Because it works. It sells. Ow. Boys are renting themselves in the corner. Last episode, I know with Homelander ejecting himself V1. Same compound that Soldier Boy has makes him immortal. Frank Castle canonically Italian American from New York. Does that mean he should sound like Sopranos character when he talks? I've never given a shit that Frank is supposed to be Italian. Make him sound like Clint Eastwood. Clint Eastwood, Thomas Jane, something like that. Like, people love the Italian thing because, like, oh, but he fights the mob. It's like, he's fought a lot of other people. Yeah, that'll never change. They'll never change ever since the 40s, yeah. New Neuroviz? I have not. Any question? You like episode Batman? Found way too edgy. No, I haven't. I haven't kept up with it at all. Black Noir died again because he told the Deep he killed 1 billion fish. See, once again, they're actively getting in their own way of making an ending. Everything they're doing, it sounds like, dude, you could have just ripped off the ending of the comic. I had to dedicate a whole fucking episode to celebrities playing poker. Yeah, Big Two Comics can, so we're stuck in an endless loop. This endless loop is part of what's responsible for things like One More Day, yeah. Heard about a new game that's been making around. It's called Mixtape. Seems IGN gave it a 10 out of 10. The internet's making fun of it. Any thoughts? I don't even know. I know nothing about the game. So the comic ending ain't happening again. Yep. Seriously, why bring back Black Noir if you're just gonna kill him? Yeah. There's been multiple times where people told us what happened in the show, and we're like, well, then what was the point of doing that then? If you're just gonna kill them, what is the point? I like in Punisher Kingpin comic, how Fury avenged Frank in some sense and showed Frank's impact on New York after his death. It was pretty cool. You know, you gotta love how Fury is just Frank's homie.
Just like that.
I call it a mixtape, it's just gonna be girly pop shit we played weeks ago. Yeah, Black Noir 2 destroys the Alaskan pipeline and permanently alters the ecosystem just to piss off the Deep. I think public perception of the Boys comic will ever change. I think it will, given enough time. People are already going back and going like, hey, wait a minute, this isn't what you told me it was. It's like, good, the comic is fucking good. It's just right now there's still a tad too many, a tad too many people who are doing the whole like, but it's edgy and that's bad. And only now are we starting to get the whole like, well, why do I care if it's edgy? Yeah, we need more Frank and Fury comics. They are really good. And frustrating because at this point, Spider-Man is basically forced to suffer endlessly. Yep. Has played the new game mode Ferrari Requiem. So good. Yeah. I'm wondering why the Deep is still alive. And like the comic, he's completely useless. Yep. Yeah, doing the both suck dance at the moment. Yeah, it's like, well, both suck. And only after enough time, people start going like, okay, then why the fuck do we even get a show in the first place? Like I said, there are people who are going through the comic and going like, hey, wait a minute, this actually has some really good moments in it. It's like, yeah. Apparently, leaked ending of the Boy show is that Ryan kills Butcher after he tries to kill all the soups. Which, I mean, like, that is the ending of the comic, that Butcher dies trying to commit genocide, but they're giving the role of who kills Butcher to this OC kid when it's supposed to be Huey's moment. It's supposed to be Huey's thing. Like, this is why I said earlier that, like, people seem to not like the Boys comic because they keep trying to read it like a superhero story when it's not a fucking superhero story. Everything I hear about the show just seems to be exactly that. They keep acting like it's a superhero thing when it's not. No one gives a shit about the superheroes in the fucking comic. And especially given, like, the death of Butcher to the totally not Homelander kid. It's like, dude, what the fuck? It's edgy, MK, that's bad. MK, people who say the same safe, edgy shit about Mao America fascists lost to rice farmers. Exactly. It's like, no one gives a shit if it's edgy. Nucky Thompson's protagonist, same level of Tony Soprano, Walter White, and Saul Goodman. I do like Bull Rock Empire. It is really good. I mean, hell, Steve Buscemi's just a great actor. For the love of God, actually deal with their buffs. Yeah, Huey's supposed to kill him. Huey's supposed to be Billy's moral compass, and cross the line, he's supposed to kill him. Yeah. I think the Boys TV show is going to age bad. It's already actively aging terribly. Like I said, you just had an entire filler episode of a bunch of celebrities playing poker, which is the exact type of celebrity culture the comic ruthlessly makes fun of. Problem is, Show Huey has no reason to kill Butcher because they made Show Butcher too friendly. Exactly. Well, once again, they kept stepping into rakes, and only now are they realizing they did it because all the things they should have done throughout the show they ignored. Yeah, I remember Frenchie, yeah, so what the fuck is Huey gonna do in the ending? You know, the protagonist of the show, yeah. And then they fire a bunch of people who worked on season 1 of The Boys. Yeah, that's something I gotta look into when I eventually do the video. And season 3 already aged poorly because of Corona and Biden being in charge, yeah. Yeah, worse than filler fluff. Boys aging like looks max are in their 60s if they got forced to extend a hospital stay and forced off TRT. Bang, I'm fucking ordering you. There we go. Yeah, boy's aging like a middle-aged femboy. Counterman's ass flute's a wonder on the page. As Big Bungie said, Butcher is a virus that exclusively kills rapists, and the show is trying to portray that as a bad thing. The original made sense because the virus would have killed all V users. Yeah. Hell, I mentioned that on Twitter of like, the whole point in the comic is that the boys are exactly, if not worse, as bad than the Seven. You know, they are an equally as dangerous monster. And people started to go like, oh, so they're worse than the rapist pedophiles? It's like, yeah, that's the point. That's why it should scare you. The boys is meant to be, like, the team is meant to be scary, as in, like, oh, fuck, these guys are legitimately dangerous. I can't wait for the Celebrity Poker episode to be looked back at when Me Too Electric Boogaloo happens, yeah, right? A not-so-lesser evil, exactly. That boy's aging badly because for once they actually need to tell a story to end a story, not just rely on Trump as Hitler, yeah. They keep doing this thing where anytime anyone, like, Born Again ran into the exact same problem. Anytime they run into any criticism about their writing, like, why that makes no sense, why did this character do that, their default is just to go, but that's realistic because Trump is doing it. And I think that's where a lot of the Trump allegory stuff comes from. Like, they wrote themselves into corners, and their excuse is, well, Trump does it, therefore that's realistic. And it's like, I don't give a fuck. Boys supposed to be the stick that keeps Soups too scared to act out. Yes, they are worse. Yeah. Turns out the TV show had slipped from we're doing our own thing to Orange Man Bad Revenge Fantasy. Well, like I said, I think they're just using Trump as an excuse. Like, they know they're being lazy. They know it's not very good, but they get to blame it on Trump.
Thanks.
Yeah, Trump allegory is just them, just for them to excuse their shit writing. Yeah. No, before you asked about the legend, he's in the show. He's played by Burke from Aliens. See, that's not even clever. At least get, like, a guy who's famous for comic book shit. Get fucking Kevin Smith. I don't know. Obviously can't get Stan Lee. He's dead.
Thank you.
And no one's talking about Born Again except Fist getting jumped yet. But my whole point is like Born Again did like similar shit where anytime they would get in trouble, I would say get in trouble, but like anytime someone point out something about it didn't make sense, they would just say, well, Trump does it. And it's like, what are you talking about? Kingpin got scot-free after everything he did. Easy paycheck, and you get to make fun of a guy you don't like. It's like having your cake and eating it, too. The turning point for the Butcher is him threatening the CIA director. He's fucking... If she ever tries to use the boys as bait, he will kill her husband and her children. Good guy. Yeah, right? Like, there was one that applies to one of my tweets about it where it's like, well, the boys are meant to be good people. It's like, you are fucking high. Does show Compound V still have slow aging effects or certain characters only? I don't even know. Boys are a blind instrument. They sick on soups who step out of line. The show boys are just ineffective vigilantes who fail to kill immortal pedophiles. Yeah. That's the thing I genuinely don't understand. Why make it to where they fail? Throw them at some fodder superhero teams just to bolster their reputation.
Thanks.
And didn't the animated spinoff of the boys have Garth Ennis write an episode? That single episode continues to outshine the main show. Yep. Yeah, but the supers rape people. Yeah, the guy's an idiot. Yeah. Well, like I said, it's this whole thing of ignoring that. Yeah, the fact that the boys are worse than them should tell you a lot. It's like the superheroes are stupid brats that can be easily outsmarted and controlled. That's their whole thing. It is very, very easy to keep the superheroes in line by just placating their ego and giving them what they want. The boys are legitimately dangerous because they are smarter than them. Like, they're smarter than Vought, and they're smarter than the government. That's what makes them so dangerous. Hugh and Annie are the only characters that are legitimately good. Mother's Milk as well, but Mother's Milk fully admits that he also crossed the line. Yeah, Hugh and Starlight are basically the only good guys, yeah. Boys have the soups go, oh god, oh fuck, the minute they hear they're coming. Exactly, they're supposed to be fear. The boys are supposed to be a terrifying team to them, and yet they never show anyone being scared of them.
Thank you.
Comic Billy was an okay dude. I was on his side until he crossed the line for me. If I was on Team Billy, I would have. He would have played. If I was on Team Billy, would have played me like a piano. Yeah, well, that's why Billy is worse. You know. The entire point is you like him. He is manipulative. He's able to win you over. You genuinely think like, oh, well, you know, maybe he's not that bad of a guy. Then you find out, oh, nope, he's really bad. He is really, really bad. And the Assassinated Soldier Boy characters this season as well. Spent all season 5 flip-flopping between hitting Homelander and helping him become immortal. Yeah, Butcher killed 6 soups in the entire Amazon series. He passed 150 by the second arc, yeah. Don't forget about Love Sausage, yeah. And you lose in game, yeah, it's one of those where if main character dies, you lose the battle. And unfortunately, these enemies here are a pain in the ass because they all just focus down on one dude and take you out one at a time. And they do a shitload of damage. Here we go. Basically, Epstein people versus Chechen paramilitary group.
Thanks.
And 5 seasons, Homelander has killed more members of the 7 than the boys have. Yeah, exactly, you know. And that's why I say it does this thing where the boys is meant to paint the superheroes as stupid, ineffective, naive. Like, the point is the superheroes are not the ones with power in the setting. They are the useful idiots. The companies that control them are the ones with power. And yet the show just seems like it wants to suck off the superheroes and make it about them. And it's like, it's not supposed to be about them. You know, that's the thing that drove me nuts with it. And anytime I hear criticism, it's like, oh, well, Punisher's just Garth, you know, Billy's just Garth Ennis' Punisher OC. It's like, it's legitimately arguing that the main characters of the fucking story should not be competent. It's like, you know, that is the thing that will never make any sense to me. It's the fact of, no, my main characters cannot be good at their job that they are specifically written to do. Yeah, it's great writing. Nothing will beat Homelander. Still well seen in the comic, yeah. Oh, the boys been completely ineffective. So much more tense, especially when they fail repeatedly and never suffer real consequences, yeah. Yeah, so horror movie victims, exactly. Like, they're meant to be horror movie victims when the whole point is they're the killer in the comics. Huey is the one desperately trying to keep them from killing people. Yeah, I don't give a shit about A-Train rebranding himself, yeah. Yeah, Homelander himself, you could argue, is making fun of the evil Superman characterization, yeah. Isn't Super Duper one like the only, one of, not the only good soup team in the boys comic? Yeah. Because it's just a community outreach program for people with mental disabilities. Ow. Smack his nuts. Smack him. See the new RE9 update trailer? No, I have not. Oh, or the Deep turning into an Andrew Tate dude, bro, yeah. You ever get the feeling the last name Epstein has become the next Hitler? I saw that name unrelated to Jeff out in the wild, and I thought it was, and thought it just popped in my mind. I feel really bad for anyone who's named Epstein. Because it's like, yeah, they're not going to have a fun next few years. Boys in the show focus more on trying to get people canceled on Twitter. Meanwhile, the boys in the comic will annihilating Soup. Yeah, it's like, they don't care about tearing him down in the court of public opinion, because they will just kill you. They'll just fucking kill you. Here we go. Hell yeah. Tros fans are struggling after the files dropped. And don't really need that. Don't really need those. I do need that. Okay, is there anything else? Nope. And if anything, Punisher is Dennis's OC, especially during Kitchen Irish. Never enjoyed Mad Hatter being written as a pedo. When the guy's original schemes were usually centered around mind controlling people to take the fall for his thievery. Guy in Florida looks a lot like Jeff Epstein, and I had to say it wasn't him. I'd say thank God they never covered the Super Duper team after how they handled Huey's rape. There's no way that would have ended well, yeah. Yeah, Deep Change was weird, and the comic is just okay. Soup that treated it like his 9 to 5. Yeah, like, ironically, Deep was like one of the... Yeah, he was like one of the more moral ones just because he didn't do anything. He was actually pretty smart. It's like, I keep my head down and I do my job. I think the team behind Just League Unlimited could have done better Invincible adaptation. I would have liked to have seen that. Here we go. Any experience with depression? No. Kiss Man with Tongue. If man, we got a 10 out of 10 adaptation Berserker and an ending? No. There's always a downside. Deep lives and becomes part of the new team after the comic. Black Noir 2's death is even dumber because it's established he can fly and has super strength, but somehow the Deep managed to kill him. Yeah. Yeah, Deep in the comic just wasn't a scumbag and he lived. Yeah. Yeah, Deep was part of Starlight's gang rape. Yeah, but after that, kept his head down. He was smart. Yeah, Deep trying to stop a plane was funny. I think Bruce Timm would have done a better job, honestly, despite his issues.
Thank you.
It'd be better animated, at least. Despite Amazon giving all his money, show still looks terrible. Yeah, Deep was minority hire and knew it, and he got out when the game was good, yeah. I played System Shock 2 recently, and why'd they have the French Epstein device? Why'd they need French pedophile device? What do you mean I'm repeating myself? I got a show set on the footage of Homelander destroying the plane for 5 seasons just for it to become a lame AI criticism of love modern writing. Yeah, right? Like, there's so many times that I hear about shit going on in the show, and it's basically they spend so long building up this one thing, And then when it comes time to pay it off, it means fucking nothing. Like, the whole thing with Billy's wife still being alive, and then she dies at the end of the season they introduce her in. It's like, so why make such a big deal she's alive? What is the point of this? Yeah, Rape was Homelander, A-Train, and Black Noir, yeah. Showrunners could have, should have kept the even playing field the boys had in the comic. Make them, Norman's going against evil Justice League makes 0 sense, yeah. Well, like I said, it's this thing where, for some reason, people don't like it when the team you specifically build to be competent at one thing is not competent at it. I will never understand that. Wait, so they ran a train on her, but I'm tis. Yeah, it's about a higher budget than all seasons of Attack on Titan. Like how voice actors, they literally throw all the money at voice acting. Back in season 3, they spent the whole season setting up a rivalry between Black Noir and Soldier Boy, only for Homelander to kill Noir. Yeah.
Let's go.
Yeah, Becky was Billy's Gwen MJ. Black Noir versus Soldier Boy could have been heat. Imagine the AI imagery didn't happen. How they ride Homelander's denial. Yeah. Do you have any other great superhero series writers? Who'd you like to see do an Invincible animated series besides Amazon? I don't know. I mean, it's Robert Kirkman's baby. The problem with Kirkman is he just takes the check and he says what they want him to say.
Thanks.
Voice acting outsource the animation in Korea. Don't like Invincible's adaptation? I'm fine with it, but I agree with people who say the animation's nowhere near as good as it could be. Like, it's one of those with the amount of money being pushed into it and the fact it's one of Amazon's big faces right now and it still looks like that in some places, like, it's got some problems. Some very obvious, like, you're not focusing on the right things here. Let's see, Old Man Frank comic or Frank Castle and Nick Fury team up to the last real supervillain of the Red Skull. That could be cool.
Thanks.
Yeah, A-list celebrities, yeah. Yeah, Kirkman got Walking Dead money. Yeah, Rule 34 artists are doing better with the animation. Yeah, even the gore animation feels stiff in my opinion. It's not completely awful. The Conquest fight looked fucking sick, but it's one of those of like, you can tell they're focusing purely on the big moments, like the big fights, and they're letting a lot of stuff fall to the wayside. Is Walking Dead comic any good? It's good, it just goes on way too long. Yeah, they got fucking Bruce Campbell and waste him on a filler episode. Yeah, they have Invincible coming out on basically an assembly line, yeah. One gift for the monster turning into a PNG in real time makes me laugh my ass off every time I see it, yeah. Yeah, Mark violently masturbating meme has more animation than Invincible. They did have actual World 34 hentai animators working on the trailers, which got a lot of praise. Netflix produced any shows this decade, they're even worse shit. Anytime I hear about the originals, it's always garbage ones. To be honest, I don't really know. It's kind of the same, like, I hear there's, like, some shows on there that might be pretty good, but I don't know. Like, I hear Dark's pretty good, but that already ended. There's supposed to be a French one on there, like a horror thing that's pretty good, but I haven't watched it. I don't remember the name of it. Amazon writers make changes without thinking about it. Just look at the train work that was Wheel of Time. It kept changing major details that pissed everyone off and did nothing. Yeah. Generally makes you wonder, like, if you don't have a plan for the change, why are you doing the change? Like, it's one thing if they're able to segue it into something that does affect the plot and does matter, but yeah, they'll throw in these major fucking changes out of nowhere for the sake of, like, basically getting people talking about it. Then they have no bigger plan, and they have to basically get rid of the change. And wasting Bruce Campbell on a filler episode, that's a big crime, yeah.
Let's wrap this up.
I don't even having Glenn and Negan voicing yet. This portrayal of Negan differs from the comic, but Jeffrey Dean Morgan does the character justice, at least when it was first introduced. Yeah, Jeffrey Dean Morgan's a great actor. You think a Darkness adaptation would be better live action or animated? I could see both. Darkness 1 kind of leaned on that sort of realism style, and it looked fucking sick. Darkness 2, though, had the cell shading, like, comic thing, and that also looked fucking sick. I'd be happy with both. Just getting more Darkness in general would be sick. You can have J.K. Simmons as Omni-Man. You can replace the other celebrity cast with other people. How much money does Disney have to lose before they have to sell off Marvel or Star Wars? Personally, I think Scissors 7 is the funny thing to come out on Netflix. Now, what's the point of Aaron Paul's Powerplex and making him do his Jesse voice? Especially when, like, he leaves the show because he doesn't want to do his Jesse voice. 90% of the boys just building a character for 3 seasons, having them either turn on Homelander or side with him, only for him to kill them unceremoniously and making a crazy face. Yeah. Well, would the Darkness show adapt the comics or the games? Obviously, you'd want to pull from the comics. You only have 2 games. The games are awesome, but that's not a lot to work with. And to be fair, Darkness 1 actually does follow the beginning of the comic pretty close. Remember about the recent Slaves Power 2 controversy about people finding out Anita Sarkeesian being one of the consultations for the games? Yeah, I know Anita apparently is consulted on Slay the Spire 2, but everything I hear is the game barely has a plot, and there's like not a lot of writing. It's purely a gameplay thing, so it kind of confirms the theory in my mind of, oh, she demanded they just slap her name on it so she can get the credit for it. That's one of her, like, no, see, my company good. We worked on this, and it was fantastic, while ignoring a lot of the context around it. Aaron Paul basically said, yeah, no thanks, going to stick with Dispatch. Team where they let me do different voices, yeah. With them changing Tech Jack into being a girl to make Oliver's girlfriend, are they going to do Oliver's a pedo plotline?
Thanks.
Gotta get that ESG money. Yeah, basically pulled a Shankar, yeah. Ever a game called Motor Slice? I have not. Considering how the boy's gonna end the show, I don't know, because like I said, I've not watched the show past season 1. Everything I hear is secondhand. I'm gonna go through it once it's over, because me and Shota are gonna make a few days of it where we sit down and watch through it, because we're gonna do a video on it. But I expect the ending to be underwhelming and bad. It won't be like colossal Game of Thrones final season type shit your pants. But it will be a shit pants to the point that people bit by bit will start slowly admitting the show wasn't that good. And when I say slow, I mean within the next like year or 2. Lighter news, I'm wondering, do you see the trailer for a new Star Fox game coming to Switch 2? Any thoughts? Yeah, it looks okay. I expect a Darkness vid in the near future if the first game can be remastered for PC, yes. Yeah, well, next video that will be a surprise because no one listened to me when I talked about it the first time, so now I'm not going to say it because now you made me angry. Like, I tell you people these things and then you forget I say them. So it's like, you know what? You don't get to know. I changed Tech Jack into a girl to be, due to Kirkman wanted to be more diverse, but what exactly did the change contribute to the story and her character? How could you, chat? See, exactly, it's chat's fault. People that remember know what it is, and they can say it in the chat. But I'm gonna do the and thing and raise my nose at you. I feel like I'm exaggerating when I say season 5 is 7 episodes in. There's only 1 or 2 episodes that aren't filler. Is next vid Persona Part 2 or is next big video? Persona Part 2 is coming after the video. All grumpy that we didn't listen to his ravings about how good Let's Stop Girly Pop is. Watched some of the end of season 3 and regret sticking with it that long. Soldier Boy was kind of cool though. Soldier Boy did unironically bring life back into the show because Jensen Ackles was just a great actor. And She-Hulk. There you go. Snowbird remembers. He remembered when I talked about it. And Kirkman gave the politically safe answer. The real answer is Kirkman wanted Oliver to have a girlfriend near his age. Yeah, probably. Ow. Yeah, he'll do the bug girlfriend, but that's later. Yeah, and it's a perfect setup for there to be a love triangle melodrama thing, which Kirkman fucking loves doing. Like I said, if there's any downtime in a Kirkman comic, it's usually a love triangle gonna pop up. It's just what happens. Yeah, it can't be about the show. You already did the video though. I only did a video on the first episode. Now the whole thing is out, and now we can tie it into the larger shitting pants of the MCU. We're like, basically, I will lay out kind of my thesis for it already. So basically, we are currently in, I think it's like phase 6. Yeah, it was phase 6 when I looked it up. So we're in phase 6 of the MCU. Yes, a full 6 phases. Now you might be telling yourself, really? It feels like we're like not really in that anymore, and you're not wrong. Post Infinity War, Marvel has scrambled desperately for anything and everything that could potentially keep them afloat. Simply due to the fact of a lot of their ideas post Infinity War fell the fuck apart, and they kind of realized they killed the golden goose a little too early. Well, for a while, Marvel legitimately looked like it was going to die. Because Captain Marvel didn't work, She-Hulk didn't work, Black Panther. In all fairness to Black Panther, they could not anticipate what would happen there. But the point is, that still happened. A lot of their faces didn't end up working out. They still couldn't really wrestle Spider-Man fully away from Sony. A lot of their ideas just didn't fucking work. Now they're doubling down on the Defenders, which is how I'm going to refer to it, because that's basically the idea. Where right now the main faces are probably going to be the street level guys. It's going to be Jessica Jones, Luke Cage, Daredevil, Punisher. It seems like that's going to be their main focus. Spider-Man will obviously be there to be the bridge between the street level and the higher level stuff. But we may see a lot more of like grounded street level guys. Now I say grounded, but I just mean in the sense of like you're not going to be seeing alien planets all the time. And summoning Odin based, yeah. Alright, let me send you a copy of Darkness for 360. I mean, I have it. It's just the fact that it's not on PC. And if I were to make a video, I would need to get it on PC. And Chadwick Boseman dying was genuinely out of their control. Out of their control, and it fucked up their plans. Will Spider-Man be the new Iron Man? Yeah, maybe the Eternals. Eternals didn't make their money back. I think George R. R. Martin's waiting to release Winds of Winter and Song of Spring after he dies, so he doesn't have to hear people complain about the ending of Song of Spring. Actually, doesn't sound like a bad idea. Keep it more low stakes. I've been wanting to see Spider-Man fight Sinister Six. Yeah, I love F-13 Odin. It is pretty dope.
Say goodbye.
Come on. Stagger. Hell yeah. Yeah, why make the blue villain into a black guy? Did Russo say Peter was responsible for Uncle Ben's death in the MCU because they thought that would be out of character for him? It's super weird because, like, I feel like the only reason they say that is because they want to push Aunt May as his Uncle Ben. I feel like that's why they want to do it, because that's basically how No Way Home is. You know, Peter loses Aunt May in No Way Home to the Sinister Six. And I don't even know why they'd make a statement about that. Just don't talk about Uncle Ben. Clearly he's not a factor. Is that what they want an interview? But that contradicts what Peter said in Civil War, so I'll choose to ignore it. Yeah, that too, yeah. It's like, I feel like they don't even remember anymore.
Thanks. Appreciate it. Thank you.
I kind of looted Uncle Ben in Civil War, yeah.
Thanks.
Lightning Activates or Devil Trigger boss survives somehow. I don't really like summoning an FF13 because it never feels like the summons do enough damage. Half out of their control. They could have just recast and didn't need to kill off Black Panther like what Bozeman wanted. That is true. Bozeman himself outright said that he would want someone to replace him. And hell, the whole point of Black Panther is it's a line, it's a lineage. You can have a descendant. Just have it be, you know, T'Challa's son or daughter or something. I know they tried it with his sister and that didn't work out. I even referenced Uncle Ben in Far From Home too, yeah. And Disney Marvel screwed that up, yeah. Doomsday Leaks said that Tobey Spider-Man and Wolverine die in the first 10 minutes, and that Doctor Doom plan makes no sense because he would win. He could win anytime because he kills Loki, who is god of stories. Okay, how good do you think from 1 to 10 the new Spider-Man movie is going to be? 6. Like, something about it to me, I don't think it's going to be like offensively bad, but there's something about it in my gut that's telling me I don't think it's going to come together how they want. Something about it seems messy. You're out of line Civil War where he basically told Tony he became Spider-Man because he couldn't save Uncle Ben. Yeah. Multiverse immigrant Black Panther. Hero and Chadwick died. Saw his perfect opportunity to double down on MCU. And the thing is, there's plenty of characters they could pull from that, but they kept picking the wrong ones. You know? They wanted to do Captain Marvel, and they picked the worst form of Captain Marvel fucking no one liked. Carol Danvers, who at the time in the comics was becoming a fucking Nazi, so it especially was not good. They wanted to do She-Hulk, and they completely fucked up She-Hulk to the point that I guarantee a lot of people who had no idea She-Hulk was even a thing and saw that show were like, dear God, this character sucks ass. The Marvels could have been a great way to introduce Kamala, but that movie sucked, and I feel so bad for the actress that played her because she genuinely seemed cool. Like, there's so much about it that just screams, get the fuck out of your own way, you know? The only new Marvel thing I liked that came out relatively recently was Moon Knight. Just because that actually felt kind of close to what a Moon Knight comic was, but even that had some problems to it. Like, I liked it, but it still had some very obvious issues. So why aren't we playing new Iron 9 update? Lee Must Die Forever, because I haven't played it yet. It's also entitled Brand New Day, you know the storyline? Massively fucked over Spider-Man canon. Yeah, but let's be honest here. They already did Brand New Day in No Way Home. And they actually made it to where it at least made it at least somewhat made sense for that storyline. I know why Marvel doesn't see that they could basically print money by just adapting well-loved comics halfway accurately. And turning Moon Knight into a freaking magical girl. Like I said, to be fair, that kinda is how some Moon Knight comics are. Yeah, Moon Knight Season 2 is dead. Loki was the only popular one, yeah. And She-Hulk could have easily been an interesting story, but turned to a comedy while adding more feminism. Well, that's the thing. She-Hulk is a comedy. Like, that's the thing. I'm not against them making it more of a comedic thing that pokes fun at Marvel. The problem was, it's not fucking funny. Yeah, giant kaiju fight in Moon Knight was really dumb. God. The main issues I had was the fact of, like, you could tell they weren't allowed to go as in-depth and dark as they really should have for Mark's backstory, because, like, they could only just hint at the bad shit he did, but they couldn't go full on with it. They got a little too addicted to the whole he blacks out in the middle of an action scene and now the whole thing's over instead of just doing an action scene. Like, there's parts of Moon Knight I think are really sick, but there's other parts where it's like, yeah, you can tell this became a problem. Moon Knight got sidelined in his own show for some OC chick. I wouldn't say he got sidelined, just the fact that, like, yeah, that's a subplot they liked. Because the whole ending revolves around Moon Knight, you know. It's spot on. They can't write a courtroom drama, but also don't have the money for Big Green Lady. What is this? Yeah. Heard Thunderbolts was good, but still bombed. Well, you know what probably helped that if it was actually the Thunderbolts and not the New Avengers? They kind of lied. And the She-Hulk show have the writer that brought us Pickle Rick, yeah. Yeah, Blackout would save money, yeah. It sucks I like the actor they got for Moon Knight. Yeah, Oscar Isaac, he's really good. And She-Hulk should have been a comedy. Crazy they invented a new genre where comedy would have been so much easier to do. Also should have been more law-oriented. That's not the writers. Also didn't know how to write lawyer dramas on a lawyer-based show. Yeah, Thunderbolt's asterisk. It was literally Thunderbolt's asterisk. Because the end scene is literally the new Avengers. Like how in the comics, She-Hulk knew the majority of her readers were boys and was tongue-in-cheek about it. It showed how she was confident, also a flirt, best mommy giantess. Yeah. You know, like I said, the John Byrne run, which is what they were explicitly inspired by, they talked about it more than once in interviews. The John Byrne sensational She-Hulk run is a comedy. It's goofy as fuck. There's very little moments where it's actually serious. Isaac is in the pilot from the recent Star Wars trilogy. Yeah, he's a really good actor. Don't judge their acting ability off being in the sequel trilogy. That's not fair. That's like blaming Hayden Christensen for being in the prequels. Come on, don't be mean. Marvel Captain Marvel should have been a staple character from Phase 1. Oscar is a great actor, even if not every movie ends a winner. Yeah. Yeah, fans have been fine. She-Hulk of the show completely defanged the danger and badass of the son of Hulk. How many people wrote for She-Hulk? You could tell it was assembly writing. There's probably like 20 different writers. Yeah, Marvel's learning the hard lesson that women do not give a shit about other women. They go to Marvel movies either with their family or boyfriend and see Chris Evans shirtless. It's also interesting seeing Ethan Hawke as the villain, yeah. And New Avengers ending was so goddamn retarded. Bucky mentioned Sam is planning on suing them over the copyright. The fuck, man? Yeah, Oscar Isaac got a house for his family at sequel trilogy. Can't blame him for that. You over the She-Hulk anti-homeless bench? I'm not. Even Boyega is likable and good in some things, even if he's even if he's in a lot of slop. Yeah. Yeah, I'm Driver's good, especially in Black Klansman. Yeah. MCU She-Hulk did show us who wrote for her show in the final episode. Well, I mean, that's just like a meta joke thing. 20 different writers, all crazy cat ladies. If you have any doubts about Oscar Isaac's acting, watch the Del Toro Frankenstein movie. He's really good in it. Yeah, fucking hated how She-Hulk show did Scar. They turned my angry green Conan to a goddamn hipster. Yeah, right? And plus, Oscar Isaac gave us the most iconic line and shot in the sequel trilogy. Yeah. Completely unintentionally. Though they painted the show use Nova instead of Danvers, introduced the Nova Corps and Guardians 1 and killed them off screen because between movies, perfect setup. Yeah, they butchered Taskmaster, yeah. Anyone that loves Adam Driver needs to watch Logan Lucky. He's really good in that. How much do you think Dave Filoni's going to crash Star Wars further into the fiery pits beyond our imagination? I have said for years, and no one fucking listens to me about it. Dave Filoni is not the one actually helming Star Wars. It's the Disney suits. I say this over and over again, and no one listens. Eventually, Filoni will be ousted, and someone will take his place. And then that same guy will then be blamed for everything going wrong with Star Wars. I read the Moon Knight comic from the creator of Hell's Paradise. Pretty cool. Yeah, Filoni's the whipping boy. Exactly. It's a literal Hydra, yeah. And Star Wars made by committee. The director does not matter, yeah.
This'll be quick.
Well, but see, modern Star Wars sucks, so we must hate the Clone Wars. What are Disney suits then? You're never gonna fucking know their name, because that's the entire reason they throw guys like Filoni out. First it was Candy, now it's Filoni. You're not supposed to know the names of the guys on committee because the guys they throw out there to the public are meant to be the guys that get all the heat. It's like blaming Todd Howard for the state of Bethesda. That's gross oversimplification.
You're gonna swerve.
Even then, Disney won't likely fire Filoni because the fans love him. If he's gone, so do the views. And predictions that Disney will end up running off Star Wars in the next 10 years, the IRS will be the biggest loss and fuck up and probably ever. At shareholders, yeah. Yeah, if Filoni gets blamed because Kathleen Kennedy didn't like Jon Favreau, got a show without permission, but because it was Bob Iger trying to salvage something, yeah. Yeah, y'all never heard of a fall guy? Yeah. Yeah, Dave Filoni's the idea guy to a certain extent to blame for some things. A lot of what we got in Clone Wars and Rebels are from him. He's a creative figurehead. Honestly, it'd be cool to see the real Thunderbolts like supervillains pretending to be heroes. Sounds way better than what we got. It really is amazing how people treat Todd Howard like he personally killed their grandparents. It looks like Phantom Man Circle is slowly starting to dwindle. First, Quarren got ousted, now Melanie Mack and Chrissy Meyer. Every circle dies eventually. A long enough timeline, everyone dies. I think Star Wars Trilogy be a story about the Sith having a civil war over if they should try to take over the universe or wait and rebuild. Yeah, Dave gets past and the Clone Wars gave us the Ahsoka green text. Yeah, Jeffrey gets Fall Guys, and I'm not talking about the game. Yeah, Gene's lawsuit stemmed from Kathleen Kennedy not liking it. Yeah. Yeah, Loki started souring on Filoni's clone writing. When I played OG Battlefront 2 again, clone writing was cold as fuck before Filoni. Recognize that Candy wasn't behind any major decision, caught between a rock and a hard place. Apparently she wanted to push back TFA's release to workshop the script more. Yeah. Like I said, they throw the names and faces out there. Specifically, basically just for office political fights. Like, who gets to actually control this franchise? I see Fall fans have fully turned on Tim Kaine. Yeah, because he was right. I'm not going to lie, with how many stories of dev teams being bent by the suits, I want to sit down with Brian Reed and ask just how much of Halo 5 multimedia era was him and how much of the suits. Yeah. It's legitimately something to consider. Hell, look at Saints Row Reboot, where a lot of the devs to that came out and fully said they got fucked over. It's not hard to grasp. Higher-ups to decide what they want to do with Star Wars. People like Kathleen just take the scripts they're given and told to put the piece together like Legos. Yeah. I'm still blaming Todd Howard, me getting gangbanged in an arena. Jesus fucking Christ, that game's getting on my nerves. Can't even rest for 1 second. I turned on Tim Kaine when he said he liked the Fallout show. Yeah. Yeah, even the most diehard Star Wars fan talking about just skipping Mando and Grogu. It's so hard to care about this shit anymore. Andor was like the only real shot they had left to revive the IP. And ironically, that might be another case of they just said, fuck it, we don't care, just get it out the door, just do whatever the hell you want. Frank O'Connor wouldn't give me a straight answer, though. I can tell you that one for free. It's actually baffling these days. Unique individuals get blamed, but suits who demand control are propped up. Well, yeah, that's why they throw the guys out there. Like, the Fall Guys are specifically there to act as the scapegoat. They're the reason everything sucks. They're the reason this whole thing fell apart. Blame them, blame them, blame them. Meanwhile, the actual shareholders who make the decisions get away scot-free. It's a tactic they've openly used for a long time. Man, Jesus Christ, how long are people going to complain about the show? Famous comic book creator, do you think should be new Stan Lee, a.k.a. cameo, in every movie? Just have a different one in each one, you know? Because, like, a lot of the old legends from Stan's generation are either dead or currently dying. So I say just get different ones for each movie. So much to the tactic of blame them of what you do, yeah. I view Filoni as Schrodinger's retard. I can't properly judge him until he's able to make his own project. Yeah, beauty of OG stars that have prop usage creative as fuck. Lightsabers or camera flashes, blasters, World War II guns, etc. They did a lot with their budget. Yep. Andor is more of a swan song than a revival. Exactly. It's where people took Bethesda showing Obsidian and PowerPoint on what they can improve from New Vegas. Is Bethesda hating the game like that isn't standard practice? Yeah. Yeah, I did like the idea of Deadbolt putting up missing posters of Stan in the background and stuff. That actually is kind of a good idea. Investors are footing the bill, so they always get a say. Control is always at the top end. Very few craves are given free reign and blank checkbook. Yep. I just wish things didn't turn to a burning ship. A lot of people do. But that's the problem, you know? You have such a golden age, it can only end one way. Anyone seen The Bad Batch? Nope. Which says a lot. I don't think a lot of people have. Like, Star Wars apathy is a very real thing to a point of, for a long time, people just don't care about Star Wars. Yeah, suits can delay as long as they want. Entropy is inevitable. One day they're going to run out of Fall Guys and craves and make good content again. Yep. Very, very true.
This will be quick.
Yeah, Bad Batch was fine, yeah. Anyone seen the new mall show? I hear the mall show is not bad. And I've seen what Filoni can do when he's left on his own. It's CGI Clone Wars, and it was good. Everything else has been Disney's boot on his neck, yeah. I saw Matt Reeves drop some screenshots of Batman Part 2. We're getting Batmobile chased in the snow, which makes me hope for Mr. Freeze. Ooh. Yeah, mall show's pretty great so far. So, that might be another case of basically they have no faith Star Wars is coming back, so letting people do whatever the fuck they want. Which ironically could bring them back from the brink. Yeah, my sister likes Last of Us show, and when talking to me about it, she said I was overly critical. I was like, I was there when the game came out. I won't accept an inferior adaptation. Hear about a hantavirus boat or retard trying to get a sequel to The Pandemic? We talked about it before, well, we talked about when streaming started. It's not going to turn to a pandemic. And I have a lot of doubts around a lot of the stories we're hearing about it, because a lot of it doesn't make sense to me. Yeah, it'd be funny if it was summer, Mr. Freeze just fucking with the weather. He would do it. Give Filoni credit. He was able to make Rebels a good show. Filoni genuinely has some good shit. That's why the minute the revisionism started and be like, oh no, he always sucked, I was like, alright, go fuck yourself. We're not doing that. We're not doing like, actually he was always bad. It's like, fuck you. No, we're not. I have to re-download RE9 because RE framework keeps crashing the EXE. I also think Obsidian versus Bethesda is just companies doing team sports milking fan hate for easy publicity. Yeah, I kind of believe that.
This'll be quick.
You're only interested in the Backrooms movie mainly because it was done by the guy who made all the really good Backroom shorts on YouTube. Yeah, I'm also curious about it. I know Shota said he wants to go see it.
On your knees.
We might make a day and get all the bros together. Pandemic sequel is not happening. You're faking gay if you believe it. Yeah, Soko is a prime example of studio meddling an established love character. Yeah. And Filoni's not perfect, but I generally like him. I clearly has a lot of respect for Star Wars. I find it funny how shocked my family members were at Last of Us ending, yet I was standing there being all... I could have told you this years ago, dude. Oh, come on. No joke, Filoni is the guy to get when it comes to riding the clones. Yep.
Thanks.
I started RE4 remake. I'm having fun. Like to get the Steam controller soon. Ow. People wonder why so many have this mental block becoming big in business. We see what happens when business becomes big. Simon Pegg is more involvement in the direction of Disney Star Wars. He was uncredited writer for TFA and Rise of Skywalker and wrote most of the scripts than Filoni. And someone pointed out the brothers from Malcolm in the Middle line up perfectly. Oldest to youngest in the main Robins, with Francis's dick all the way to Dewey as Damien. It lines up too well. So what we're saying is that Hal is actually Batman. I can believe it.
On your knees. Keep out of it. Everyone ready for this?
Come on. Filoni did do clones really well in Clone Wars. Yeah, it was fucking sick. Like I said, it's why I don't believe in a lot of the revisionism, because, like, dude, I was there. That shit was awesome. We agreed it was awesome. I keep getting your ass kicked by these guards. Yeah, I hate them.
Keep out of this.
I know the word woke gets overused, but Malcolm in the Middle reboot was proper woke slop. New Norvis vid just came out, just went up 2 years ago. I want to see Freeze make snow in Gotham because it's his and Nora's anniversary and it's always snowing on that day. Yeah, that'd be great if like the whole movie is Batman trying to hunt down Mr. Freeze and can't figure out his plan. Then you end it on that ending where it turns out he just wanted it to snow for their anniversary. That'd be such a great way to introduce Mr. Freeze to people. Filoni's imperfect, I would say. Some stuff we got from through the Clone Wars IP, which is arguably inferior version of what we had in Legends. He works better with a team. That's tragically poetic, yeah. Yeah, my mistake 2 hours ago. Absolutely. Freeze probably my favorite Batman villain. Dude, when he's good, he's really good. I heard about the Resident Evil movie leaks. We talked about that on Tuesday. They're not really leaks. It's an old script from like 2015 or so that they're just reusing. And on top of that, a lot of the stuff in the script is not actually being used in the teaser. We tell you these things, and then you don't believe us, and then later you're like, oh, you were right. It's like, please. Please. Darkness Umbara was a good arc. It should have happened with Ryan tried to kill off Snoke. Was them to tell him kill off the main villain in the second movie, and next you'll be directing his Traffic. The new game mode in RE9. I've not played it yet. Yeah, I figured a leaked script was like a first draft or something. Yeah.
This'll be quick. This'll be quick. Everyone ready for this?
Here we go. That's it. See a new game mode? Yes, motherfucker, I saw it. I have not played it. I've had no time. I'm going through Mass Effect 2. Remember Miss Freeze had 2 polar bears as guard dogs? Yeah. Leak script to what? Resident Evil movie. Tell us still I skipped Tuesday because I want to go in blind with a dad game. You know, game mode in RE8 came out years ago, but it seems nice. Just want to give you a Greek rope naming Oracle, Kentucky. It's not even being an Oracle, it's just the fact that, like, dude, you can just look it up. Yeah, he has Tourette's, yeah. I want to play it so bad, my computer's been fighting me for the last 2 hours. And see Straight from the Heaven trailer? Yeah, see, that looks sick. Can't prove it, but some parts of the Clone Wars hate must be due to people wishing Gendy's Clone Wars last longer instead. I just know it. Yeah, well, like, that's the thing with the Star Wars fan base where they just kind of tend to go batshit insane after a while. And they start, like, becoming genuinely conspiratorial. I think it is because, like, the Disney sequel trilogy was so bad it, like, fucked with their head. Because, like, like, just a few days ago, they legit fucking, I don't think it was a few days ago. It might have even been, like, yesterday or something. But they started to do another round of Red Letter Media is specifically why the Disney trilogy was so bad.
Thanks.
And it's like, dude, no, they're not. Pretending like Red Letter Media made people hate the prequels is just you admitting that you were not born around the time where prequel hate was very popular. So I'll try for Evil Dead Burn because holy shit, it looks fucking gnarly. Also, weirdly, kind of reminds me of RE7, which is funny because 7 took a lot from Evil Dead. Yeah, it looks sick. You know who Curry Barker is? He's making a new Texas Chainsaw Massacre movie. I kept thinking he was related to Clive Barker, but apparently he's not. He's just some dude, and it's like, okay, well, you know what? Fuck it. Let's see how it goes.
Thanks.
They did predict JJ directing it. Well, JJ at the time was an up-and-coming director. I mean, I say up-and-coming, but he actually been established. But, like, he made his name with Star Trek. He made his name with fucking Cloverfield. He was painting himself as the next big science fiction director. It just makes sense that he would get picked up for Star Wars. As a hypothetical question, how far would Invincible fare against Just League 1x1? How far would he fight? Last fight, each member 1x1. He'll get his ass whooped, but he'd win at the very end. And you see Curry Barker's film Obsession. It's so good. I'm hearing it's really good. Yeah. People legit just don't remember. Everyone hated the prequels for years. I grew up watching them, so I loved them. I want Batman 2 to have a scene from Just League, The New Frontier, Batman scared a kid, so Batman goes gray and black, blue suit, so kids won't be scared. I think Lost and eventually Star Wars sequels killed Abrams' career. We do not shame Dick the birthday boy, Rich Evans in this house. Yeah, it's a half-truth. RLM's video was the go-to video for prequel haters, and everyone cited it, but there were prequel haters for RLM. Well, basically, all Mike did was just centralize all the complaints people had. Like, a lot of the points he made were stuff that people did point out. They just didn't go in depth with it. Like, you can like the prequels, but you gotta admit they are flawed, and there was a reason people hated them for a while. Hell, I think a lot of the revisionism with the prequels comes from the fact that the sequel trilogy just sucks. You know? Like, the prequels were a flawed attempt at a legitimate vision. You can see what George was going for. You really could. Like, it was basically an attempt at a Shakespearean tragedy with Anakin. You could see what he was going for. The sequel trilogy is just nothing. There is no vision to the sequel trilogy. It's just Star Wars. Star Wars, the Star Wars. Guys, you like Star Wars? How about more Star Wars? Twerking Kylo Ren, Star Wars. Twi'lek kicking Chewbacca in balls, Star Wars. That's all it is. Yeah, they're not great movies, but Lucas had ideas, yeah. Even the taxation and trade routes had vision to it. Yeah, it was world building. Lucas wanted you to know more about the setting. Like I said, they have issues, but the motherfucker knew what he was doing with his world. He just needed a guy to help him out with the dialogue. Like, honestly, that's what I say it is. He just needed a guy to help him out with the dialogue. If he could make the dialogue sound more natural, more human, I feel like a lot of the issues people have with it could be fixed. You know, even all the, like, political meetings could be done better if it had better dialogue. Because if you have good enough dialogue in a story, people will literally watch fucking anything. It was genuine nature and passion behind it, yeah. Yeah, 100% would have been more interesting in the second film, having Rey turn to the dark side and Kylo Ren redeeming himself. Help give Rise of Skywalker for a more direct meaning. Yeah, just rip off KOTOR at that point. Because that's literally the ending of KOTOR 1. Hell, I was saying for a while that was my conspiracy theory behind what the original plan was for the trilogy. That Finn would have basically been their new version of Kylo Ren. Not Kylo Ren. Fucking, not Kyle Katarn. Fuck. Oh, God damn it. Revan. He would have been their new Revan. Where basically, he would have been someone that is revealed to be a really powerful Jedi and he didn't know it. And Rey, who is also a really powerful Jedi, gets too strong too fast and falls to the dark side. And he has to pull her out. You know, the underdog that everyone underestimates is the one that's actually able to prove himself. And he saves the prodigy who is pushed too hard and snaps. Yeah, Kyle Katarn would have been cool, though. Would have been so cool, though. He would have, but it's not the character I'm talking about. Extended Universe helped the idea and stuff the prequels add fit better into the story, especially the video games and novels. I'll say Arlen scucked out a bit in regards to acknowledging any of the new Star Wars is shit. They're massive Star Trek elitists. It seems like they always thought Star Wars is slop. Well, it's more the fact that, like, what the fuck do you even say about the new Star Wars stuff? It's just bad. You can't break it down. You can't analyze it. It's just nothing. Like, it's gray goo. I never thought of the prequels back then. Now you gotta admit, Lucas tried to want to do something different, but then Mike Stoklasa said Plinkett when it implied he was always a weirdo. Well, no, it's the fact of he fucked the vision up. You know? Lucas tried, but he still fucked it up. Hell, it took for the third movie to actually get to where he wanted it to go. Yeah, they liked Andor. Yeah, everyone liked Andor. It was supposed to be Finn's movie, yeah. And people say Star Wars is only as good as it is because George's wife is retarded. She had a helping hand for sure, but Star Wars is his baby. Well, it's more the fact of it's a collaborative effort. You have all these people agreeing on this central vision and working on it in their own way. Former watcher, Totally Boss Techno has been lying to everyone, is talking shit behind everyone's back, prayed for his ass when he claimed to have cancer. Okay. I'm still mind blown by how Disney could say we have no source material even though it had the EU. Yeah. Prickway was due to a lot of people having this idea of the new Star Wars more than George Lucas, and they were pissed George was in their ideas. No, it's because the movie sucked. Like, that's all it comes down to. The movies were not that good. Phantom Menace was not that good. Attack of the Clones was really not that good. Revenge of the Sith was better, but by then, it was already ending. Yeah, shock when people work together sincerely. We get enjoyable results, yeah. Yeah, George, Lucas himself said I might have gone too far in some places, yeah. Yeah, that's another thing. No one's on the same page of the sequels. There was no cohesive vision, yeah. Yeah, George delegated the original series, then solely had control for the prequels, yeah. A lot of people also forget that George legitimately pissed a lot of people off around the time that the prequels were happening. It wasn't just that the prequels were not that great. It was the fact of he was making it impossible to find the original prints of Star Wars. You know, like, you had to watch his specific versions they kept updating and fucking with. So he was burning out a lot of the goodwill of people. You go $5. Palpatine coming back through cloning was literally ripped from Dark Empire, a plotline that was heavily considered one of the weakest legend stories. Yep. As former friend of mine was calling people shit, manipulating folks, and just calling them kept lying and held blackmail shit of a mentally challenged watcher. Nigga, I'm like 30. Like, handle it yourself. Arlen legit took some stuff out of context of George. They took that one clip of George saying I went too far about the finished movie, but no, they're talking about a rough cut. Well, it still is a funny line to take. Because it is just true of, like, no one fucking liked Jar Jar. Maybe the problem with the prequels is that he was trying to put too much political thrill into a movie and honestly had no idea how to do that. Yeah, even in A New Hope, they had to heavily edit his original script because the dialogue was really bad. Yeah. I suppose the original prints of Star Wars are officially getting reissued next year. Yeah, Mark Hamill saw that guy in the OG trilogy. He got Lucas to refine the script a bit because the dialogue was too unnatural. Yeah. I like Jar Jar, though. No, the fuck you don't. Yeah, you added the singing alien to Jabba Palace. You added Han Solo shoot later, so many more. Yeah. Like I said, there was a lot more behind the culture of Star Wars than just we didn't know what we had. It's the fact of George legitimately kept stepping on toes. I think Star Wars Episode 20 should be their Rey and Fun are building. I assume you mean Rey and Finn. Are rebuilding the Jedi, but part of the galaxy is being ruled by the Hutt, and part of the galaxy is pure chaos. Lemon Courtney's Jar Jar is more interesting and fleshed out character than most of the cast of the sequel trilogy. That's my hot take. Well, if they went full blown with it and did the whole Darth Sidious idea that George wanted to do, that would have been ballsy and cool. Check Discord if you want to see one of the costs for a new RE9 mode. It's funny as fuck. I don't want RLM to just hate post all the time, but they actively defend to a delusional degree the lesbian witches show. You have to have some standard sound like pure cope. See, I don't remember them defending it. I remember them just going like, it's Star Wars. Who cares? It's just more Star Wars. And prequel should have been a prestige TV series. Honestly, but the clout Star Wars had, I'm shocked George didn't actually push for that. It would have given him way more time to do stuff. I'm starting to say if Star Wars fans didn't harass George, Ahmed, and Jake over the prequels, then they wouldn't have gotten the Disney movies, yet they deserve their fate. Yeah, Dark Empire is not a great story and undermines Anakin's sacrifice, but the art style and the ship designs of that comic were baller. They were kind of sick. Yeah, George had an option to show the original and his edited version. Another Clone Wars show, but that'll always be a core part of my childhood forever. I never liked the clone control chip retcon. It's personal preference. I'm cool with the control chip. I think it makes sense. Yeah, Lucas wanted Jar Jar to be the sleeper twist villain. Shit was stupid. No, see, like I said, that actually would have been cool. Just complete, like, fuck, okay, this is a thing. People generally believe three middle-aged guys that made YouTube review of rape and murder jokes influenced and ruined a multi-million IP. I remember Galactic Civil War is partially Jar Jar's fault. Depending on Return of the Jedi, because I feel like there's flaws that do carry over and amplify in the prequels. Oh no, you're not wrong. Personally, I like Return because it has some of my favorite scenes. Like the whole final fight between Luke and Vader is fucking sick. The whole like Vader throwing the Emperor down the shaft is fucking sick. But it has issues. It does. Ewoks are cute, but they were the patient zero glup shittos. Control chip works, in my opinion, because we got the 5's arc leading up to it. Starting with a malfunction and slow reveal and ending in the tragedy of his death. Yeah. I must give absolute power to the totally not evil politician. Yeah. Star Wars most IPs nowadays are just rotten, and we kind of need new shit outside legacy stuff. A lot of the old greats are dying. I don't know if people consider Dark Empire to be weak. I enjoyed it. Oh, special edition from George's perspective makes sense. He wanted Abba couldn't due to limited tech at the time. Yeah. Which, that's kind of the kind of the big thing with it. It's the fact of, I get he wanted to do it, but that does not inherently mean it's a good idea. I do remember RLM making fun of Rogue One because they referencing existing in Star Wars. Yeah, I like the Ewoks. They had a sense of camp and corny glup shit of fun that makes Episode 6 memorable. Well, great sign Kenji Omba, who played Space Sheriff Gavin and died today, as well as the man behind Martian's successor, Ned Isiko. Gary Peter Griffin, I've had up here with cutesy crap from Return of the Jedi. Return of the Jedi was the very first Star Wars movie I watched all the way through. Kind of confusing for a little kid with no context. The only thing I don't like about Star Wars prequels is that it always felt like they were part of the movies missing. Yeah. And it probably was. Probably a lot that was left on the cutting room floor. There we go. Hell yeah. Damn, just underneath. I mean, George didn't invent the concept of changing your own films for re-release. Stanley Kubrick, Ridley Scott, and Francis Ford Coppola, all films are fucked with. That is true, but it's the fact that his is the most egregious. Where it's like, not only is the fucked with version the only official way you can watch them, but people had to like literally fan edit a way to get to the original print. I don't get the AT-ST bit. It's a vehicle. You're going to complain the US uses Bradley too much? Well, it's the fact that around the time Rogue One came out, it was like right as Last Jedi started to fall apart. It was like right before or right after Last Jedi. And that was already when the whole feeling of, oh, the sequel trilogy is just going to be the original trilogy again. So everything was just remember the Empire over and over again. And it's perfectly capped off with the somehow Palpatine returned bit. The exact complaint is, for the love of God, you can do anything in this setting and you keep running back to the same shit. Yeah, it's the fatigue. Yeah, it was the fatigue. Yeah, one of the problems I had with Rey was that she was, despite being on a planet for years and years, didn't have any friends. Luke had friends. Why not her? Yeah, Rogue One came out in between Force Awakens and Last Jedi. So yeah, it was like right before. Yeah, look up the hentai virus by Psyop Anime. It's great. For Anakin's younger self, honestly, I did see the original Anakin first, but I was generally confused on who the fuck was staying behind beside Obi-Wan Return of the Jedi. J.J. Abrams should have directed the prequels, and George Lucas should have directed people to their seats in the theater. A quote I'm sure Mike regrets. That time I got a live-action movie of Shadows of the Empire in the 90s starring Kurt Russell as Dash Rendar. I've got my second paycheck and spent a good chunk on DX, Jet, Icarus, and some spare parts, and I don't want to spend any more else. Even the actor said that the line, like, even he couldn't believe they were doing this shit. Funny how much people hate Palpatine returning when it was a thing in the novels for a long time. Only difference is the hand-waving of it in comparison. Well, it's because of the fact that, like, Last Jedi shit its pants in a way that is still being quantified as we speak. There are scientists in labs right now writing papers talking about how bad Last Jedi fucked up. And Rise of Skywalker was them explicitly admitting they fucked up. But by that time, it was too late. It was way too late to pull back. And people hated Palpatine returning in novels too, yeah. Yeah, it wasn't even original Dark Empire did the Return of Palpatine thing. It wasn't even considered good, yeah. Yeah, literally having to rely on Ryan Gosling for the next Star Wars movie after Mandalorian and Grogu. I've been reading the Thrawn trilogy, and holy shit, Disney did my boy dirty. Yeah, Force Awakens wasn't any good either. Like, I will always stick with the idea that Force Awakens is a lot like... Yeah, you know what? This will work. Force Awakens is a lot like 28 Years Later. It is a setup movie. It has to set up a lot, and it can't talk about a lot. And if the sequel fucks up, that retroactively makes the movie terrible. Because every idea it puts forward is pointless, meaningless, and all those plot holes you think the movie would talk about later are fucking meaningless. That is the problem with Force Awakens. It's all set up, and the minute it came time for payoff, it completely fucked up. I hate Force Awakens. After watching it, I laughed because I remember Arlen liking it. I was really confused as to why. Yeah, the mystery box method, yeah. Yeah, set up to a faceplant. I kept hearing rumors someone was splicing porn to the Rise of Skywalker movie. I know it's a lie. It's just funny. It tricked a bunch of people to go see it. Yeah, Force Awakens give a pass for it trying to be a new hope for the new generation, but after that, they had no excuse. Yeah, because, you know, I was saying for a while, like, considering the fact there was some pretty obvious references to KOTOR in interviews and how they talked about they wanted to do a KOTOR trilogy, stuff like that, I was convinced, like, oh, this is going to be the point. You know? Rey gets too powerful, too fast, falls to the dark side, becomes a Sith, and Finn, having to be the Jedi, saves her. You know, that was going to be their whole thing. And then they didn't do that. You know, it's like, oh, that whole thing you were explicitly building up to, teasing, and Rise of Skywalker directly addresses. Yeah, no, we're not going to do that. Yeah, good question for another time is the mystery box setup in a nutshell. Yep. Yeah, I had the exact issue of Force Awakens. Liked it well enough when it came out, but Last Jedi killed my interest. Read the production stories, the OG trilogy. Interesting stuff, plus the managers are cool. Oh, yeah. Really, really interesting stuff. Yeah, JJ has a problem with the mystery box. He knows how to set it up, but doesn't want to give a payoff or knows how to. Just look at the Cloverfield franchise. Yeah, they made her Palpatine's daughter, yeah. Like, you have the whole vision in the cave where she sees herself as a Sith, and it's like, hey, that would have been cool if that was actually a thing. I felt more watching Finn's 20-second fight against Kylo Ren than anything else in the trilogy, yeah. And that character he picked every time with a fucking staff, a two-handed weapon? Yeah, let's give her a one-handed custom lightsaber. You understand? Rey got so powerful she's all the Jedi and the Force is female. Like, man, look at Lost. Another thing JJ fucked up with his mystery boxes. Yeah, I would have preferred watching Finn doing something, yeah. Only fucked up weirdos defend Last Jedi. Linkara actually thought it was okay. Like, to me, even if you rip out any emotional attachment to Star Wars and the whole, like, Luke thing and how they fuck up Luke's character, even if you rip all that out and just focus on, like, the Poe side of things, like Poe doing his whole thing, you know, where he's on the ship, you know, doing his thing where he's yelling at the Admiral and the Admiral's yelling at him and Leia's yelling at both of them, that whole thing, it's fucking retarded. It is legitimately stupid to the point that I'm shocked anyone thought that was okay. Like it's not even just the thing of, like, Poe was right. It's the fact the entire situation is ridiculous when you think about it. When you actually think about what the game plan is, it is so pants-on-head stupid. The whole plan relies on the bad guys not looking out a goddamn window. That is the thing I always think about anytime people talk about Last Jedi. The whole plan relied on the First Order, totally not Empire, not looking out a fucking window. I don't think Rey has to fall to the dark side because of becoming too powerful too fast. Could have made her a clone of Sheev and have that corrupt her. Oh, that could have been cool. I could have made the Sith version work by having that be her realization she's the daughter of a Sith and have her dig deep until learning Palpatine's her father. Yeah, I remember in a Discord call, someone said, do you think people would not hate Rey if they made Rey Starkiller's daughter? I found the most interesting heel turn. It was never mentioned again, and he contradicted himself halfway through the movie. I don't like the idea of Rey Palpatine, not only because it's retarded, but because I don't want the image of Palpatine shooting his lightning, if you know what I mean. Yeah, they wanted the chase plotline by not being a real chase. Literally, every main character is just coming and going with no agency. Yeah. And windows are structural weaknesses. Geths do not use them. Yeah, First Order are not the Geth. They don't see windows as structural weaknesses. The first fucking movie, the original fucking Star Wars movie, the Empire is watching the escape pod with R2-D2 and C-3PO leaving towards Tatooine. They're watching it through a fucking window. They see it, they just scan it and assume there's no one on it and it was a misfire. They could still physically fucking see it. Her force ability, force lightning.
Can it end like this?
Yeah, first thing about Last Jedi is its competent isolated burst. Lightspeed ram, jaw-dropping scene, but falls apart if you put it in any lore context. Can I predict Rey Palpatine as a joke, and I had a double take when it got confirmed. Window is truly the best Jedi. Oh, Rey falling to the dark side to become a host for Palpatine's spirit could have been a legit decent way to bring him back. Yeah, we don't win by sacrificing ourselves, but saving the ones we love. That single thing ruined any potential Finn had to be a good candidate. The best part about that, you can fucking see behind them the First Order firing their big artillery laser into their base and busting it open to invade and kill all their friends. So the whole time, Rose is like, oh, you have to save people you love. You know, it's not about fighting people and being hateful. And the whole time you're watching the first... It's a fucking comedy skit. It's a literal comedy skit. The First Order behind them... It's like Naked Gun, where it's a whole, like... You know, I feel like I feel like our fight's just beginning. Any day now, we're going to topple this terrible regime. And the whole time you're seeing the Nazis behind them knocking on door to door and dragging a Jewish family out and shooting them. It's like... Look behind you. Look behind you. Yeah, it sounds like a Robot Chicken skit. I think Disney should have had the Empire secretly controlling parts of the galaxy from the shadows. Yeah, like do like KOTOR too. The Sith have to rely on espionage and being a lot more like shadow operatives. God, this thing gives me psychic damage. They kiss as the fucking laser goes off and bursts into the base. It's a fucking joke. Truth that they missed out on making a Force Unleashed movie trilogy. They should have taken advantage of saying we're still being young enough to be leading role material, and they continue to waste them. A kiss is so forced. Yeah, you can see on John Boyega's face he doesn't give a fuck. Never take Arlen seriously anymore. If they said Disney Star Wars was good, didn't want to admit they liked it because at least not George Lucas, not the prequels. They only liked Force Awakens. That's the only Disney Star Wars thing they liked. Everything else has either been apathy or full-on pity. Once again, I don't get where this take comes from. Just because they didn't like the prequels doesn't mean they're Disney shills. You know, Ryan loved every minute doing that. I knew exactly what he was doing. Yeah. Kiss by a World Gets Exterminatus is a vibe. I thought they were cooking the visuals and forgot the context. Yeah. I never let Disney forget that Cantina theme in-universe classifies as jizz music. I think I Love, Death, and Robots Star Wars show. I didn't watch it. Aren't the Imperial Remnant exist in Disney canon are entirely different from the First Order? This plot is never mentioned in the films, nor does it matter. Yeah, I like Kenobi for some reason. Even then, I don't even know if they actually like it, or once again, it's just at least it's not as bad as the other stuff. Because every time I watch one of their reviews, people swear up and down they say they like something, and it amounts to, it's not as bad as what came before. Which is not like, that's just, yeah, it's marginally better. Yeah, Phasma had such little screen time, yeah. What's Disney ruin more, Marvel or Star Wars? Star Wars. Marvel is still limping along, and if some of their, like, more Plan B ideas work out, they could bring it back. Star Wars is full on dead. They're just getting what they have left out the door. The reason why every movie or game sequel or reboot and every franchise came after Last Jedi decided to copy Last Jedi. I'll never understand it. Like, there was a post on Twitter that said that the big problem right now in entertainment is that it's full of rich kids who just want to suck up to other rich kids. So when some of these rich kids try to make something more avant-garde or different, you know what I mean? Everyone just assumes that's the new thing to copy when the whole point is everyone fucking hated that and it didn't work. Yeah, Kenobi had a strong start, then fell flat on its face until the Vader fight. No, it's never like the last season of Mando that came out. I have absolutely no interest in checking out the Mando Grogu movie. Yeah, billions of dollars spent to specifically acquire a franchise that appeals to boys, then proceed to fumble the biggest media moneymaker on the planet. I'd be embarrassed. I was thinking reboot Marvel. You can't reboot Star Wars without people threatening to burn down Disney HQ. Yeah, most Zoomers give way too much leverage to the prequels. Yeah, remember when they tried to say the Thunderbolts is the new Avengers? Even the movie itself shits on it. Is Darth Maul any good? I'm hearing Darth Maul is pretty good. I've not watched it. You ever get Star Wars with some bizarre genre hodgepodge passion project that wouldn't have worked as well as it did? And simple people only come to that conclusion to either a reaction towards it. Arlen made their whole career and how much they despise George Lucas as a person, yet Disney, they say, oh. Well, yeah, because, like, Disney, like I said, it's more insulting just to go, oh, yeah, that exists. Like, George, once again, legitimately pissed people off with his antics. People forget how much George actually pissed people off leading up to the prequels coming out the way they did. That's an aspect that is just flat out being memory hold to the point of like, no, we're not going to forget that fucking happened. Disney, they don't care if you hate it, so long as you're giving them money. So reacting with just full-on apathy is way worse to it. Yeah, they could reboot the sequel trilogy or keep the original prequels, yeah. And the rich kids constantly write about destroying it or burning the past, yeah. And Star Wars completely dead, Harada, yeah. My friend likes Darth Maul, and from what I saw, I like the lightsaber fights. Isn't Darth Maul the most raped man of that verse? Yeah, George sold Star Wars to white slavers. Yeah, somehow we ended up in a timeline where a new Star Wars film was coming out and no one's excited. And remember the Mandalorian show? Could have been awesome, yeah. Then the minute it got popular, Disney execs smelled money. Yeah, people started to admire Lucas like he was done wrong when he gave him the IP on a silver platter. More than that, like I said, he was retconning his own movies pretty fucking hard. He took Maul's legs and raped him? Yeah, Arlen don't hate George Lucas as a person. They just make fun of him because he's easy to parody. Yeah. Legit wasn't told about Lucas trying to erase parts of his past, but I should have seen that coming in the Christmas special he tried to burn. Still fucked over Kenji Oba dying is great, and Gavin even did his own stunts as well as Japanese action club member, the member of JAC, star people of Sonny Chiba. Playing Metal Gear Solid and Kingdom Hearts, so I get double on double Quentin Flynn. Yeah, Andor's pretty goated. Yeah, across the board, I'm hearing Andor's good, and it sounds like it's specifically good because Disney has stopped giving a shit about Star Wars. So basically, the people who are now working on Star Wars are given free reign to do whatever they want, which ironically is probably the best thing you can do for Star Wars. Yeah, First Order is just a lame empire. It really is. Yeah, Darth Maul's a jobber. He didn't win a single fight. Andor's Diego Luna is immediately good. Okay. Ooh. Don't matter about the narrative backtracking, and Mando ruined all emotional investment. The one thing that didn't help is Mandalorian. Supposedly, Pedro doesn't like playing the role and gave up trying to act after season 1. Yeah, it's like, dude, come on. You're the leading man on currently the most popular Star Wars thing out right now before Andor. Come on. For the love of God. But, you know, Pedro's whole thing is he's kind of an arrogant prick. George admitted in his autobiography he gave Disney his baby because he was just tired of the internet. Also, thought his age wasn't able to do a trilogy again, and I don't blame him. I think his big thing is he just lost the spark, you know? Because, I mean, he tried to produce some films after that. None of those really went anywhere. Now I think he mainly helps out with, like, a college grant or something. Like, I think he has a little bit of the Ridley Scott effect. You know, his ability to make, like, banger after banger is just not there anymore. He just can't do it. He burned it out. So, obviously, take a step back and do something a bit more small scale. Just try to, like, you know, stoke the flame again. Maybe come back later. Yeah, Last Jedi was the worst thing to come out since my son, Mr. Plinkett. I'm still waiting on my HasLab Leo Kaiser. Hasbro's taking their damn time. I was promised Leo Kaiser 1,000 years ago. The reason was Pedro didn't like having to wear a mask the whole time, even though the whole point of the character is he wears a fucking mask. Just get Carl Urban. Should have just got Carl Urban. He would have worn the fucking mask. I like the idea of Star Wars sequel taking place so soon after the OGs. It should have been a few hundred years after, so it didn't kill the original's happy ending. Yeah, Pedro bitched they didn't see his face enough, despite you're not supposed to see Mando's face very much. Yeah. Yeah, at least Lucas stopped while he was ahead and like Ridley, who you know, yeah. Because, I mean, hell, people, like I said, people do actually have nostalgia for the prequels, so... Yeah, how exactly do you lose the spark and get it back? Sometimes it's literally just about taking some time. Like, it's one of those weird things if you think it's gone forever, but sometimes there is that comeback story where they're like, I still got it. So many conductors. Yeah, Pedro got into the spotlight as a Mando, yeah. I can't ask for the mask on, said by a terrible actor. Yeah, I could have justified it as the remnants of the Sith waiting for Luke to die. It's literally what Crate did. Who would be a good example? Just wondering. Ironically, despite I just talked shit about him, Ridley Scott. There was that period of time where Ridley Scott took some time away because obviously his idea for the Alien franchise didn't work out the way he did. But then he came back with The Martian, and fucking everyone loved The Martian. It was great. It was a great movie. You know, sometimes about just sitting back, waiting, recoup, and then wait for that one thing that you know vibes with you. Episodes one that replaced Pedro with a stuntman to wear the suit, while Pedro just dubbed his voice over the new guy in the suit. Yeah. Yeah, Ron Perlman was able to emote and act under 100 pounds of latex and prosthetics. And if I wear the mask, no one's going to know it was me. Yeah, but then he did Gladiator 2 and Napoleon, so who knows? Yeah, that's because he kept going with the streak. Where it's like, no, you could have just called it. You could have just called it and walked away. Now, the guy wears a mask, just make it so he never takes it off and get a voice actor. Probably save you some money. I should have got Clint Eastwood's grandson to have all the credit. And sometimes creative burnout just happens. You need a break to figure another idea out. Yeah.
Looks like no one was spared.
Pedro Pascal needs his face exposed for Vanessa Kirby to touch. If I was her husband, I would have blown my shit smooth off.
You're gonna swerve.
Anything Pedro Pascal is tied to will always either be shit or take a dive in quality later. He's a walking curse, I guess. All the anxiety of his. Also, a lot of his female co-stars get divorced. Interesting. Yeah, bullshit, you can't ask him a mask on. Most memorable part of Kingdom of Heaven was King Baldwin. Exactly. Sometimes there's just a really fucking good actor. And Tamara Morrison got so screwed over, even though he wants to do more Boba Fett. Yeah. Yeah. He was the exact opposite, where he kept complaining that they kept making Boba take the mask off. And it's like, you know the character's not supposed to show his face that often, right? I think I'm all kids most interesting part. Jim's last stream was super asking what Gundam all kids he got. And Napoleon, Jesus fucking Christ, that movie. I think he had blackmail and Joaquin Phoenix or something to rope him into that garbage. Like, the weird thing is, like, historical movies are usually Ridley Scott's jam. Like, a lot of people are wondering, like, what the fuck happened there, dude? Isn't John Wayne's grandson, Brandon, doing all the Mandalorian stunt work? Under T, going over tonight, the Crony thing happened because fans' translation team thought Crony called the game boring, so they fired her as a VA because of it. It's very gay, yeah. Assalamu alaikum scene still gives me chills. Yeah, Kingdom of Heaven, yeah. I wish we got more Master and Commander movies. What happened to Napoleon? Horribly edited, does not follow even a fifth of the goddamn history. There's so much fucking wrong with Napoleon. It's amazing. Yeah, Tamora complained about a few things. He felt Boba showed his face too much and talked too much. Yeah. Yeah, Mando's stunt actor is John Wayne's grandson. That's pretty badass. It wasn't short enough movie insta bad. Yeah, History Buffs is a 2-hour video on the movie, yeah. Most historical movies just Oscar bait. A lot of them usually are, but there's still... If there's a good one, there's a really good one. I like my historical movies. Good news, one of the Amazon orders that was supposed to arrive Monday was shipped, and hopefully arrive Sunday. Embarrassingly, I found out at Walmart I have two, now I have 2 Astro trains. Are the French pissed about Napoleon? I don't know, probably. And Stanley Kubrick wanted to do a Napoleon movie, yeah. Napoleon tried to do too much. Should have been a trilogy, and Joaquin Phoenix should not have played young Napoleon. And remember what they did to Cleopatra? To be fair, that wasn't really Scott, but yeah, that also happened. Like that entire docu-series about Cleopatra, which is, like, to me, that's up there with Ancient Aliens. So much of it is so patently pants-on-head retarded. Like, anyone who believes this is so stupid. Barrage got to $5, and how'd you know Ippo? Ippo going through a character arc where he got better at boxing after taking a break from boxing. Yeah, it's an actual thing. Take a step back, realize where you fucked up. Yeah, Ridley Scott had a hate boner for Napoleon. Remember Napoleon shot the pyramids with cannons? Nobody does. St. Gettysburg, great movie. Yeah, that's like the definitive Civil War movie. I don't care what they teach you in school. Cleopatra was black. Yeah, right? Like, it's that kind of thing of like, who? What the fuck? Like, it's legitimately embarrassing. Here's the guy on Timothy Oliphant play Mando from the start instead of that one sheriff guy. Yeah, one-off sheriff guy. And Waterloo is still the best Napoleon movie. Also, Sharp's a really fun series. And then some company get fucked by the Egyptian government where they taking too many liberties to Cleopatra. Yeah, I think it was the one that made that docuseries where, like, the government of Egypt came out and said, like, that's not true. Why are you people saying these things that are not true? And speaking of Toku stuff, how the hell have you not reviewed any Tokusatsu as of yet? Because not on the list. Or at least it wasn't on the list. Now it's on the list, but it's very low. I think a new Marvel comics constantly referencing manga. You think it's earnest, or how you do, fellow kids? To be fair, Marvel through the years has referenced manga a lot. I mean, Psylocke. Anyone who knows even a goddamn thing about Psylocke can already go like, oh no, that's been there. But it is in a how do you do, fellow kids way. Like, basically, back in like 80s, 90s, when anime manga was really starting to get big, Marvel was full of people who were unironic nerds. Like, unironic nerds that legitimately gave a shit and actually liked anime manga stuff and wanted to take influence from it. Like I said, it's where you got stuff like Psylocke and things like that. Stan Lee was a massive fucking weeb that helped bring manga to the West. But nowadays, it's that corporate attempt at appeasement where it's like, no, but it's like that thing, don't you remember? When the whole point is like, dude, you can't just reference it and act like you're doing the same goddamn thing. Like, it's one of those things, like, dude, there's a spark to this that you are not capturing because you're not human. Yeah, come over with some slack. Stanley liked manga and anime and they need the money. No, I know what you mean, but it's the fact that, like, the way they're doing it now is one of those of, like, this is not the same way. Yeah, Psylocke's a British woman trapped in a Japanese body, yeah. It depends on who's writing, because you can tell who's a fan and who's genuinely trying to ape, yeah. Netflix fucked up with Cleopatra that the majority of Islamic Egypt were furious. Yeah, anime in the 80s was only just arriving to the US. Fun fact, first AMV was from 1982. I think vampires, zombies be kings of horror again. Zombies have never went away. Like, zombies only ever go quiet. They never go away. Like, hell, we're about to get a new movie by the Train to Busan guy called Colony. And it looks fucking sick. Ow. Give thanks to Astro Boy. Yeah, why was Egypt so pissed off about Cleopatra being portrayed as a black woman? Because that is not their history, and they very much give a shit about their history. Cleopatra is more so Greek. She's traced to, like, Greek empires. Ever play Jedi Outcast? Yeah, it's sick. Yeah, much like any good zombie horde, you can't just get rid of the genre. Seen the Michael Jackson movie, so what do you think of it? Any thoughts on the fact that the scenes had to be cut because of living people wishing not to be included in it? I've not seen it yet, but I might go see it. Yeah, she's part of the Ptolemaic dynasty, yeah. Greek Macedonian. Yeah, Giant Outcast was the shit, yeah. I don't know what the context is, but some new X-Men comic had just stormed straight up blitz past the JJK universe.
Thanks.
In Kingdom of Heaven's most historically incorrect movie about the Crusades, the director was a hardcore atheist and hated what he found in his research.
Thank you.
And people try so hard to make say Psylocke is racist because she's yellow, but Capcom loved her and put her in anything they could. Yeah. Like, there's so much of that where... And that's why I say so much of the shit now is fucking, you know, performative as fuck. Yeah, Ptolemaic, descendant of Alexander the Great. Yeah, I know. That's what I said. I'm okay with good day, $5. Reminder that all the Keller Studio referencing anime. Remember that CN Studios had sketch of Spike Spiegel, but the actual artist was drawn over, yeah. Yeah, this all looks great in Marvel Rivals. Akira bike slide, Akira bike slide. I didn't know that. I immediately thought that Cleopatra was black because she was worshipped in Egypt. No, Egypt is not part of... Egypt's not part of sub-Saharan Africa. It is a very different region. They get pissed off if you say that. Very different history, very different region. Try watching In Search of Mobius. It's about French artist Stanley got him to do a Silver Surfer comic. Lee was trying to introduce European artists to U.S. comics. Oh, God. Yeah, Egypt's Mediterranean, yeah. It's directly, it is distinctly north of the Sahara. Stanley not only helped bring manga to the West, but he almost gave us Power Rangers much, much earlier. Toei Spider-Man was given his absolute approval. There's a reason Sub-Sahara Africa is called Sub-Sahara. Yeah, Egypt was full of Greeks. Egyptians had had a lot of Mesopotamian blood because so many Greek sailors would come down and fuck Egyptian women. Egyptians will drop hard R if you say they're black. Is Cleopatra movie really funny? Is that it's very likely Cleopatra was a redhead, so it's another case of redhead in a Hollywood movie being race swapped. Well, like I said, it's one of those things where even the slightest amount of looking into it tells you that, yeah, no, this is very much not true. And the people pushing it as true are fucking lunatics that are just out to exploit you for money. So I would highly recommend not listening to anyone who says something like Cleopatra's a black woman. If you pick any voice actor voice Guts and Griffith, who would you pick and why? Mark Dorice, Kevin T. Collins, they're the best. This game only on PS3. Final Fantasy 13? No, it's on PC. Yeah, fun fact, Cleopatra was a product of generations of inbreeding. She was also known to bang her brothers. Yeah, how accurate was Cleopatra depiction in Assassin's Creed Shadows? It's Assassin's Creed, so not very at all. Cleopatra was an insanely inbred ruler from a dynasty that didn't speak Egyptian at home, yeah. In fact, Marvel Comics referencing manga tells me they want to ride on the coattails of their success and possibly screw them over. Oh, yeah. Like I said, you've had artists and you've had writers that like anime manga stuff and have been open about it for years. Like I said, Psylocke. Psylocke is literally a manga character brought into Marvel. That's kind of her whole gimmick. Obviously, you literally had Marvel manga. That was an actual thing that Stan Lee pushed. But the new gen writers, I feel like unless it's a very niche character, it's going to be somebody doing the how do you do fellow kids thing. It's just kind of one of those things of that kind of sincerity and willing to just be a nerd is something that's specifically ousted at Marvel. You know, I've said for a while, like, the reason why classic nerd stuff was cool is because it was a bunch of really nerdy dudes who really thought it was fucking cool. And it was kind of one of those things where for a while everyone didn't really understand that formula. where they're like, how do we get this done? How do we get this right? I mean, Kevin Feige's still struggling with it, where he gets involved. Like, it's the we can't just have Blade in a trench coat fighting vampires thing. You know, that is what I'm talking about. That kind of mindset. They don't understand that, like, dude, that thing right there is literally what gets people, though. That is what brings people into this. Why are you not able to click with that? And same people will say William Shakespeare and Beethoven were black because of Dark Cross has illustrations. Yeah, it's just race grifting. And Stanley wanted to bring Sentai to the U.S. long before Saban did it with Power Rangers. I'm wondering what are your thoughts about some of the aspects of the upcoming Star Fox game that being doing 64 story again in the semi-realistic character design. I mean, if the gameplay's cool, that's cool. Like I said, I never got super into Star Fox, so it's not like gonna hurt me personally if it's bad. Just be like, eh. In a short period where Marvel was making actual anime films and main series, yeah. Marvel manga from the 2000s just fucking, how do you do, fellow kids? Cash on the anime boom, but filled it with the same snark and snide Marvel got with the MCU and inspired by bad dubs anyway. But the point is, it was something Stan Lee explicitly pushed for. Like, that's the thing. Like, you cannot like the way it turned out. I mean, it wasn't exactly amazing. But it was something that was done in the era where it was still controlled by nerds. 2000 Marvel was still when it was a bunch of nerds running the company. Because Marvel didn't really get big until the MCU. Yeah, Blade was cool because it was fighting vampires with techno music. If it was made now, it would just be modern-day Sinners, the MCU on the poster. A realistic thing is ironically a thing most Star Fox fans are fine with. The problem is that's another fucking 64 remake. God damn it, we're never advancing the timeline. Fuck you, Commander, not canon. Yeah, Wolverine vs. Hulk movie was cool. Yeah. Yeah, it used to be a bunch of nerds, now it's a bunch of California college kids. It's the rich kids. It's that take I told you about where I can't remember the guy who made it, but it was some dude in the music industry, and he talked about why it's so hard for people to get excited about the music industry now. It's the fact of right now it's all about rich kids just simping to other rich kids. And when I heard it, I was like, fuck, that actually makes a lot of sense. Yeah, literally an X-Men Avengers anime OVA that Deadpool voiced by Dio, yeah. Yeah, rich kids just can't let us have anything. Well, it's because they're not even considering you. They're not thinking about you. They're thinking about their friends. Was it Metallica? No, it was some dude on Twitter. I can't fucking remember. Like, now that I've said it, you're probably going to stumble into the take. Yeah, you can't just have a basic action movie with a black actor in it. You see, because that's a black guy, it's no longer an action movie. It's a black movie, so it's have commentary and issues. Literally. Literally. That is the problem that keeps killing them with Blade. It can't just be a fun action movie where they kick vampire ass. It has to be something else. Yeah, Maynard? It was probably Maynard. Is that gauge in the right-hand corner? That's the break gauge. If you can stagger and break them, you can do more damage, and it's a pretty good punish. Now, rich kids are literally parasites, yeah. And Timer Phone was heavily inspired by manga when drawing Spider-Man and Spawn. Hell, fun fact, he wanted to publish Trigun under Image for Dark Horse got their hands on it, yeah. Okay, so Lightning's Commando does pretty good fucking damage against him when he's broken. Gotta remember that. Can't just have fun action. Sounds incredibly insecure. Yes, exactly. That's what I've been saying for a while. Because, like, it makes no sense. You know, when you really think about it, it makes no sense why it's so hard. Like, that whole Kevin Feige thing, like, that whole Kevin Feige thing where it said we can't just have him fight vampires techno music will live on in infamy for that exact reason of that is literally all what people want you to do, though. People explicitly just want to see Blade fight vampires to techno music in a cool-ass trench coat. Why? Why is this thing of like, no, but we can't do that at any cost? Like, hell, they're selling off the fucking props and costumes they were going to use for it to fucking sinners. Like, that movie's never coming out. Yeah, that's what makes Blade cool, yeah. And my conspiracy theory behind why we're never going to get it is that they wanted to shove in a message about how the vampires are misunderstood and not actually evil. And because of that, they can't make it make sense. Because it's like, well, then how is Blade, the vampire hunter, going to look good killing vampires if you want to make the vampires misunderstood? You know, it's like, what are we doing here? That's my conspiracy theory about what's happening. You know, overcomplicating a simplistic plot. Yep. Which, if you look at a lot of the fuck-ups of the recent phases of Marvel, they're doing that a lot. They're overcomplicating something that's really simple. Yeah, OG Blade movie is 30 years old, and it's legit still one of the best superhero movies. Yeah.
Thanks.
I can't do it because what the audience wants is what the audience is an enemy that shall not be placated. Yeah, same problem like in Netflix DMC. Misunderstood? They're fucking vampires. How far are you, Mass Effect? I beat Mass Effect 1 on my own playthrough, and I'm on Mass Effect 2. I'm getting grunt now. Yeah, Blade movies, the definition, keep it simple, stupid. You don't need any Shankar bullshit added to it. Yeah, how do you fuck up a movie project with Mahershala Ali? Yeah, right? Like I said, it's one of those things where the more I think about it, the more it's like, oh, they were going to do something really fucking stupid with this movie, weren't they? Proud Shepherd rages on, yeah. Yeah, Black Vampire and Black Vampire crime can't go on. It needs to stop. Ow.
Got your back. Thanks.
Oh, fuck. I forgot. This one's hard. Oh, God. There we go. Swap the Sentinel. The Sentinel equal debuff, or defense buff, and on top of that, I can dual damage with Commando. Yeah, Blade game will be interesting. I don't think we're ever going to get the Blade game, dude. That's another one of, they're just not talking about that. It's been how many years since it was announced? Rather bring knee socks or scanty? Knee socks. Someone said the only reason Hassan interest is in fashion is because it's all about him. It's about his clothes and his fit. Probably why he can barely look human, just isn't. What? Using a job application on Blackula look like crucifix. At least Blade and Rivals is good. Sleep disappearance that happens in a town. Blade goes to investigate, finds vampire conspiracy, kicks vampire ass, finds artifact of blood god, tease Dracula, post-credit scene at Moon Knight. Done. Yeah. Yeah, Blade's being developed by Arcane. That shit's probably deader than Disco. OG Blade showed vampires a society in order that most of them follow, and still made sure we knew they were all soulless bloodsuckers who need to die. Yeah, I forgot about that. They tried pushing Blade's daughter as the main character. Yeah, they were going to introduce Blade just to immediately make him give up the title and give it to his daughter.
Rush.
That's on Bush on a woman. At least shave. At least try to shave. Playing Leon Must Die minigame, and you can unlock a car hat for him.
Why are you doing this, Rush? I mean, haven't you done enough?
Yeah, they were going to He-Man Blade.
Under foul seal.
Someone out there said the reason Hassan's only interest is fashion is because it's about him. It's about his clothes and his brands. It's why he can barely look normal.
For a people
Yeah, rich kids have endless free time and cannot comprehend some of us have low free time. They can't understand why we would waste time on just fun. Well, yeah, it's like, it's a whole thing where every time a rich kid gets involved with something, you can always tell, you know? It's the difference between John Landis and Max Landis. Before John Landis killed those people and became a pariah, because he's a piece of shit, he was kind of one of those working class, managed to break into Hollywood type stories. American Werewolf in London is fucking classic. You know, he made his fair share of classics. Then obviously, like I said, he killed all his people. Then you have his son, Max Landis, who was a Hollywood rich kid. And if you watch anything he was involved in, you can fucking feel he's a Hollywood rich kid. Even Terry A. Davis said, an idiot admires complexity, a genius admires simplicity. Yeah. Who's John Landis? Hollywood director. Like I said, made American Werewolf in London. Kevin Feige said, no one just want to see Blake kill vampires 2 hours, even though it's exactly what people want. Dude, I'm so punk rock outfit alone cost $5,000, including custom jacket that was aged. The guitar's custom made from factory. Yeah, Coming to America, yeah. Yeah, Chronicle. Yeah, Chronicle was okay, yeah. Yeah, fucking Super 8, yeah. What'd John do? Twilight Zone movie. Look into what happened. Yeah, if Hollywood rich kids, you get what recently happened to Rob Reiner. What do you think Arcade Blaine could have been like? Maybe action game in first person? Probably, yeah, some kind of like, maybe not Prey-like, but maybe like Dishonored, where you go into a level full of vampires and have to figure out a way to kill them. Yeah, alright, the helicopter, yeah. We've talked about how John Landis killed people before. Yeah, used a real helicopter indoors, yeah. Yeah, helicopter crash killed a bunch of people and some were kids, yeah. You didn't fight his Fall She version yet, did you? I don't think so. It's mainly been the mix.
The fate of Cocoon is in your hands. This is my end. The end which I have chosen.
Yeah, Steven Spielberg almost quit directing because of it, yeah. Oh, it's a Twilight Zone incident? Yeah. Yeah, kids who shouldn't have even been on set due to labor laws. And what Carlos Barrera's that's just right bullshit that's consistent with the lore world they're writing for. To be fair, to be completely fair, a lot of the time it's a movie is rushed or they just don't have time to look over the script. Because if anyone remembers, I will give you some insight into how the creative process works. A lot of the time, when someone writes a script, they're not making The Godfather first draft. They are explicitly throwing up whatever is on the page just to get it out there, and they refine it later. That is usually how it works. So, the big thing is, if a movie tends to have really bad writing or really bad plot holes or really annoying characters, it's because they just never got around to refining it, and we're just like, well, we can't waste all this time on this. We'll just make it work, you know? Plus, there are situations where it's maybe the actor ad-libs a line in a bad way, and it completely changes your view on it, you know? There's a lot of different ways why something can go wrong in a movie. Yeah, make it now, perfect it later, yeah. The big thing is, in the recent era of really, really fucking bad scripts and stuff like Marvel, it's because the Marvel system is pretty merciless in that you have a deadline, no one gives a fuck, get it out by that deadline. And without how many writers are out of touch or being told to adhere to certain points, like, I don't blame a lot of the names on credits for why certain movies turn out the way they do, because everyone knows what the corpo feel is. It's corpo. It's corpo talking points, corpo culture. Nobody really believes in this shit. You know, they're just told, well, it has to sound like that because we are told line will make it go up. So people throw shit on a page to make it work. How badly do you think Eddie Shankar wants to kill Dante and replace him with some OC? Oh, I get the feeling. That that's very possible. Yeah, they're clocking in for the paycheck, yeah. How's it feel, Seath? To be a bitch. It sounds like a commie system. Reach the quota or die. Oh, Max Landis is me too. Yeah. I was trying to keep things connected. Interferes with a bunch of titles, yeah. Unrelated, I love Blade's new design much more than the one he's had since the 98 movie. Yeah, Periphery, who gives a shit? People still watch it because it's a brand. Yeah, a little bit. Yeah. Yeah, Corpo is how you get X-Men, Wolverine, and Deadpool that looks and acts nothing like Deadpool or Dragon Ball Evolution. It bothers me how Vic Moreau died in that production. I watched a lot of Combat, and he was great in that all-time World War II series, right? Well, the chart says... I also have rich kids trying to live up to their parents who had way more life experience, i.e. fought in war, came from poverty. Yeah. And they have no one that... Like, it's this thing of they have no one they can actually talk to get the feel of it down and get, like, you know, the vibe of, like, how should this sound down? Because they don't know anybody, you know? They don't know any people that can actually, like, be like, wow, that's not really the way someone would talk. That's not really the way that would work, you know, that kind of thing. You know? Another great example, like, I think my all-time standard for some of the worst dialogue I've ever heard in any piece of media, shocker, is not even going to be... Not even going to be Dead Rising 4. You think it is because I just made a video on it. It's not. My standard for, like, the most out-of-touch, like, what the fuck is this dialogue is still Saints Row Reboot. Like, Saints Row Reboot is, like, I genuinely recommend, if you want to get into, like, media production, you know, like, you want to make, say you want to get into TV, you want to get into comics, you want to get into, like, any kind of thing. Fucking study the Saints Row Reboot. Study the Saints Row Reboot, the way it handles dialogue, the way it handles characters. Look into how it made, you know, how it was made. Like, it is my all-time, this is how you don't fucking do this shit. Yeah, worst line for me is still just Utopia porn. Yeah, everyone's gonna have their own example of it, but you're gonna know the example. And 2 words, sweet baby. No, that's the best part of it. Like I said, look into how the Saints Row Reboot was made. There was a lot that fucking went wrong with that. Like, Sweet Baby is one of the names you can blame, but they're not the reason. Yeah, Mr. Saints Godzilla video on Saints Row 2022. Yep. Their carbon footprint matters. Nobody talks like that. Yeah. The only thing a rich kid can do is to understand the people's curiosity, but instead they hold arrogance. Yeah. Yeah, I think I know what you mean. Yeah. Yeah, Evolution had to blow off criticism. Look at them. They're now dead. The crazy thing about Saints Row 2022 is how the MC wasn't allowed to call the one lady a bitch. That's how we got that weird horseballs rant. Like I said, it is unironically something to study. I feel terrible for those developers, both for Blue Gas and Volition. They were chopped to pieces during development. Yep, and left to take all the blame. All the fucking blame was laid on them when it's like, motherfucker, we didn't want to do that. You have to go with Psy, non-binary from Veilguard. Yeah, like I said, everyone's going to have their example. Yeah, Volition turned down writers who wanted to do a return to form for the series. I know I was one of them, yeah. I'll go watch What Happened to Saints Row, but apparently he liked the game, or I'm misremembering. No one likes Saints Row Reboot. No one likes Saints Row Reboot. That's one of those things, like, there's not a goddamn human being that thought that game was worthwhile. Oh god, the push-up scene from Veilguard, yeah. Hate the overt exposition that's in every blockbuster movie nowadays, especially live-action remakes of Disney movies that did not have those lines were understood by children just fine. Well, once again, that's another Corpo thing. You've had actors come out multiple times where they outright talk about how they're forced to write scripts under the assumption that everyone has the movie on like a second monitor or watching on their phone. So it's like you have to lay out plot beats multiple times so people can understand the plot beat, even if it's like, well, this is better shown, not told. Is that the Blade movie in the 60s have Blade fight vampires and KKK or kidnapping people from Deacon Frost and have the older Black Panther give Blade a vibranium sword? Veilguard's special because wasn't it one of those things where leftists thought the game was right-wing psyop? Well, that's another game that had horrendous development hell, where that game was torn apart and put back together multiple times. Would you review of Saints Row Reboot like we did with DR4 eventually? Maybe. I do like Saints Row. Yeah, their father, I saw a guy get bifurcated by a Russian AA gun in Nam. Their son, my car broke down in Compton. It took way too long to get a car to me. The poor are scary. Does writing scripts like that encourage more of that behavior? Well, no, like I said, basically, what happened with games like Saints Row and with games like Veilguard is They were rushed to no end. No end. Like, literally. Watch the Mr. Saint Godzilla where he talks about the production of the Saints Row reboot. The game was... Like, anytime they got anything done, the suits would come in and say, like, you have to do it like this, you have to do it like this, tear it all down, do it like this. And they're like, what the fuck? As for our first token video, do a back-to-back review of Commoner, Black, and then KR Blackson. I'm sure that's up your alley. I got notes for White Supremacy, and he smells like bleach. They thought they cooked. But that was HBO Watchmen. That's a completely different story. Where that was literally Damon Lindelof laughing that he got paid to do that. Nobody put their foot down and said no. The people giving the orders are the guys signing the checks. You can't say no. Yeah, IGN gave Alien Isolation a 5. Fuck them. Yeah, Dustborn is considered to be a parody created by the right wing as a parody of the left. Gonna be a shitter and ass red button or blue button. There is no reason on God's green earth why you would not hit the red button. I like the review, but watch it. It's great. Yeah. I still haven't played Saints Row 1. Yeah. I like 2. I like 3. I like 4. Ironically, compare the writers and staff for old Star Trek versus New Trek. Original series written by and starred World War II vets. One of them fought and lost fingers on Normandy. I'll give Angry Joe this. His opening skit of his Last of Us 2 review where he has Alex dressed like Abby and beat Joel to death was genuinely funny. I can't just watch Black and Black Sun. I need to watch Black, Black RX, then Black Sun, which is the weaker story out of all three since just my Japanese classism. And the blue button, you can't stop me. Aren't we getting a sequel to Alien Isolation? We are. Hopefully it's good. Yeah, guys, working as a game dev is not like a Disney TV show. If you put your foot down and say no, they just fire your ass on the spot. Even if you're working on a Disney TV show, that's probably exactly what happens too. If you piss off the suits, they will just get rid of you. How the suits even come to the conclusion? You have to write scripts as if the viewer's watching it in the background. What the fuck? Yeah, right? Once again, it's line go upism. They appeal to the lowest common denominator. Let's throw up green shit. Out of the Saints Row beginning missions being LARPers because some of the devs are LARPers and want to introduce it to a wider audience. Probably a bad way to introduce hobby fellas. No. Like I said, watch the Mr. Saints Godzilla video. It is exactly like Dead Rising 4. That was not their game. That was a completely different game forced onto them. I'm saying Disney TV show where the characters put their foot down until the bad guy they aren't going to listen to anymore. Oh, yeah, that. Yeah. Yeah, just do the Mel Brooks thing. Say yes, then don't do it. Yeah.
How can it end like this?
I actually recommend starting with Commoner or Kuga. It's a great starting off point, in my opinion. Just my opinion, since that was my start with Commoner. I've watched Commoner stuff before. He was saying as like a first video of it. In which case I'll say, like, I'll figure out which one I'll talk about when I figure it out. What's the name of the video? Just look up Mr. Saints Godzilla, Saints Row 2022. See Mortal Kombat 2? Not yet, but I do want to. Yeah, Commoner Amazons be brutal. I like that. I like the Amazons a lot. That kicked ass. And back to the Godfather, I'm being written in one go. You also have to take into account that sometimes you just come up with shit on the spot and that just works somehow. Because look at Brando, yeah. Jojo, fun fact, no, the first villain in Part 4's name is Angelo in reference to the Twin Peaks composer. If you think about it, Aqua Necklace, literally just Bob. Kinda, yeah. Would have been clever if the Central reboot had the prologue be about the comic college kids and they get jumped and killed by the boss and Johnny Gat. Well, like, my idea for alternate Saints Row reboot script is the rest of the roommates are exactly the same as in the actual reboot. You know, they're the out-of-touch college kids, rich kids, and all that. But the boss is like the boss from Saints Row 2. They are a complete wild card lunatic that they address is completely psychotic and violent. And the juxtaposition is the fact that the college kids buy into their manipulation and basically believe like, oh, no, you know, he just wants to show us how to like better ourselves and really stand up for ourselves and earn money our way and all that. And they realize just a little too late, oh no, the boss is fucking evil, and one by one you kill them. Like, they end up leaving the Saints and try to join the gangs that they were tied to initially. And then you destroy them and kill them in different fucked up ways. Yeah, Charlie Manson-esque, yeah. I didn't Stallone write Rocky in one night. Ever seen the movie Saint Trainins? I have not. And boys were a rival like a dandelion tummy hort. And for the term puckish rogue. What's this a reference to? Saints Row reboot. Someone asked, like, well, how would you do it? I just one thing with Blaze, what tipped me that nobody knows what they're on about. Brooks wouldn't even be 12, then any decades past, and the film could have worked. What about Flippy comes out of YouTube retirement every 2 to 4 years, makes a few videos, and goes back to retirement? Yeah, college kids get used. They're soft and naive and can be convinced to do one more job if they're in too deep. Yeah. Basically, it's a crime game where you're playing the guy that's dragging him into one more job, you know? Because, like, the whole point of the boss, especially in, like, Saints Row 2, is the boss is evil. Like, Saints Row 3, they actually do a bit more of an anti-hero thing with the boss. Saints Row 4 is explicitly an anti-hero thing. Saints Row 2, the boss is fucking evil. You do some evil shit. Saints Row reboot should have been that 100 years since Saints Row 2, so all the old Saints are dead and a new gang are using Saints tags and iconography. Back to the Bruce Barbara thing. Since Lego Batman movie, there's now versions of her that's around Bruce age and is pushed as an actual love interest. Bruce Timm's legacy lives. So I think Boss College Kids too, are they always a gang member? Always a gang member. Like, them being a college kid immediately makes them a douchebag. The boss cannot be a college kid. A college kid cannot be a gangbanger. That is what the big lesson of the... That is what the big lesson would be. You can't be this trendy college kid and also be a gangbanger. Like, it's two different worlds. You're never going to be that guy. You can pretend, you can try, you can LARP, but you're never going to be the motherfucker willing to shove someone into a car compactor. Yeah, the entire Brotherhood storyline talks about how we aren't the good guys. Yeah. Yeah, the boss lets a bunch of civilians get caught in the crossfire in 2. You shoot up a fucking courthouse to get Johnny out. Yeah, there's no such thing as halfway crooks. Exactly. Same where he kidnaps the girlfriend of the leader of the Brotherhood and leaves her in the destruction derby, and the leader of the Brotherhood crushes her on accident. Yeah. Yeah, like Tropa de Elite. Exactly. Since Batman Rogues Gallery often serve as reflection Bruce's own traits, what would you reflect if you made a new rogue? I would do a villain reflecting his love of family. Honestly, I wouldn't even do that. I'd just make some douchebag. He's not even a professional criminal. He just wants to fuck with Batman. Like, he'll sabotage his gadgets. He'll, like, fuck up his schedule. He just wants to fuck with Batman. He doesn't even pull off heists. It's just to fuck with Batman. I've seen Strangers in Heaven trailer. I have. It looks good. So, Hush. No, see, Hush still has a big evil plan where he wants to kill Batman. This guy will never attempt to kill Batman. He just wants to fuck with him. Because he thinks it's funny. Like, he won't kill anyone. He won't rob any bank. He's just trying to make Batman's day a little bit worse. I feel like Saints Row 3 should have leaned more into acknowledging Julius was right since Saints did sell out and get soft. Yeah. Saints Row 3 in general feels like there's a few ideas they wanted to do and they just never got around to doing. Seeing Trouble Day Elite with a new guy rants and the college kids, retard college kids is so cathartic. Yeah. Yeah, Carl's death was fucking sad. He was dragged by a truck and the boss has to put him down. Yeah. Yeah, you use a bartender you're flirting with as a human shield. Yeah. You got Snoop Dogg and Yakuza, yeah. Yeah, Prometheus. It's a pettier, less evil Yellow Flash. Yeah, Hush has too much of a hate boner for Batman, yeah. Yeah, so a nuisance. Yeah, make his toilet seat cold. Yeah, whole idea of the game is first game, fighting gang violence with gang violence. Second game, you're fully consumed by crime. Third game, you're washed up and you're when you're famous, yeah. Whole idea of the game... Oh, yeah. So it's either been you've been through stuff or you claim you've been through stuff. The question, but you read any H-manga in your own time? No. I want to read things with actual plots. Alright, put up your dukes, you flappy fuck. Hate YouTube character limit. Work in construction, talk to the Mexican day laborers. I've come to the conclusion Mexican uncles are literally just Yarrow hoes. You seen the NTR dojins. Essence of smoke, fighting art, let's go. Alright, okay, I need you to give me money. You don't need to give me a lot. You just need to sell enough so I can fight Batman. Why? I want to fight Batman. Actually, RH mangas with plots. Everyone says that. Then I check out the ones I recommend, and there's never actually a plot. It's just loosely connected situations. Like, I want to read something that's good. I've explained multiple times. I'm picky with shit. This intro cast, who would you have a beer with? Probably Pierce. Pierce seems like the one that won't just indiscriminately kill you for no reason. Saints Row 1, we killed so many innocent people to protect Julius. He was right. We didn't clean up the town. We just replaced the old gangs. Yeah, what's up, homies? Yeah. Like when they make Bruce Wayne a likable guy, it's rare these days. Christian Bale isn't really that. Pattinson specifically not that. Yeah. Oleg's a close second. Yeah, Pierce or Saints Row 2 Shondi, yeah. Keith David was in Saints Row, right? Yeah. Thoughts on Witch Hat Atelier? I heard it's good, but the author seems suspect. Yeah, I know the author kind of shit her pants and made herself look like a massive douchebag. Yeah, this new villain of yours goes to Wayne Manor not to kill Batman in his sleep, but to take all the meat out of the fridge and leave it out overnight. Yeah, Saints never solved a goddamn thing. Drugs were still being pushed, and innocent people were still killed. All we did was turn to Vice Kings that wore purple. Yeah. I got my boxes. Hell yeah, I told you to get them. Yeah, Keith David played Julius. Yeah. Isn't it crazy Saints Row makes us the bad guys with that weird self-reflection until Saints Row 3? They're explaining how and why Shawnee went cold turkey clean and became kind of a bitch. It's more just that Saints Row 3 wanted to be the straight man because the boss and Pierce became goofier. Because like I said, like, okay, Pierce was always goofy. He was always meant to be kind of a comedy guy. But the boss in Saints Row 2 is intense. No matter what voice you pick, they're fucking scary. Saints Row 3, they were more willing to be goofy and kind of make him more of an idiot. So they needed Shondi to balance that out. Now Keith David was, 2 kids, was in Saints Row 2 games. He was Julius in the first game and himself in the 4th game, yeah. Yeah, Leon Must Die mode's really fun. It's a roguelike, but there's no carryover between runs. Yeah, Julius' thing was developing a conscience too late, yeah. I'm still waiting on a package. Mine also had to pay extra fees to DHL this year. I mean, performing Texas Funeral in Saints Row 2, boss was ice cold, yeah. Yeah, Pierce kind of the comedic relief in 2 with his ideas, always getting rejected by the boss, yeah. Pierce was kind of comedic relief, and Shondi was comedic relief too. But she was more like subtle comedic relief compared to Pierce. Where Pierce just flat out a dumbass. Okay, that's Eden Hall. Can't go review showing Dead Rising 5 Pro footage and DR4 video. Obviously, prototypes are bare bones, but they really have to reuse Chuck's model from Case Zero. Yeah, boss. Okay, listen up, douchebags. You've never been in a real gang before. I need you. Before I need to rough you up by beating the hell out of you. Any questions, Eli? Is this? Can we boss punch him? Like I said, like if they want to do the whole thing of heckin' relatable college kid characters, contrasting that with the boss who's just a flat out lunatic would have made it work a bit better. You would have felt bad for them because, like, the whole time they're trying to keep up the positive attitude, yet the whole time they're feeling like something is deeply wrong. And then you can just kill them if you don't like them. Because I feel like that, to me, would have been way better. Keith David in 4 was just a pure shitpost because they kept teasing someone would be brought back and made them think it was Julius, yeah. Yeah, near the point of no return, by the way, yeah. There we go. They did try to explain in Central 4 she was so busy doing all the different interviews and shows after 2 she had stopped smoking weed because she's either sleep or work. Yeah. He's better Kingpin. Michael Clark Duncan or Vincent D'Onofrio? I really like Vincent D'Onofrio Kingpin. He's really good. Gang life's fucking rough. Should start with the initiation. Initiation being fucking brutal and telling them, yeah, I'm being kind. I had to kill someone to get my start. Well, it's like, okay. Okay, we're going to do a little writing project now. If we are going to do the hypothetical how Saints Row reboot should have been thing, let's fucking go all the way with it. So, basically, a game can start with the boss actually trying to find a place to live, like they just got to town. You can have some hints it could be the same boss from the older games or completely new, whichever you want. Point is, boss is in this new city trying to find a place to live because they just got there and they have no money. Sugar $5. At least Johnny Gat went on to calm down and become a doctor. He's apparently got a thing against autistic surgeons, though. Yeah. Yeah. So basically, game opens up with the boss trying to find a place to live. They don't automatically join the PMC group. They're trying to find their spot in the city. It's like, okay, I'm here. My way of life probably ain't gonna work here because this territory is already claimed. What the fuck would I do? You know. So he finds this cheap apartment run by a bunch of these college kids, but it's all by different gangs. There can be. This can all be the tutorial mission. You know, the tutorial mission is you're driving into the city, you look at the different hotspots, trying to memorize the different roads, where to go, things like that. And they find the apartment building. Well, they hear like, oh, you can even have like a thing where, as like a way to show you like different little things you can do around town. You can start off at like you can go to like a restaurant or a hot dog stand, one of those places where you can get food, like in Saints Row Grand Theft Auto, like going to a convenience store. And you go there, and they make reference to the fact that, like, oh, there's this place that's really cheap, but be careful. All the people there are gang-affiliated. Well, the boss, being gang-affiliated already, is like, fuck it. Okay, I'll go there. Hell yeah, that's my people. I can figure out who the players are here. And then they get there, and they see that all the cast there are the annoying fucking college kids, like from the actual reboot game. So the boss already is like, what the fuck? And you can have kind of this comedy thing of... It's a lot like the Super Duper arc in The Boys. Where if you remember, that certain hero gets his assignment to live with the Super Duper team, and he just makes their life a living hell. It's like that. You know, the guy who you can clearly tell is not part of the program and does not fit in here. Yeah, drives by a place, yeah, no way, that's not money laundering. Yeah, little jokes like that, where they're so ingrained in gang life that all they can think about is crime. Yeah, one of the college kids fronts a little too hard, and the boss straight intervenes, like scary intervenes to get in a situation like Thomas Jane Punisher and the other tenants. Yeah. Yeah, Malchemical, yeah. I've done boss fakes his death, moves to a new town under new identity. The boss and then some of the crew meet the college kids and use them as a front. Exactly. The whole idea is you're manipulating the kids. You are now explicitly the bad guy. The only difference I would make is the boss is not a rapist. Yeah, obviously don't go that far with it, but you get my point. Yeah, this town's full of pussies. Yeah, the boss in the reboot. Yeah. Was New Saints Row even a good idea? I mean, in 4 you were the president fighting aliens. Where is the go-to for that? The original idea was scale it back down. The original idea was make it more like Saints Row 2. Bring it back to how it's supposed to be.
Thanks.
Yeah, boss doesn't know what a hipster is. He just knows he wants to punch him. Yeah. And the whole idea is like, you can have opinions on how to make the college kids do what you want, bully them, sell them a sob story about you being homeless. Yeah, exactly. The point is like full on manipulate them and get them to do like really like, because one of the missions that sticks out to me is the one where you have to steal the toys. For those that don't know about the Saints Row reboot, there's a mission where you have to steal a truckload of toys from a convoy. And obviously, if you played the older Saints Row games, you think like, oh, this is obviously like you're gonna sell them back at like a massive markup and take the money difference and all that. But in the reboot, they have the boss specifically say they want to give it to an orphanage to kids for free. Like that's one of those of like, okay, that is not how the boss would fucking act in 2. The boss would use those toys for like drug smuggling or gun smuggling, something like that, where it was like, yeah, reboot boss, a wolf in a lamb's den, exactly. College kids are not gang members, but gang associates who do work for the gangs like Donnie and Saints Row 1. Good at what they do, but actual idiots and pussies. Yeah. Yeah, not even average toys. They're like fucking Happy Meal toys. Yeah, Saints Godzilla said Saints Row Reboot was supposed to be a combination of Saints Row 2 with elements of 3, and that's not the game we got. Yeah. It'd be too much if you had the option of telling the college kids them stealing stuff is re-looting. Yeah, you know, like, I'm okay with playing into the satire of that, of, like, doing these horrendous, unethical things, but selling it to them like it's a good thing. Yeah, the waffle tattoo guy was the one who wanted to do it, not the boss, but the boss agreed to it. Yeah, I tossed a guy in the back of the trash compactor and give him a old squish. Yeah, and two of the bosses isn't always psychopathic, as Dynamic or Carlos being one of the best examples. You can add emotional depth, too, if you want to have it, have them try to actually turn them into proper crooks. Yeah, yeah. Like, obviously, it's not just a thing of, like, you're always evil, but the point is there should always be that question in the back of the player's mind of, does the boss mean this, or are they just evil? Like, it's like the Billy dynamic in The Boys, you know, obviously tying those 2 points together, where, you know, you don't know how much the boss is being sincere versus is this just another manipulation tactic. Because when I say it's the same college kids from the reboot, I mean it's the same college kids in the reboot. So it's not like you're going to like them. The whole idea is you're having fun watching the boss manipulate them. Yeah, boss shown in cutscene studying therapy speak and weaponizing it. Exactly. I think one of my favorite tropes is the guy who LARPs and is taken as a joke at first, but then becomes the most genuine article due to their experience. It'd be fun for that to be the antagonist. Yeah, Carl's gonna make you a banger if it kills me, yeah. I see, get that grandma had calling us ancestors. Perfectly okay to extort her. Yeah, the college kids be the Robin Hood criminals, but you're behind them. Steal toys, give to orphans, but you take them. Fill them with drugs, or robbing a bank, donate to BLM, but you buy hookers. Yeah, manipulate the kids after the movie. Saints Row 4 bombed horribly and caused the downfall of the Saints. He fakes his own death, goes to a new city, manipulates, fights the power college kids. I probably would have seen the college kids going a bit too far with the boss, more or less slipping the mask out a bit out of just shock, only for him to mask back on. Looking annoying, but none of the annoying college kids actually show potential to be a gangster. Well, it's not that they can't show potential, it's that they start realizing they're being used. Because the boss is talking about how he's going to make them great and all that, yet the only one that seems to be profiting off it is the boss. The whole idea about it is it's your own personal Scarface story. You're building the empire and using these people, and they're realizing they're rolling it too late. Basically, like, the whole idea is you are playing the antagonist that usually you're fighting in a Saints Row game. The only thing I would add is make the Owls leader the crazy incest couple we're supposed to be, so when you kill the female leader, have her be pregnant. Yeah, how does looting help the poor? Well, you see, we're talking taking the means of production. We'll be in power and help the poor. Yeah, held during a LARP mission in the reboot, yeah, you have a chance to assassinate people that are in it. They're in your way, like the officer or low-time gangster. Yeah, you become Dutch. Yeah, exactly. It's like, the whole idea is you are Dutch. Oh shit, it's a Native American gang. What do you mean native? Look, they're native. They look like ABBA. Well, they're 5% Cherokee. Yeah, boss pretends as gang is Robin Hood, basically modern Dutch. Yeah. The whole idea is, you know, if you want to go with an angle of the bosses manipulating these kids, you have to make them the evil manipulator. To the point that even you're like, holy shit. I'm kind of realizing what I'm doing now. Plan, money, Tahiti. I'm not Dutch, I'm American. Yeah, twist is you're Dutch. Yeah, thanks for getting the toys for me, man, but why do we need this many toys? Well, you see some of these toys when you go to the orphanage, and I need to put something in them. They call the new Radical Games to remastered Scarface, but movie rights and music licensing gonna be a bitch, yeah, right? I guess this version of the reboot does well. The sequel could more or less have you go up against the previous protagonist. Well, like, I'm okay with it being completely separate timeline of, like, just full-on reboot, bring Saints Row back to basics. But this time, you're playing as basically Julius, kind of. Honestly, no veteran teaching the new could work even in comedy. Boston's stupid. He can read marks and quote the stuff, but it's all scam. Yeah, he's a criminal. All he thinks about is how to break something to his own gain. The only place that has Project Hail Mary online, all the theaters closed down or too much of a pain to go. No, from what I understand, it's going to take a while for it to start streaming. Now, speaking of rewrites, how would you rewrite Mass Effect Andromeda? That would require a lot. Because it's basically like you have to invent whole new lore, because all the lore they introduced sucked. The boss have actual gangster guys come into the gang towards the end to replace the useful idiots. See, that's where you can start leaning into kind of like towards the end of Saints Row 2, you fight Ultor, the PMC guys. And when you start taking territory from them, you can actually put your guys in, like, PMC outfits. So the idea is, you know, like a big aspect of the reboot is you're fighting, like, these, like, different corpos that bought PMCs. So once you're high enough level, the boss starts schmoozing up the PMC guys more than his old gang, quote unquote, the college kids. So when they start realizing what you're doing and try to unite the gangs against you, you just turn to PMCs and fucking slaughter them. Yeah, you're not playing as Lenin and Trotsky. You're the Stalin of the group. Yeah. Yeah. Once they have the Poindexter type kid try to blackmail the boss with evidence, he found only for the boss to have literally all the receipts. But more than that, that can be the heel turn. That can be the heel turn. You know, the black kid, I think his name is Eli or something. He's like the mousy one. He's the one that doesn't like to fight. He's always the one that's like, I'm a behind-the-scenes guy. I'm not a forefront guy. The one time he tries to stand up to the boss, you can have the boss kill him. It can be like the scene in Barry, where Barry kills his buddy in the car. Just be like, oh, you fucked up telling me about this. You can have a dynamic where the boss reminded of himself got dragged into gang life where they almost died in that alley, which informs the dynamic of the college kids. It wasn't original reboot supposed to be before SR1. It was just supposed to be a full-on reboot timeline. Just completely new. Yeah, why use gangbangers? You have soldiers for hire. Exactly. Like the boss still need an inner circle, people they can count on and trust. But that can be the actual legit criminals you run into. Because obviously, since you're using the college kids, get deeper into the underworld, you start running into the guys that actually know their shit. Feel bad for the guy's VA. Was Dell in Gears 5 too? He's been totally typecast. Yeah, PMC is closer to his people than the college kids. College kids knows he's getting along better with them than he does with them. Yeah. And you can tell the other college kids that someone else killed the guy, so they go on a warpath. Yeah, you blame it on a different gang to keep up the fight. Like I said, the actual structure is pretty easy to come together when you think about it. Because basically just, alright, how do you be the most evil man on the planet? Hey, pull a Cobblepat. You're my top guy. Come here, give me a brotherly hug. Choked him to death. Yeah. I love Buried despite how it ended. About rewriting Fire Emblem Fates. If you know about that mess of localization cutting room floor. Yeah, fixing Andromeda 2/3 plot devices is a revelation that your carefully curated crew of explorers all just the most annoying people in the Milky Way at the time. Saints Row 2 had such good scenes, like the whole thing involving Yakuza, then killing Aisha, and then you burying the gang leader alive with Gat. I could definitely make a video on this rewrite. It's generally interesting. Yeah, college kids when you first meet, then could be like the college kids in Elite Squad. Well, at that point, you basically just be playing Biano, which is not a bad idea. Idea of a remake being a mix of 1 and 2, being a rise and fall. You build up, you lose the one guy that kept the game together, then you fall apart with your character dying. I hate how the final villain Saints Row reboot reasons where he just wanted friends. Yeah. Start in the inner circle and you decide to kick them out for the full heel turn or make them useful idiots, keep lower rank members, think you can still care about them. Yeah, it's like you build up them as your first inner circle and make them think that you trust them, and then in truth you're building up a secret inner circle that are your actual guys. You know, basically using them to get to the guys you actually care about. College kids, do I like waffles? Gangbanger, bitch, do I look like I like waffles? Well, when you put it like that, I fucking course I do. Make me some bitch. And once college kids catch on to what you did to Poindexter, try to confront boss proceeds to introduce him to my friend Johnny, yeah. And it really is Red Dead. Like I said, I don't see why it wouldn't be a million times better than what we got, because the idea of you get to play as Dutch, to me, sounds like a really interesting concept. It's like you get to be the over-the-top bastard. Yeah, being a bastard is something we don't get these days, yeah. Yeah, boss gets in with the evil CEOs are like the college kids, but self-aware and actual criminals, yep. Like ever from Disco Elysium, but actually successful. And perhaps sequel might have the PMCs or other internal guides cite that they're better than you, so you have to end up fighting against the group you built up. Yeah. Yeah, you get the anthropology major to do voodoo rituals, and they actually work. Start doing human sacrifice to make a cult you have to deal with. If they lose respect, they can take out the boss via car bomb. The only problem is, I don't think people can handle playing as a genuine villain protagonist anymore. People get up in arms pretty easily nowadays. The irony is, it's for Saints Row, a series where you're already a villain protagonist. Like, I'm not even disagreeing with you. You are right. For some reason, they always have to water it down, but, like, dude. Yeah, you get to be the bastard, but you still get your hands dirty, yeah. Why can't we print this shit? Yeah, boss builds up the college kids and throws them away, yeah. The whole idea is it's like Scarface when Tony kills his boss and takes over the gang. The thing you could tell he was going to do from the very beginning. Now the reboot with this, boss faked his death, the other Saints lying low in Stillwater for the signal. Boss meets actual gangbangers and kids, kills kids, Saints become more powerful. The millions we could have made. Anthropology Voodoo Ritual Mission and Santiera kick in during the conundrum solving rampage. And make him a war criminal as well. I thought you were talking about Dutch from Black Lagoon, not Red Dead, but Black Lagoon Dutch could still be a right bastard. I respect the Penguin Show. They don't shy away from Call-Pop being evil. Yeah, he's fucking evil. And instead we got LARPing, yeah. You're the villain. The whole point was to kill off the Saints once the Vice was defeated. You kept going for power when the Saints were was just about to stop, yeah. Yeah, we just stopped gangs. Give it somewhat comedic, make it blatantly obvious you're a lying psychopath, with the joke being only a college kid would trust the boss. Yeah, it's like have it be like the minute you start talking to the actual CEOs, like, oh, you are a right manipulative son of a bitch. That's why you force them to be a bastard, because they're not going to have fun if given a choice between some, because some will always try to be good. Yeah. Well, yeah, it's like, it would never pretend you had a choice. It's not like a thing of like a Mass Effect game where like, oh, if you do this, there could be consequences. It's just like, no, you're going to fucking do it because you're a monster. Why would you not? You know, like, you can even have, like, dynamic dialogue if you're driving one of the characters around, where you start hitting pedestrians, start freaking out, going like, what the fuck are you doing? And you just tell them to shut up. Reboot would still be in that weird Mojave Desert area and have a few too many Blood Meridian shoutouts when the boss is around. Yeah, gray morality, people can't handle action and adult themes. Like, you can even have joke missions, you know? Like, joke missions where you take them to do, like, bonding exercises, but you take them to, like, strip clubs. It's like, you poke fun at their obsession with karaoke by the boss going like, okay, fuck it, we'll go to, like, some bar, I don't give a shit. And you take them to a strip club and you buy everyone lap dances. You know, just that absolute sleaze they're not used to. The whole point is juxtaposing the reality of the criminal life with that weird college kid fantasy thing they wanted to do. Of like, man, if you want to be a criminal, you are a fucking criminal. I'm God's drunkest driver. Boss, I was a kid. 50 points. Cousin. Ooh. Really good, but we do need the money. And team building lap dances, yeah. And Poindexter crying while getting twerked on, yeah. If you're a Weird Al parody that isn't fat, trapped in a drive-thru, or eat it. Oh, God. That's hard. Those are some really good ones. Ah, God. I don't even know if it's really a parody. I like Weasel Stomping Day. For some reason, that's a really catchy song. Hell yeah. More. Yeah, mine's Canadian Idiot because it's not Green Day yet. Asian dude saying strip clubs are problematic yet. Yeah, do the shit spraying mission, but the whole time you're convincing the college kids that spraying shit's actually good. Everything you say is bullshit, but you use big words so they believe you. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, party of the CIA. To be fair, that one's pretty good. Yeah, Teen Spirit really stuffed his cheeks. Yeah. Yeah, boss being Judge Holden be hilarious. I remember getting the album to the Weasel Stopping Day came from and listening to it on the way home when my mom listened to it. Yeah, Bosco CEO Pickleball. It's fucking gay. CEOs then openly talk about they're going to bribe and kill to get a puppet into office. Yeah, White Nerdy's pretty good. Amish Paradise is a classic. Everyone loves that one. Who's more evil, Walter or Gus? Walter. Gus, you can just kind of assume he's doing what he's done his entire life, which is be a criminal. Walter had multiple opportunities to not even get involved, but he wanted to. And play up their instance, an early mission being you take a hostage, and when he breaks, they let you take him back home, only for you to just chuck him into a wood chipper later. Yeah. Yeah, it's like you take one of the gang guys hostage and torture him for information. They freak out about it, and you're like, oh, fine, I'll let him live, I'll let him go. Then you just drive him off a cliff or set him on fire away from him. Like, yeah, you obviously kill him and then lie about it. Yeah, Gus just make money the best way he knows how. Walter's actively getting his rocks off, yeah. He literally did the shit spraying missions, a literal communist mime. Asian dude, this is problematic. How's this problematic? I'm paying women to dance, or hardworking women do not appreciate their, do not deprecate their art form, yeah. I wonder what role Gus played in Chile, considering the hints he worked under Pinochet. That's a good question. Hey, boss using some problematic language could be assigned to the dumb college kids. He's not what he seems. Yeah. Like I said, the idea of a Saints Row game being you're exploiting these kids who do not know what they're actually getting involved in, because people nowadays don't take the actual presence of gangbangers seriously anymore, is a legitimate road to go down. You know, there's a lot of stories you can look up of people who, who went into like third world countries or really rough neighborhoods in America because they didn't actually believe gangbang culture was real, and they got fucking brutalized because of it. I drive a cliff or bridge and have the boss say, I told you I'd let you go. Exactly. Now, Walter wouldn't build an empire. He'll never have enough because the money and wealth is only part of it. Yeah. Gus won't do meaningless killing. Walter, if you give him the power, would just kill anyone who annoyed him. And he does. That's the only way he does to Mike. I want to play a Breaking Bad game. Coworker ate Burger King Zesty Sauce, says that was the name. She did not like it. How about Dead Game Muppet Gangbangs? Some hero tried telling me he had a higher chance of getting hit by a meteor than experiencing gang violence in Oakland, California once. I laughed. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, Walt killed a guy because he literally lost the argument. Yeah, they're the college kids from Elite Troop working for Bayano. Exactly. Colombian migrants were placed in Chicago and asked to be sent back to the hellhole they escaped from. Yeah, Breaking Bad game's just Schedule 1. To be fair, you can do a lot in that game. It is really funny. It's like, yes, I will add gasoline to my methamphetamine. Why? Because it's not telling me I can't. So this on one of Newell streams. My favorite story is when the white people go into a third world country to hike or backpack and they are never heard from again. One genuine moment where the kids are all talking about uber privilege upbringing, safe suburban neighborhoods, rides through college, and the boss ruining the move by talking about 3rd Street. Yeah. Yeah, it's like that. That can be kind of where you have the kids look up to the boss and are willing to listen to him because they come from that, you know, marginalized background that they fetishize so much. So they have in their mind of like, oh, well, that's just their way of life. They're just, they just had a lot to deal with. It's his lived experience, that whole thing. Not willing to accept or understand that they are in very much danger. How far would Ray from Mr. In-Between get in the Sopranos? He'd get pretty fucking far. He was really good at his job. And so long as Tony never tried to screw over Ray, everything's good. A good idea would be that one of the gang leaders, when he killed him off, have him say something like, I thought we had a deal to show the boss will work with anyone. Exactly,
Follow my lead.
The fuck, are you crying? You gay? No, I'm not. You're not gay. What are you, homophobic? No, I'm not, no, I didn't say that. Oh, that's really offensive. There's no workers right there. So what are we doing here again? We're LARPing. So is that like some weird sex thing you guys are doing? Yeah, the obvious detail to mention is in that hypothetical rewrite, there is no LARPing mission. Because that's fucking retarded. Yeah, tentative alliances, yeah. You like Garth's work on The Boys more than Punisher Max? I really like The Boys, but Punisher Max is legitimately a masterpiece. That's one of the best comic books I have ever read. Does reboot, rewrite boss possibly also have a background in some paramilitary, basically Arkin? You can, yeah. Like I said, the whole idea is they are very obviously, like, not... They are somebody that is extremely dangerous to listen to. Like, they are not the kind of person you want to trust. What's the LARPing mission? That's not a joke. In Saints Row Reboot, there is a long string of missions where you have to go, like, do some fucking LARPing festival. 100%. I reread Max a few times a year. And Paul's probably so crazy because the last time I trusted someone, they blew me up on a fucking boat. And kids come see the boss as being genuinely fearless until Professor Genki is mentioned. Yeah, blocked your Thunderbolt, 3,000 hit critical, Dark Elf critical, thy art slain. Plus, you buy those women? Yeah, isn't that wrong? Is it wrong to support local black women-owned businesses? Sounds pretty racist and sexist, isn't that right? Black hooker, that's right. Yeah, LARP mission can be fun when the boss gets into it and actually starts hurting people. Yeah, Central Reboot has a literal LARPing mission, I'm not kidding, yeah. And kidnap a rich kid and extort money from the parents of the mission. Exactly, like... The whole idea is you are crossing the moral lines that the reboot would not let you cross, despite it being a game where you're playing a fucking criminal. Like, being a criminal in a criminal game is fun. I'm gonna force the LARP mission, the rewrite. Bare minimum, you have the boss try to sneak in a few actual kills. Well, like I said, in my hypothetical, it's not even a thing. It does not exist. Because it is too stupid to try to justify. And Sir Garth is the second best thing since Punisher Max masterpiece, yeah. I think Thomas Jane's better than John as the Punisher. Yeah, Thomas Jane was fucking amazing as the Punisher. And Professor Genki's mentioned once the boss begins sweatbending bullets and have PTSD flashbacks. Yeah, maybe the LARP mission could happen. The boss is drunk or high as shit. Now, LARP mission be a single mission you have, so the boss doesn't give a shit and bring an AR-15 saying it's not real. Well, to me, it's like you can replace it with a bunch of different situations that are, A, way more in line with being a criminal, and B, not as fucking gay. And Saints Row Reboot idea of being a criminal was so Reddit and childish, like a 13-year-old's idea of being a criminal. I get the economically savvy hooker talking to the boss. Yeah, it's just the Doug Stanhope bit where there's a hooker that's like an economic expert. She goes on like the whole Keynesian economics rant, and the boss just goes, "You like how smart that hooker was? She was saying shit even I didn't understand." Nation, do you regret this, man? Our boss is a great guy and he respects us, boss. Let go of my shit for brains, motherfuckers. And in the same, not the SR reboot, at Professor Genki's ethical climax, but they didn't have Genki show up. It's not the same that the crazy PTSD-inducing murder cat. And it's too stupid to justify, but that's when you can really show the boss a true horror movie monster. Imagine the scene where you finally get some actual professionals and the boss is mildly taken back because he had to deal with a bunch of college kids. Yeah, the economically smart hooker be part of the inner circle. I like this hoe. I'll pay her to fuck her, then pay her to do the taxes. I get the LARP mission ended with the boss telling them that they're going to LARPing, but then the college kids stab someone. It turns out the knife is real. Alright. If you really, really want the LARP mission to be included, I don't like it, but if you want it to be included, the rest of the college kids want to go do the LARP thing because they genuinely like it. The boss is drugged along because he's like, fuck it, I gotta play nice with these kids. But in the meantime, you sneak behind their back and get a drug deal going during the festival, and it goes wrong and ends with a massive gunfight in the middle of the festival. So the boss is basically like, yeah, I fucked up, we have to kill people here. Economically smart hooker becomes a recurring character throughout the entire reboot series. Have the LARP mission be a thing where he has to buy weapons, sees their foam swords and airsoft, kills dealers thinking he got scammed, and finds out it was for LARP. Well, if you only watch the Berserk anime adaptations, you're not getting the full story if you don't read the manga. I've said that multiple times. Yeah, all LARP missions, the kids ask the boss if they want to, they say no, and the second they leave, he calls them all faggots. Oh, the boss be? Well, you can customize the boss character to be whatever you want in Saints Row, so that's up to you. I still like them kind of my fill of stuff like Punisher Max and the Boys. I still like it.
This'll be quick.
I'm one of those guys. I'm into fucked up stuff like that.
Keep out of
Boss, her name's Sheila. Shit, it has been calling her smart bitch the entire time. She hasn't said anything. And they look at her name tag and it says Sheila, and then quote smart bitch. Fuck, I finally beat Leon must die once. A Lord of Metal shoots 4-gauge load of pennies. Actually happens at Texas Ren Fair as a cycle, some point where there will be years where the brothels and drugs show up during Barbarian Week. In the process, one of the college kids trying to be Patrick Bateman type that joined the gang. He joins up because he learns he loves killing, and he knows he'll get to kill more working for you. And Slaver's legit one of the greatest comic arcs ever. It's incredible. The Slavers and Born. Those are two of the best Punisher stories ever made. To the point that, until said otherwise, fuck you, it's canon in mainline. I'm going that far. She old smart bitch with pride. Just say a little Hitler skit. Yeah, college kids think they're doing a LARP mission, but the boss drugged them and they're murdering people. Yeah, attempted hit during the LARP mission would be a pretty fun escalation. Well, you know, it's like the scene in Breaking Bad where they have to do the deal in the middle of the aquarium. It's like that, where the rest of the college kids go off doing the LARP thing and having fun, and you have to like stop in from time to time to pretend you're having fun with them. And the whole time you have to sneak off and get the drug deal done. Rachel with a smart bitch badge. Yeah, Ren Fair ends up being the one with actual money laundering front. I explained Frank being in his 40s in Vietnam was 60 years ago. Shut up. Shut up. Don't think about it. Fuck you. I have the boss tell a story about how he learned what you have to do, where he sets a guy on fire as revenge for something like in Punisher Max. Yeah. Give him the option to cuck one of the college kids sleeping with their girlfriend behind their back. I remember an aquarium scene in Breaking Bad. When was that? It was like season 2. It's right when they're trying to get the actual drug operation off the ground. They do like a small deal in like an aquarium or something like that. It was at an aquarium museum. The point is they had to do it in public. Think about this. Does Farron commit tax fraud? I just let Frank be old and force him to be smarter about how he fights. I like dark stuff too. I just have my personal limits. I don't want to be constantly read miserable stories. Need my weird, crazy adventures. Yeah, Slavers did a lot to humanize Frank. There's a little bit at the end where they talk about how the woman from the start's having PTSD, but it tells you how much Frank cares that he checks on her. Yeah. Like, yeah, he outright says some days are better than others. Like, he's keeping an eye on her. Yeah, the Tiger's one of my personal favorite Punisher stories. To be fair, that one's hardcore. Same way I explained Magneto's still alive when World War II's 8 years ago. Shut up. Yeah, Vietnam War 60 years ago. Shut up. You're having flashbacks to the war you've been in. Fuck you. My Gettysburg experience was real. What do you think Guts would think of Frank? I mean, it's like the Conan thing. It's kind of like, hey man, that's all good for you. That's cool, but I have my own shit I'm dealing with. Maybe a fucked up factor towards the the idiot college kids actually realize the consequences of their families finding out what they're doing. Driving home, they're not from gangbangers. Yeah. You know, like, you know what? I'm gonna drive the stake in harder. So, obviously, the Saints Row reboot is my heckin' relatable, and you had the fucking I can't remember her name. She's just fucking Sniper Wolf. The like Latina car lady that is just Sniper Wolf, and they make a big deal that she is the Latina car lady because she actually pronounces her Spanish heckin' properlito, whatever the fuck the term is. Because you can hear it in like the dialogue and she doesn't say like her gang's name. She does the afflection on and all that. It's like, oh fuck you. So like, give her family member, like she has like a grandma or like an aunt, something like that. That's like, oh, I don't think you should be involved in this. It seems really dangerous. Have the boss kill her. Like, the boss can go after her family. Yeah, Nina. Like, she can talk about how she's having doubts. She might want to talk to her aunt, and her aunt or mom is like, you know, I'm going to call the police for you. Then the boss can stop at the house and go like, you're not going to do that. I remember Spanish was shit, too. I see the boss curb stomp a dude for the first time and actually just fucks with him, and on the ride home, they can't even look at the boss. Pretty sure one episode showed she does commit tax fraud. Talking about Farron, it was more she just didn't pay her debts. She's a loser. Actually stays surprisingly fit into old age if you live a combat-filled lifestyle. There was a night into his 70s when he led a cavalry charge and won. Yeah, Frank was fighting Kingpin with Spider-Man. They shared a pizza afterwards, and the next day it's a Slaver's Arc. Exactly.
Thanks.
I say that's supposed to act like a total creep to shoe on head. Yeah, it's kind of one of those rabbit holes where, like, you can tell he's a pathological liar because every excuse he has makes less sense, and it makes it look worse. Because it all amounts to, like, no, I didn't pay to get into the Discord. It's like, why not just say you did?
Like that.
Yeah, Erica Limbeck was wasted on her, yeah. 50 years in the mines for the Lolly Gilfelf. Down to the T-Raid, yeah. We're talking about a hypothetical way to fix the Saints Row reboot. It's coming together nice. We have a pitch meeting on Friday. Yeah, the boss definitely banged the college kids' moms. Yeah, puddle raid. Being raided, man. The bunkers. Don't worry. Don't worry. Herman Goering will get us out of this. I could easily make Frank an Iraq vet. Yeah, I mean, the events of Bourne don't even particularly need to be Vietnam. It helps it being Vietnam, but there were fire bases in Iraq that had issues, or Afghanistan, you know? There were more than a few fire bases in Afghanistan that got overrun. Yeah, if you're in a family tour like Cartman, oh, I thought you liked quesadilla. No, like, that's one of the moments where it's just cold. It's like you just shoot her in the head. Like, just kill her right there on her doorstep. It's like you're not going to tell the cops anything. You can't make as many mistakes, and you recover slowly, or might not at all, but you can remain shockingly fit if you're smart about it. Can we get racist Farron? Eric and Limbeck's greatest role is Kotoko Utsugi from Danganronpa Ultra Despair Girls. Oh shit, that was her? I understand that lady that wanted to keep hugging Farron. Farron's adorable. Boss know 100 ways to kill a man. You can use a wasp injection CEO2 knife, stab someone's stomach, press the button till their stomach explodes. Make that 101. He does have a Bourne moment in MCU. He goes apeshit in the Mujahideen. That is true. Like, his whole backstory in Season 1 is not quite Bourne, but it gets close. What about Frank was in Somalia? The thing is, Battle of Mogadishu doesn't get to the level that Bourne was. Bourne was specifically, like, a horror story. Like, I mean, that was one of those things of, like, that was some inhuman shit. I think it'd be best the boss tried the weakest college kid into a real gangster and your new second command like in the first game, but the boss doesn't betray the kid. That can be Eli. You know, I know we said that he dies if he tries to fuck the boss over, but like, no, maybe it's a fake out death where he decides instead, like, you know what? I can use you. Was Frank in Benghazi? Chainsaw Scene and Scarface make an example. You have a casino scene where he puts ice picks in the guy's balls and vice grips a dude's head. Imagine Frank Castle and Seymour Skinner in the same unit during Vietnam. Easy put Frank at Outpost Keating in the very similar clusterfuck that was. Yeah, something heavily inspired by Keating. East Battle Mogadishu was a good litmus test of who views Americans walking wallets to exploit given non-American internet was a mistake. We found the donuts! We had the gas station donuts last night, and in Shota's own words, you can taste the salmonella. Now, worst case scenario, you could always just use a fake conflict. Yeah, I mean, it's not hard to just make up a fake conflict. Good job, you grew a pair of balls. Now you joined the real game, yeah. I've seen Slay the Fire 2's getting review bomb, and I've seen from Anise Sarkeesian and Consultant. Yeah. And we talked about it earlier, but basically, like, considering Slay the Spire does not have story, it's very obvious Anita just bought a credit for the game so she can then go to other companies and claim, well, I helped out this game. It was a major success. It's like, yeah, what did you exactly help with? Now, Shota, I have not kept up since the donuts. I assume he's alive. I assume the donuts haven't gotten to him. Frank's Gaming's report, it would sound very similar. Leadership decided to put us in a valley where the enemy has a higher ground we're shot at daily. Exactly. Like it said, it's not hard. She shake-art it. Yeah. Beast meat or salmonella donuts. I'm surprised you could buy credits. And it's an executive producer. Scarface review went. I do love Scarface. It's like a fucking amazing movie. Nigga better not skip another Friday. That's why you just get Krispy Kreme or a local bakery. The problem is, it was like midnight anime night, and me, Shota, and Work Bro were all like, we kind of want donuts for some reason. So we all drove out to a gas station to get donuts, and poor Irishman had to talk to us over Discord. Scarface game review win, yeah, right? Stomach pain that gives him the extra kick. Yeah, A. Shankar bought credits. That's nothing new, yeah. That phone call, Shota, are you alive? No, but these donuts make me want to play Bioshock Infinite. Dear God. Billy would do Shota no wrong. Billy's donuts would be great. See, donuts having taken over his mind resulted in him becoming a ravenous gas station creature trying to yell at you over a doorknob. Yeah, Seymour would be like Patton, walk on the hill to immediately get domed. Actually surprised I haven't made a Scarface video yet. Yeah, right? I fucking love Scarface. Where's my local bakery? Stop making donuts thanks to COVID. Yeah, you want to get the movies easily? Buy a credit. Yep. Unironically, like, you can look on Kickstarter and stuff like that for, like, small little indie short films and things like that. And usually there's a tier where you can buy an executive producer credit. It's most expensive. It's usually a few $1,000s, but you can do it. Now, the thing is, it does outright say it's not an official credit, so you can't get like executive producer rates on it. But you go down on the IMDb page as executive producer, so you can just do enough of that enough times to build yourself some clout. To then when you talk to other companies, you can say, "Well, I produced all these, so you want me involved here," and that's how you can start snowballing. I'm not saying I did that. All I'm saying is that is a thing you can do. I have a meeting with Blumhouse on Saturday. How would you rank Al Pacino movies? I never hear anyone bring up Carlito's Way. I like Carlito's Way. I think it's pretty good. Yeah, where's my credit on Cyberpop? See, we didn't put down executive producer as a tier, so... But no, unironically, we might be able to figure something out. Executive producer and all these projects basically glorify donors.
Thanks.
So, okay. You're actually not wrong. Basically, you have producer. Producer is somebody that can help out with a film, get finances, get resources. You are there to actively get the things they need for the movie, whether it be trying to talk actors into it, try to talk investors into it, try and do this and that. Executive producer is you are one of the guys who did front some money for it. So you buy a credit, but you buy that credit with the expectation that you are going to get a percentage back. And do you guys want executive producer tier? Just throw money at us, because I will make it, yeah. Yeah, Mega Credit needs to be put there on the fire for having it needed as a credit. Yeah, Boo gets the name on the show's fireplace, and then Sour Pup executive producer credit. Hey, Scarface, in a remake of a 1938 Scarface, the plot's the same, but instead of Tony being a Cuban immigrant, he's an Italian immigrant in the 20s. My boss spent 5 minutes complaining about how they turn freckle bitches into FB, and the food now is trash. Should I stutter? Age Shankar talk remind me how they only played Rondo a Blood theme one time for a few seconds in Nocturne. I'm playing the Warriors PS2 game. It's awesome. Also, Warriors video win. Yeah, executive producer, road check to get royalties. Yep. Good producer is someone who can let the creatives do creative things without going over budget or getting feature creep. Yeah. There's a few different descriptions for it. But basically, you are somebody helping organize behind the scenes. Sounds so unfair. I like Rondo of Blood. Yeah, I like what Max Bilyastok had to do to get funding. Yeah. Yeah, put him down as executive peen sucker. It'll be funny. Should I Pirate Slay Spire 2 then? Because it looked interesting. Like I said, I highly doubt Anita actually influenced anything just due to the fact of, from what I understand, that game does not exactly have much story or plot to fuck with. But if you just really don't want to give a game, you know, anything because Anita's involved, dude, no one's going to blame you. No one's going to blame you at all. And see the trailer for Strangers in Heaven? Yeah. That game is good. Yeah, that's what I hear. Slay Spire 2 is good. Yeah, producer's basically in charge of logistics. Yeah. How many people donate to the Kickstarter? We have over 360 producers, if I remember correctly. No. It's a specific thing you need. It's a specific title. It's not just you throw money and therefore. It's more like if you just throw money, it's more of just being an investor. It's like an investor in a corporation, yeah. I'll say on the trailer for Sour Pop adaptation from the producer and writer of My Brother in Christ. The big pee-pee status. Yeah, I'm not kidding. It's an actual thing you can do, but it is one of those of you have to have money in order to get involved in the first place. That would be great if the boss ended up buying FP. It'll work back to being freckle bitches and the mascot's a sexy bitch again. Do Saga videos like you did with Berserk or Dead Rising for Hellsing or Trigun? Oh, no. Like, Hellsing and Trigun wouldn't need them. Also, I say it all the time. I can't do Saga after Saga. It simply takes up way too much time to do them one after another. I can do overviews, like I do with The Crow and things like that, but it can't be those multi-video sagas unless it's something that really needs it. Invest money and lend them your pickup truck for the chase scene. Exactly. In fact, I paid Anita Sarkeesian for consultancy work proves me they're bad with money, so knocking them money is reasonable.
Thank you.
How would Johnny get and the others fit into the reboot? I was going with the idea they're not showing up. It's a complete reboot. If you want them to show up, they can show up in the next game. Complete reboot means exactly that. Complete reboot. You're starting from scratch. If you do an executive producer tier, I'll arrange for some grindstone artists, draw some art for whoever does it. And he should have asked her wife and if she wanted credit. The boss gets mad at freckle bitches when he sees that they did the rim jobs reenact Statue of Liberty scene from Plants of the Apes. Probably could buy FB after all those years working with Altor. What the fuck's the money even go to? I'm talking about like when you do the executive producer thing, you are paying, well, yeah, executive producer is flat out you are investing in. So like, basically, you are directly paying in with your own assets or money if you want to give it your own personal money, which is apparently a really bad idea, but people do it. You are paying in so they are able to get the movie done. So they're able to pay people, they're able to buy stuff, you know, things like that.
Let's wrap this up.
I click for you. Berserk is going to be your favorite manga. I really liked it. Because I really liked the first few arcs, and I was like, man, it's metal as fuck. It clicked to me, I would love it around halfway through Golden Age. Like right when Guts killed the Count and his son, that's when it hit me like, okay, this is something that's gonna fucking, like, holy shit. Executive producer is basically paying to make sure the project's able to come into existence. Yeah. There's a ripoff show of My Brother in Christ called Witch is Witch about a nun and a witch living together. It was more success for My Brother in Christ, unfortunately. Imagine Warriors reboot starring Dwayne The Rock Johnson, Kevin Hart, and Jason Statham. I scared myself. I sound like Kirst's cousins running about in my backyard. Hello, fox thing? Yeah. Foxes and raccoons are slowly domesticating themselves around humans. And we gotta start working on My Brother in Christ reboot. I just got done with one. Lolly just got done with one of multiple sagas. Oh no, it's not even done. Dead Rising's not done yet. But they didn't smell predominantly of piss yet. Yeah, the ammonia is spreading. Like, I into it when Guts killed a kid. Sounds about right. Ganga Dragon being dead? Does China now own Nagoshi? Yeah, criminals have otherwise legitimate businesses launder the money through car wash that are favorite because it's all cash and you just pour the soap that would have been used in a field. Yeah. Think a manga you like more than Berserk? No, Berserk's still my gold standard. Like that, I'm not even kidding when I say Berserk affected my entire, like, Berserk affected my taste. There's more Dead Rising? Yeah, there's still the deluxe remaster and off the record. And invest money and lend them your car for a pickup truck, or let them destroy said pickup and bring them White Monster sick packs. Now that's a producer. Yeah, and the movies, yeah, but the movies are easy enough to talk about. Yeah, Berserk's the alcohol that actually tastes good. Favorite PS2 games? I mean, Metal Gear Solid 2 and 3, Silent Hill 2, Ratchet and Clank, the God of War 1. When we come back to for My Brother in Christ reboot, while I'm fine with it being a cartoon series, the restrictions placed on it prevented me from joining. Hey, Pippa's watching the Speed Racer movie, The Ori, tomorrow night. I was going to say, I do not like the remake cover of Dead Rising. Yep. Oh, the comics? I mean, I've referenced the comics already. You only really have Road to Fortune City. Yeah, Berserk touched a lot like Big Man Dolphin touched Guts. It was life-changing. Yeah, we still got off the record. We want to end this on a good note. Yeah, UK's doing elections. Labour's lost 80% of all council seats. They are fucked. Yeah, when I read Berserk, I read the same scan you did, and I also know Wild as Wylad. People thought I was crazy, but I just think remember that being a thing. I've been trying to domesticate fox for over 70 years. They can cohabitate, but not domesticate. Some gene has to want companionship. See, it's easy food and shelter. They have to want it. Favorite movie license or tie-in games? I mean, obviously you have the X-Men Origins Wolverine game that kicked ass. Everyone loves that one because it was awesome. Okay, here we go. And let's see. Obviously not that. Can we potentially? Nope. But we can buy, I think it was Iron Shell. Heh. Oh shit, I almost forgot. I have to actually buy the thing I need. And in fact, honestly, if we're doing this plan... There we go. Now... Garage. Superconductor. All the superconductors you have. Who do you think is most and least evil of the apostles? Least evil, I would... ironically, I would actually list Zod as the least evil. He actually has a pretty easy rule set you can follow, which is he just wants to fight warriors. He doesn't give a shit about, his own desire. He already didn't want to get involved in the eclipse just because he thought it was boring and stupid. Hell yeah, look at that. Slowly. Yeah, Zod's an honest killer, yeah. Slow count was pretty chill. Is Jam not allowed to talk about the next saga? Yeah, playing with Berserk ends covered in the 1 year war and then, wait, shit, I broke TOS. Yeah, Zod just wants a good scrap, yeah. Zod doesn't even pretend to be a knight like Grumbill and Locust. Yeah, he knows exactly who he is. Then talk about the Goon comic. Haven't found anything more fun. It's impressive. Eric's ability to blend absurd and deeply heartfelt stories. It's so weird finding true artists. It's very interesting that Zod seemed to not like Casca in the palace. It's almost like he wants to fight Guts honestly and not have him distracted. Yeah. Oh shit. Ow.
I'll deal with you.
Goddamn Jabberwocky.
Let's wrap this up.
Yeah, Zod wants to run a fade. That's all he wants. Yeah. Yeah, Berserk would need to actually update. Yeah. Saw the Anthony Bourdain biopic that's being made. Bree's biography, you'll know they'll have a lot they could pull from. Yeah. He was always a pretty eccentric guy. That, like, hell, his travel show was kind of... His travel show was popular specifically because it wasn't like a lot of travel shows. Yeah, his area is kind of cancer, yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, the Jabberwocky. Who do you see set from Guts being the one to humble Locust or Grumbeld? Probably Skull Knight. As far as where Zod never went out of his way to kill people that couldn't fight back. Yeah, he doesn't seem to like it. Yeah, it's maybe the guy who made Nirvana the band, the movie, the show. Oh, okay. That could actually be interesting. As someone who hardly knows much about Berserk, what's Zod's goal? He just wants to fight the strongest opponent possible. That's all Zod wants. The ultimate fight. Anyone that can actually almost kill him is someone that makes him happy. Yeah, throw hands, yeah. What's a Roman Empire equivalent in Berserk? It's just kind of Midland. That's just kind of Midland in general. It could also be that that Zod doesn't like taking POWs. Yeah, he wants to fight. He wants to be a warrior. Like, this is not being a warrior. That Berserk changed your taste in me, but it changed your taste in women. Yeah, Zod's textbook definition of a Blood Knight. Yeah. Yeah, throw a Battle Beast or a Viltrumite against Zod, he will be an absolute bliss. That's been an interesting biopic about the rise and fall of BlackBerry phones. Only flaws that Pro ZDs in it. Yeah. Yeah, Zod lives for the smoke. He is Battle Beast if you're a retarded zoomer. Does make you wonder who did Zod sacrifice to become an apostle. I have a feeling it could be his whole army. Could be a lot of things, yeah. Red Bone's pretty much Berserk for all ages, unironically. Yeah, everyone talks about Bone. I never really started it. I think Guts and Zod will ever team up again. It'd be interesting, but I kind of want them just to have their final duel already. It's like, let's put it to rest. Who is the guy that wins? Would Zod and Akuma get along? Yeah, Zod would fucking love Akuma as an opponent. How am I giving Israel? Could have funded enough research to get cat girls, the technology for cat girls. Could have mastered genetic modification. Toe girls, Israel stopping this. Reckon Roxas is gone. Is he going for round 2? That's one of the big questions right now. Is like, is he actually dead? Yeah, Berserk and Black Lagoon may have influenced me. There might be the added spice of Wakfu. As Zod gets off screen by Skull Knight, how'd you feel? Oh, that'd be such a fuck you. It's like, no, come on, show it. One thing I respect about Bourdain is that unlike other food shows at the time, he didn't try and make Asian countries look weird and show their actual good food instead of weird shit. Yeah. Well, Bourdain was a very highly respected chef. He just loved the art form of cooking. Zod sacrificed the only opponent he ever saw, he ever actually liked and saw as worthy. I can believe that. You can see Zod jobbing Grumbuild and some of the band the phony, especially if it goes against Griffith. I could also see it, yeah. I see General getting literally one shot as a show of power. Nice General. Shame he's now in 2 pieces. Can you cook? I can cook well enough to keep myself alive. I can't do all the shit that, like, you know, an actual chef can do. I actually want Guts to use a Dragon Slayer to slay a dragon. Everyone wants that. It'd be so sick. Great Zod lost the greatest battle of his life, the battle against depression. I like how he's not doing anything. He's just sitting there. He is now dead. Did Zod throw a sword to Guts because you respect him because Guts had his part to play to make Griff become Femto? That's one of those threads that people are kind of waiting on because, yeah, he did explicitly help Guts survive. And that did have long consequences I don't even think Zod was fully aware of.
Big deal.
Well, I could probably cook a donut that wouldn't give Show the shits. Yeah, fish and lemon cook together great. Yeah, fish and lemon's a classic pairing. Oh, my battle's against Big Boo Latinas. I'm losing.
If there is one, I can't see it.
Game actually as bad as people say it is. It is flawed, but it's not bad.
Like us.
That's going to turn out to be Johnny from The Devil Went Down to Georgia.
Don't you see? Make
As Zod's aggressively tapping his foot in Griffith's palace because he's getting bored.
Second we give up, it's
I honestly don't know what I consider my favorite thing ever. It gets to be a coin flip between Star Wars, X-Men, Elder Scrolls, and Fallout. Donuts are a blast to make. Yeah.
When you think about it, having all this empathy.
Squeezed lemon also does wonders when marinating chicken.
Maybe.
My line between can survive given raw meat and can cook, and for some reason a lot of people can't even meet the first standard.
Bang? What's wrong?
Oh, nothing. Just that time's running short.
It's okay. My mind's made up this time. We'll just make Cocoon our home.
Yeah.
So far, the only dragon we see from Berserk is from Grumbel. I don't know if we really count them as an actual dragon. Well, you see the one dragon when the realms merge. Because it's on the castle. Looked fucking awesome. First thing he did because he respected Guts and wanted to see him grow as a fighter. Can't bash him because his sword broke. That is true. It's like, hey, that's not really fair. I'll teach you how to hunt and cook. I think House of Leaves can ever be adapted. I really don't think you can because it's like it's one of those books where just reading it is an experience in itself, and that's not even a joke. Like there's so much hidden into the detail of that entire book. That game's completely different to the point of practically being sui generis. Very much one of those things I like or hate how they did the combat. Favorite dessert to make? I really like flan. We never really tried to make flan. Just recently we did, it's like a type of sweet bread. Where you mix like applesauce into it and it kind of gives it like a cinnamon apple flavor. It was really good. Really cool to see the Dragon Slayer live up to its name. You can also have it be a dragon that Griffith managed to tame or control. What Berserk fan theory is wrong where Guts gets the master of the Berserk armor, the armor turns white and Griffith fights in femto form, so his armor's black. I get it. To be fair, that'd be kind of sick. I'm away, cockfag. Yeah, apple fritters. It wasn't apple fritter because it's not like glazed or fried. It's like a bread. You know, it's like it's like making. like just kind of a loaf of bread or like a cornbread, something like that. But you mix in like applesauce. So it has like a cinnamon apple flavor to it. There we go. Griff becomes a chicken dragon like a T-Rex. And funny enough, Chapter 5 of Bones called Dragon Slayer, and the TLDR is one of the characters lies to town about killing a dragon that ends with the Star of Holy War. Yeah, I forgot about that dragon. Yeah, go to be smiling down from heaven saying Guts kill a dragon with the sword of trolling. It's like banana bread, but with applesauce type bananas. Yeah. Ever try making meat bread? I have not. Yeah, my mom makes some bomb-ass flan. Yeah. And tres leches is fun to make and delicious. And good to be black. I never gave a shit about appearing angelic. That's Griffith's thing. Well, it was like for a final battle thing to have that reverse of the usual. That could be cool. Like, Guts is able to look angelic because he's finally like, oh shit, he's actually like being the hero. How about garlic bread? I mean, garlic bread's easy to make. That's, you know, get some of that, you get like one of those big Italian loaf breads, you know, kind of like almost like a baguette. Get some butter, get some garlic, there you go. And tres leches is basically just sponge cake soaked in evaporated condensed whole milk, yeah. What do you think what happened to Casca at the fun battle with Griffith? I want her to live. Like, it's one of those things that, like, I'm okay with Guts dying, but if Casca dies too, it would have to be under, like, specific circumstances. Because this is one of those things that, like, don't do the whole bittersweet, oh, they all died thing. It's like, no. Let some of the characters walk away. You know, don't try to go full grim derp. Which I don't think they will, but that's just my stance on it. It's like, no. Everyone tries too often to do the fuck you ending, and it does not work. If Casca dies, but Guts lives, and so does Moonlight Child. Now, see, that's what I mean. It's like, if anyone should die, it's Guts. That's Guts' whole thing. Yeah, Guts and Griffith at least have to be the ones that die, yeah. Is that a wanderer, or does he wait for fights to come to him? He wanders. And Guts should look more like a knight human. Nothing angelic and not demonic anymore. He's true warrior now, not a mad dog. I can see that. Yeah, Casca buying it just be too fucking rude, yeah. Like I said, I'm okay with it, so long as it's, like I said, Guts and Griffith die as well, and her and Guts can be together. But in that case, you also have to establish the Moonlight Child is like living on with them or something like that. Reckon Griffith tries to eliminate Guts once for all, only to get stopped by the Moonlight Child, who basically reveals he has the power, not Griffith. Yeah. Like if Griffith would transform into a monster, be Griffin, but again, make sure Griffin and Dragon would be bad for him either. Yeah, Miura said himself the ending would at least be bittersweet. Yeah.
Thanks.
I think Guts will live, but be crippled like wheelchair bound by willing to accept help. Who wins, Guts or Asterisk and Obelisk? Guts. He's fought plenty of like Biggie and Smalls type guys before. Like he wins. Alright, this guy's being a massive prick. Great, the Moonlight Child stopping Griffith, in a sense, then to be Griffith's own wrath and raping Casca that defeated him technically. Yeah! Who in Guts' party do you think will die fighting Griffith? My money's probably on Serpico, maybe not Roxas, fucking Salat. Like, I have a feeling at least some of them are gonna die. Has Guts ever fought Biggie Smalls? Technically, yeah, he fought the Beetle and the Mantis dude. Yeah, Berserk should end like that shitty how Endgame should have ended with a Moonlight Shot sacrifices his life so that Guts can live. Alright, well, we'll just find another dude, not him. Fuck that guy. I don't want to fight him. I think Azam might die. I can see him dying. Yeah, Roderick maybe, yeah. Maybe Farnese, and she lives on as a spirit in the spirit world. Kind of like guiding the mages, you know, I can see that. Imagine some 100 years of the events of Berserk, and you just have some 20th century archaeologists and anthropologists wondering why the fuck someone would make a 7-foot tall sword yet. There we go. I think Dead Rising should go after 4. This series doesn't deserve such a shit note. There's rumors for a while. Well, rumors just pure, not for a while. But there are rumors that basically... 5 is going to be a prequel that takes place on a movie lot. Meaning they're probably going to retcon 4 as an in-universe movie that didn't work. Imagine Ricker being the one that hit Griffith because he's the only one that can hit so far. Well, like, I've been very open about the fact that, like, I feel like if anyone should get final hit, it should be Casca. Casca should be the one that gets the final hit on Griffith, because she earned it. Now, Guts can do 99% of the work, but Casca should be the one to fully execute. Real plot twist joke is that Bailet they've been carrying just belongs to no one and nothing comes of it. It's just there for no reason. Speaking of future, how do you think Renaissance and Beyond would look like in Berserk? Supernatural is widely known to exist. Well, it's more than just widely known to exist. The realm has merged. So, like, Supernatural is now just a part of life. So it's probably going to be like The Witcher, where for a while, Supernatural stuff's going to be in control and everything's going to be fucked up for a while for humanity, but eventually humanity will start to outpace the Supernatural and put it back to, like, how it was. No, one thing, Charlie isn't surviving till the end. Griffith has a plan for her, and it's not good. Yeah. Yeah, I believe that, fully.
Everyone ready for this?
For the love of God. Get her on her feet, you stupid bastard. Last time Griffith is puck chucking an acorn. That was just the idea of people watching the JRPG part like Saturday morning cartoons. I could believe it. Yeah, the retcon DL4 to be a shitty Hollywood sanitization of Frank's work. That could be a funny way to make that game irrelevant. Yeah. It would be fitting. Or where it's like, yeah, no one fucking liked it. It fell apart. Like, Frank feels bad for the guy playing him, but it's not him, you know. Hey, they can get it done. They can do it. The DR Saga is going to be DR1 off the record, 2, 3, and 5. What? What do you mean? Unless you mean, like, all the games that are canon. It's like, Off the Record's not canon. That's a spin-off game. Yeah, they're sort of already in the early Renaissance era in terms of tech. Roughly 15th century, yeah. God damn it, Hope. Fuck it, go all in. Ow. Yeah, canon. Yeah, Off the Record's not canon. Yeah, maybe bring back VA for Frank as Frank DR4 as a cameo or something. Yeah, give him a chance to play a character people like. Kind of weird, Berserk is highly regarded, but no one can correctly adapt the story. That's actually more common than you think. There's a lot of that type of story in manga. Yeah, it's DR, DR2, 3, and then 4. Yeah. Yeah, they bring back TJ as the actual Frank and have the new guy that played Frank from DR4 be his Hollywood actor, even a co-op partner. Yeah, like I said, I'm perfectly okay with bringing back Ty Olsson to let him play a character to kind of redeem it, you know, because like even there's no way even he's like there's no way he's not fully aware of how bad it was.
Thanks.
All right, I forgot these guys are buffed. This never-ending Stony 2 Godzilla Saga, Invader Zim Saga. Yeah, I haven't played Frank's Stunt Double. Yeah. And what way do you think Griffith will die? Like, will be cinematic with explosions and stuff, or he simply dies a man instead of a god? I kind of just want him to get stabbed through the heart. You know, one nice heart stab that fully kills him. Should DR5 have combo weapons? With Case West, Frank was able to do combo weapons. Supposedly, they're actually going to scale back on those because they want to be they want to go as back to basics as humanly possible with 5. That's according to the rumors. Yeah, have Cost be the one to stab him. Yeah, that's what I think.
Defeat is not an option. On your knees. Keep out of control. Let's go.
Come on. Oh, god damn it. Hey, Dexter was shot in the heart and somehow they jumped that shark. Let's text on Doc at the last day, Dead Rising video. As I said before, if you weren't here for it, I ain't saying it. I've said it before. No one listened to me. It's like, okay, I see how it is. Well, the stuff even in the West are amazing, but it's never been properly adapted. Yeah.
You're going down. On your knees. Got your back.
I was making DR5. Capcom Japan think Capcom is never letting another Western studio touch their IP. Yeah. As that looks out on horrors, he sees half the army approach Zazan on a bridge. He knows never to fight a bridge tonight on a bridge is a bloodbath. He tries to warn them. They do the movie a lot idea that could lead to some good commentary in Hollywood, LA, can make people into monsters. Gav Guts beat Femto, but as Griffith's losing his power, try to make another sacrifice, have Tosca finish him. Yeah. And we'd rather fight young Kratos, Dante, Ryu, or Bayonetta. Bayonetta. She'd just knock you out as fast as possible if you're human. Ryu would too, but he might also just hurt you. The same way Griffith can die is him getting impaled by Guts while falling off a cliff window and Koska finishing him off after. And hard to be there for European time zone, but fair enough. There's too many people in chat repeating themselves because they don't listen to you and you say their answers 3 minutes before they ask. Yeah, same questions over and over because some people like your voice for some reason. Yeah, which Ryu? That's a good question. Psychopath could be actor Frank who thinks he's the real Frank and went crazy because he bought a mansion and was going to pay it off with the money from the movie, but can't because it flopped. Yeah, as I going through both World War I and II, be completely and utterly bored. Figure we're past the Japan's Fallen stuff, but some of the reactions I saw Strangers in Heaven showed me otherwise. People just like to complain about stuff. And that's just kind of the nature of it. People just like to bitch. Like, I see Stranger in Heaven, and I think it looks hype. Yeah, because if it's Street Fighter Ryu, will be quick. If it's Hayabusa, just mail me the bullet. And we showed how screwed Capcom Vancouver was. Them trying to make something new, then be lashed by Capcom was sad to see. Yeah, but to be fair, like, it wasn't even anything new. Just trying to be Last of Us. Like, that whole story was just kind of like bad decision after bad decision. What if I Yakuza Zero Kiryu and he thinks you beat some kids up or Majima with orders tickle you as much as possible? Definitely Kiryu. I can at least black out. I think Guts be ready to fight when he sees Salat being tempted by the Bailet, but he doesn't give in. That and Guts finds out Casca's alive. Yeah. Him finding out Casca's alive is crucial.
Defeat is not an option.
Here we go. Why'd you fight young Sheldon? Left Danon gets become Queen of Midland due to technicalities. Her first job is take care of the elderly. She turns face Mordo flies away. I plan to see either Street Fighter the movie or MK2 with the ball chick. I do want to see Mortal Kombat 2. It looks fun. There we go. Hell yeah. Big dammy. Best Berserk theme? Kind of hard to say. Zon takes Gray Bailey and loses mustache. Only get a bigger mustache. Yeah, New Yakuza fans suck. They'll give up on the franchise eventually. Just that eventually, maybe a long time. Yeah, Forces. Yeah, Forces is really good. And some epilogue thing, we finally get a scene of Guts Bailey about to be used by some cultist, only for it to break like a literal egg because it doesn't work. Yeah, see, that'd be sick.
Defeat is not an option.
No, you're not allowed to buff because I said so. Also, they're whooping Fang's ass.
You're going down.
Yeah, Sign is dope. Sign is really good. Yeah, that one is really dope. Come on. To be fair, it's great ass. I've seen Break It into Black Hole. It's a new video from NormalViz. I have not yet. I do want to see it, though. Yeah, Inferno, despite the bad animation, yeah. Inferno's not a bad theme. It's fun, J-Rock. Guts would look sick with a mustache and a Hawaiian shirt. Yeah, Ario, the intro for the movies, yeah. No, nothing about FF13. How long to the end? We are currently in the end game. I'm saying June the King quartering documentary. I have not yet. It basically just seems like it'll be a breakdown of all the shenanigans Quartering got up to, which is, yeah, he's a scammer. Yeah, he is a complete grifter that doesn't believe a goddamn word he says. You know, it'll be good for the kids to see it, even if they're going to learn the wrong lessons from it. Which is that political influencers online are goddamn liars and no one fucking believes a word they fucking say. Oh god. And a creeper of women, yeah. Yeah, 13 gets long. I think of my brother, the Berserk song. It is good. Nice and creepy. Shrek's gonna battle Sonya. Flora saves her and Sonya gets way over him, comes brain damage, she gets lost in the astral plane. Yeah. Somehow goddamn DSP outlives his notoriety. DSP is proof you can just keep streaming. Just keep streaming no matter what. You may try to kill someone on coffee. It isn't even good coffee, it's just mid. Wine shirt Guts in the party on a vacation. Man's in need of a break. I think Guts have to use Skull Knight's sword to defeat Griffith. That would be metal as fuck. Yeah, didn't the guy who did OST for Berserk 97 do the intro music for Paranoia Agent? Yeah, Susumu Hirazawa. Very good composer. Take an epilogue where Guts and Griffith's story becomes a legend and one they believe it really happened like that. there a chance for you to watch Breaking into Black Hole after you're done playing the game? No, I'm gonna have to call pretty soon because I do gotta wake up pretty early tomorrow. I say tomorrow, but technically today. But I will check it out. I will watch it. I think a Berserk game in the style of Tales of Berseria would work. I just want a hack and slash Berserk game in general. No fucking Dynasty Warriors. I just want a goddamn Berserk game. A proper one. Big plans? Yeah. I got a work event I gotta go to. How early? Like 10 a.m. So I'll get us to like right before the final boss, to the best of my memory. And then I'll save and we'll call it. Here we go. Breaking Bad, Better Call Saul. To be fair, both are really good. But I think I lean on Better Call Saul. I really like McGill as a character. Again, Berserk Dynasty Warriors, you're going to like it. That's inexplicably appears in Hawaii. Puck is enjoying the beach life. Stream tile is wrong again. To be fair, we're like right before the final boss. You changed, Lolly. You changed. The better avoid Paul is better. Yeah, Saul's infinitely less frustrating than Walt. All he said is make a Berserk game like a Fist or Star game. Yeah, that's on Scary Movie 6. I want it to be good. I do. But that's a big wait and see. To me, it's like the Naked Gun movie. It's like, I will wait and see on that. Yeah, Berserk game and Ninja Gaiden 2, Gore and Dismemberment would be cool, yeah. So Solstice. Solstice, but more put together. Because I like Solstice, but it definitely had some problems. Yeah, you want to see Saul succeed. Exactly. Saul truly wished to change, or that was never in the cards for him? I think he did want to change more than a few times. It's just at every step he was running into situations where, yeah, you could see why he rationalized doing what he did. It's not like Walt where you can expressly see the good option and he just chose not to do it. Like, no, with Saul, you could see, like, oh, you could have been someone. A manga that is weekly, I think would be better as a monthly. I don't really know. Because something like that, it's like, I mean, if it's really good weekly, then no point fucking with it. Ugh. And given everything with Chuck, I honestly can't say I wouldn't have done what Jimmy did. Yeah, exactly. Like I said, that's why Jimmy to me is a more fascinating character. I mean, I like Walt a lot. He is a really good character, but it's a fact of you could see multiple times, like, oh, he could have gotten out. Like, not only could have, Jimmy was on the path to, but no one believed him. Why are you lies? A filthy virus that grows in this chat. And it's called Lyingitis. You can only hope the Scary Movie just focuses on actually funny parody, yeah. Yeah, because that to me is the thing that's kind of making me a bit about Scary Movie 6. It's the fact of Naked Gun didn't just do reference. It was gag a minute, which isn't the same thing. Scary Movie 6 just showing off all the different stuff they're parroting. And it's like, I'm okay with parody, but if all you're showing off is the parody, I don't know. Yeah, Walt could have left literally in Season 3, yeah. Yeah, Kim did most of the time, yeah. Yeah, I am not crazy. Yeah, the only person that believed in Jimmy was Howard. Yeah, that's the cruel irony. Howard was such a good dude. Yeah, I'm going to remain optimistic about Scary Movie 6. No reason not to. Obviously, you don't want it to suck. For now, I'm seeing Berserk and Battle Angel monthly mangas for better art quality, but the weight, yeah. Ow. What's next vid? JK, I know it is. Can't wait for 3 hours. Do you like Big Girls Review? If ever I play Smooth Jazz, I can deter people from singing in the lobby at my job. Howard did not deserve what happened to him. Yeah, he really didn't. I love TikTok where a girl's doing a duet with Chuck's breakdown Better Call Saul. Jimmy, do you have something in your pocket? If anyone's asking, next review is Paint Your Wagon Clint Eastwood movie. Yeah, first scary movie made fun of horror, then it devolved into pop culture references, and then Charlie Sheen losing it. Yeah. I think a parody superhero would work with modern superhero movies. I mean, yeah, you can parody any genre and be funny. Like I said, that to me is the big thing that the She-Hulk show fucked up. It could have been that parody of Marvel that they needed, and they fucked it up. When's the Morrowind stream you end, Wah? This was a scary movie, and I mean the first three, they did parody off of horror movies, and new one looks like they're sticking to that. All I can hope is they'll be funny. Yeah. What parent time do you think would be a good setting for a new AC game? I think Utah War would be a good setting. 1900s Japan, like right as Japan starting to industrialize. I need Mel Brooks' level of nuance and comedy to work, yeah. Only parody they did in She-Hulk that looked interesting was the Kevin Robot, whatever it was, the giant movie camera, yeah. Yeah, Night Log, see you Monday, yeah. So, like, Rise of the Ronin? Sort of. Rise of the Ronin was still a little too early. That was still, like, 1860s or so. I'm talking, like, on the dot 1900s. Maybe even 1910s. Like, right as it's starting to get into the modern era. Yeah, AC in the Baltic conflict era, yeah. And I'm interested in new AC until they ditch the RPG combat crap. Honestly, same. I want to see the Shinsengumi. Be fair, Shinsengumi is cool. What's the last series you hate watch? I don't really understand hate watching. I don't really hate watch much of anything because there's no point to. Like, if you're gonna go into something because you know it's bad, you at least want it to be entertaining in some fashion. Like, watching something purely because you want to get mad at it, I don't get the appeal of that. Like, I think the closest thing was like Netflix DMC because Shota wanted us to watch on anime night, so we just got drunk and watched it. Yeah, Rise of the Ronin takes place during the Boshin War, yeah.
Follow my lead.
And it turns out all those people are in war crime for Templars. Didn't you watch the Netflix Watchmen? I did for a review, but like I said, I specifically made a point of, like, I did not follow this week by week because there's no reason to. I waited till this was, like, dead. The only time I would hate watch anything, I would be with friends and we just shit talk the movie. Yeah, be honest, how much you have to hold back Show from scalping Netflix execs? He was not happy. The guy watched the Aladdin remake, but it was years later and we all made fun of it. Yeah. Like, I don't buy into the appeal of, like, following something week by week just to see how bad it is. Like, obviously you have to watch something if you're going to do a video on it or do a review. But to me, it's this thing of, like, I would rather just Like, I would rather just wait till it's over, get through it as fast as possible, and then just talk about it from there. Like, because there's a lot of, like, hidden gem stuff I would much prefer to talk about, to people. You know, just kind of one of those things. It's like, we can just do that. Ooh. This is how I win. So AC during Russo-Japanese War, Golden Kamui. Yeah, that'd be sick. Come on, you have to admit, like, Assassin's Creed during Golden Kamui, that'd be fucking awesome. What happened? We had a bunch of the rare gems that are worth a shitload of money, and we could just sell the majority of those gems while keeping a few for evolutions. And in doing so... Come on, I think it's around like 36 or so? Yeah. Alright, so just that, but you know what? Not bad. Look at the numbers. Look at the numbers go up. And you know what the best part is? We can just do that again. Now, you're probably not a Star Fox fan, but seeing fans' reaction to the new remake is hilarious. Like I said, my reaction to it is like, I never got super into Star Fox anyway, so I'm not like, I'm not into all the reasons why people are angry, but I know people are going like, yeah, it's kind of bullshit. They're doing Star Fox 64 again. So it's like, you know what? Fair enough. Even more superconductors. What's going Kamui? Look it up. It's really fucking good. Man, Star Fox is a gamer posture, yeah. There we go. My God. It can still go further. Alright. If it can go even further, there's no reason not to just get absolutely fucking retarded with this. The line can't stop going up. One of those. There we go. Because all we need is to buy another 30. Actually, was it Iron Shell? I don't even remember. I mean, I think it was sturdy bone, actually. Let's do sturdy bone instead. It is cheaper. Actually, no, it's the same price. Never mind. But there's, like, certain natural items that if you buy them and infuse them into certain items, then they'll get a higher XP boost when you feed in natural items instead of the technical items. Yeah, there we go. Hell yeah. All right. I think we squeezed about as much as we can for now. Because at that point, it'll just be kind of like, sunken cost fallacy. But we have now very much pumped up this weapon. It should do absolutely fucking stupid damage. Star Fox and his crew look hideous. Why don't they just stay close to the Smash Bros. Design? One shot? It won't be one shot, but we will notice a difference. I need to kill. I need to kill. Because, like, the weapon we're using previously had a higher I think it was strength stat than magic. The weapon we have now is perfectly balanced. They're both the same. And they're close to 200, which is very, very good. Yeah, jerk off out in Golden Canoe is unforgettable, yeah.
I can barely see the top.
Oh, 3,000 gil, hell yeah. Even more shop inventory. As far as Lolly forgets they're immune to what he buffed. I haven't been paying attention till now. Well, it's not about element. This is just straight up numbers.
Thanks.
Okay, so he is weak. Okay, mounting contempt. Yep, that's very strong. Holy shit. So he fucked up poor Fang. Your name parody with the guy's balls on the waterfall is also hilarious. Yeah. Oh, for the love of God, bring back Fang. You know what? Fuck it. I'll do it myself because you're an idiot. There we go.
Turn the tide.
Ow. Give me F-Zero, you bastard. You're stupid popping up stats, notice. And be fair, to be honest, furries kind of ruin anthropomorphic animals for me. Alright, here we go. Alright, Fang decided to fight a different enemy, so I gotta fight him. He's got coordinate and stack damage. Wait, what does that say? Extra power magic, capable of inflicting deprotect? Yeah. I'm talking about a good shit a second ago and they got sliced in your chest. Doing my best. Give me F-Zero GX, remake my soul is yours, Nintendo. Just give me a yes or no answer. I'm reading The Boys and I'm done to know if Compound V affects people's judgment. I'm still early in it. No, it's all physical. It can drive people crazy, but it's not going to do a thing like shift your personality. Ow. Guess now we know why Fox even in Mario Galaxy movie is promotion for the upcoming game. Yep. Careful, ask for an F-Zero remake because you might just get it. Yep. Ow. Dude literally just has Zantetsuken. Yeah. These are basically two like bosses you fought earlier, but now they're regular enemies. At least in the sense of they're mini bosses here. And it really wouldn't be that big of an issue if Hope could actually learn how to fucking heal. There we go. Stack Dammy. Let's see how much damage. Oh, look at that. Holy shit. So when he's actually broken, that's not even our best skill and we're able to whoop his ass. That is just sheer bully. Oh, look at that. Now we can just focus down. Oh, damn, you big number go up, yeah. So yeah, once they're broken, we can do a lot of punishment, but we gotta get their meter to break. Okay, doing mountain contempt. Actually, might be better. There we go. Hell yeah. Yeah, I forgot you could do that. How fast? Too fast? In regards to combat, I still gotta know what's going on. That is my line. If I stop being able to keep pace with combat, then it's too fast. It's not so good. It's made by Triforce, a collaboration with Namco, Sega, and Nintendo.
Thanks.
Wait, nope. Yeah, solidarity. If I can keep the meter up, build some health back.
Thank you.
And we might just have to beat to death. Yeah, it looks like we're just beating them to death. What do you consider Ansa's second best comics and Punisher Max's magnum opus? Preacher. Preacher or Hitman, one of the two. It depends on how I feel. There we go. Yeah, fight back, fight back. See, now it's just giving us straight up money. Which is very, very good considering our strategy. Start kicking him until he's dead. Hey. Alright, so what are you guys? Oh, it's just Jabberwocky. Honestly, he wasn't even that hard to fight when we did fight him, so it may not even be that... Yeah, it's Bandersnatch and, yeah, Jabberwocky.
This'll be quick.
Yeah, they jump at me, they jump at me. Yeah, I love focusing down Hope. I think they can tell Hope is the weakest. They could, in fact, tell he was the weakest. Alright, get back up. Alright, let's go after Bandersnatch then. I know he does half damage, but yeah, there we go, to build meter. Alright, now whoop his fucking ass. I think Animal Crossing movie could work. It depends. What would even be the plot? Now, of course, the fat ass protecting his buddy. There we go. The fucking Jabberwocky keeps getting in the way. And they already made an Animal Crossing anime movie. Well, there you go. And if Hope is dead, we may as well swap to... Here we go. And I don't think Fang is actually doing her job right. As Fang is wont to do. How'd you even make that a thing? Animal Crossing movie about the new guy moving to town, shenanigans ensue. Yeah, a little heartfelt comedy. And there's worse ideas. Motherfucker. Yeah, he's just gonna be an asshole. Okay. Come on. Yeah, I gotta work around animal speak yet.
Just
Alright.
like that.
So, the funny part is, we could have easily whooped his ass. The problem is, the fucking Jabberwocky was so fat, he was protecting his buddy. So we gotta actually, like, position them in a way to where... Yeah, here we go. Immediately just target down the Bandersnatch. No, Lightning, you don't walk away from the Bandersnatch. You have to hit it. Here we go, because he builds meter super fucking quick. Okay. Walk in the park, huh? Come on. Watch more Wise Kid, you know, and they got really good stuff. You saved me, Captain Charlie Chaplin. I'm your biggest fan, yeah. Best friends. I love the Anne Frank one where the soldier finds Anne Frank's diary. He's like, man, I'm going to have this printed in schools and everyone's going to give me a bunch of money. And Zach's like, yeah, anyone who makes kids read that's a piece of shit. Here we go. Commando. For the love of God. Punish.
Careful now. Thanks.
Oh, you fuck.
Got your back.
You hummy, huh? Yeah. Come off as a heavy-duty electrical scooter. Works on the obese.
Thank you.
Come on.
Take down the enemy.
Clam chowder cures tumor brain tumors. Yeah. Potential Animal Crossing movie like Blake and Styles, but the animals don't mock villagers for being human. No, you need to have the racism. That's what makes it funny. You know, it's like the first human sheriff in the entire village. Everyone freaks out about it. Animal Crossing movie, but Doomguy in the backgrounds, the cameos make reference about Isabel and Doomguy being friends.
Follow my lead.
Bang, for the love of God, you do damage. Please hit. Come on.
Let's go.
The sheriff is a nerd. Ding, 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 yeah. I went just played not too long ago in the live stream. Yeah. You know what you think of Breath of Fire franchise? I remember Breath of Fire being fucking sick. It was awesome. How exactly did he get the bike? He stole it. I thought it was weird. Anne Frank wrote about masturbation. I remember it was a young girl's diary, not meant to be read by anyone. Yeah. Maybe they were having a tangy. Up yours, human. Is there an Animal Crossing movie animated special for the rest of the world? Wild World City Folk? I think so. Yeah, Breath of Fire 1's underrated as hell. Hamill's the new mayor is a Ningen. Animal Cross movie, you mean Beastars? Cancer's there, $10. Glad the boys comics are gradually getting more appreciated every day. Whether it's genuine, I have no idea, but still, the boys comics are literally getting their own invincible edits as we speak, bro. It took so long. We took boatloads of shit, but in the end, we were vindicated. Everyone had to finally admit. Yeah, again, the Fuentes correction bit would fit in. Why his kids, you know. And Frank more about masturbation in her diary? What the fuck? It was a teenage girl, please understand. Yeah, quite literally, we were never meant to read it. Breath of Fire 3 is a fantastic game. Breath of Fire 4, probably the best Pixar on the PlayStation. Animal Crossing movie being Algor Racing to America, a movie written, directed, and produced by Europeans. Make the Animal Crossing movie a love story about a human and racist Anka Yellow Cat. Yeah, very personal diary, yeah. I just feel to be ahead of the curve. Oh, you get used to it. I think we say things and go like, it's so frustrating because we know in a year everyone's just going to agree with us anyway. Ow.
Thanks.
Anthros are the soul of the earth, the common clay, you know, morons. I didn't think you read about her date with Rosie Pons for hiding from the Nazis, right? Yeah. I told my friend about the author of Beastars, the Dark creator Baki, and he said I knew those fight scenes were done too well. Alright, here we go. Whirl. Hell yeah. Yeah, her dad wrote half of it anyway. I think there's a little jig to change paradigm, get fucking flattened, yeah. Yeah. Yeah, huge ass walkie. How the voice comic be faring right? Oh, damn it. Okay, that's how it is. Ow. Ugh. Yeah. These guys shouldn't be too difficult. It's mainly just focus down. Yeah, they poking. And true what they say about humans, pulls pants down. It's true. It's true.
Thanks.
When's Omega gonna sneak up and bit slap you?
Thank you.
50% Frank's diaries written in ballpoint, which weren't invented till 1953. Curious. Not gonna lie, that's always one of those points where I feel like if you actually look into it anyway, you find out that no, it probably wasn't.
Thank you.
Worst mainline Final Fantasy? That all comes down to personal preference. Some people say 8's the worst, some people say 2 is the worst, some people say 13's the worst. It all amounts to like, what about it annoys you? I would say 10-2 is probably up there just due to the fact of it's kind of just a really weird spin-off game that you have to do a lot of weird, tedious steps to get the full ending. And one asshole thing to look at your daughter's personal diary and go, I should publish this. Can't believe they killed Anne Frank 6 million times. It works. I truly hate using it. 7's the worst. I'm not sorry. Well, the boys can't be fair right now if the show didn't shit the bed so aggressively, yeah, right? Like that's the amazing part about it. It's like, they didn't have to do all the things they did, but they did them anyway. This isn't fucked up enough. I'll add things to it. I'm reading where human lands on world full of furries is too good at petting. They censor his hands like genitals. If I remember correctly, Otto Frank found Anne Frank's diary, wrote into the manuscript, done to remove some personal details, then it was published. I haven't played all the FS, but for me, 15, I played 3 separate times, can't finish it. I just don't like open world combat or unfinished story. A new mare's a huge ding. What do you say? He said a new mare's a husky. No blame, damn. Said a new mare's a huge ding. Alright. Now I think... I'm pretty sure this is... I think this is it. I think this is the final boss. 13-1's probably the most underrated. It's nowhere near the best. Had a lot of glaring issues. Some people think it's second coming of Satan, and it isn't. Yeah. Question, pita or tortilla for your meat? Depends on the meat. If it's beef or chicken, tortilla. If it's lamb, pita. Yeah, ballpoint was invented in the 30s, gained commercial success in the 40s, became household in the 50s. However, Dad did admit to editing stuff. Okay, yeah, no, we have like one more.
Let's go.
Yay. Yeah, I moved Anne Frank's address and her aunt's name, but they kept her talking about masturbation. What do they mean by this? Your Far Cry show isn't going to adapt anything from the games? Yeah. The weird part of the game feels like they didn't know where to put the bosses. Like that Nick Mullins jokes boil down to either I'm gay or I'm Chinese. And he's gay and Chinese. It immediately smacked you in the face with ice during the shift, yep. Gainies. Ow. Motherfucker. Son of a bitch. Okay, here we go.
Let's go.
Everyone do the flop, yeah. Yeah, Hope fucking heal. Oh, Hope's dead. How are the doggos? They're doing alright. They're doing alright. So it's gonna be a cakewalk, I bet on that. Yeah, and he's down, yeah.
Cutting you down.
There we go. Yeah, Hope's sandbagging. That's what Hope usually does. Stuff's Thousand Island stare moment will always be funny, yeah. The guy nailed his slogan, never recovered, yeah. There we go, hell yeah. Okay, so now me and Fang can punish. Okay, I'm gonna do what damage does lightning do just?
Got your back. Keep it your best. Thanks.
Okay, so not the worst damage, but he has a lot of health. He in fact has a shitload of health, holy crap. And just do something, you weird little shit, yeah.
Let's go.
Okay. Well, while me and Fang can punish, Hope can stack us up on buffs. One thing a lot of people forget with 13 is that it's Nova Crystalline project, and everyone's pissed about what it became instead of what it should have been. Yep. There we go. Okay, variety.
Thank you.
So we can stack more debuffs. He's already at half health. I know, I dig this Tiamat design. Yeah. Okay, yeah, now he's barely doing damage to us. Hell yeah. Decimation. Okay, I'm finished it tonight. Not tonight, I'll get us to like the final, like, We'll get to like right before the final boss, then I'll have to call it. I'm already kind of straining a bit too late as it is. I like 13, but the gameplay of 13.2 was better. Which story didn't completely go off the rails? Yeah. Hope trained himself so he can kill Snow, and you're putting him in a situation that's not killing Snow. Of course he's going to suck at doing something he didn't even trade for. Yeah, 13.2 had made technical improvements, so the campaign's absurd. Okay, variety. Debuff him. Debuff him. Debuff him, you stupid bastards. Okay, you know what? Spell gut. Oh, it's one of those modes. Okay, okay. So just beat his ass to death. Yeah, that is one thing I will say is one of my quirks is the fact that, like, when an enemy has an enhanced mode, it should just be a separate indicator that you can't fuck with, instead of making you think you can debuff it. There we go.
Follow my lead.
I streamed out Friday stream Final Fantasy 13. I swear to fucking God we'll beat the game tonight. If Joe doesn't stream tomorrow, we may actually. That's big, it depends. Oh, I think he dispelled on us. He did. Sneaky bastard.
Thanks.
Okay. So, like I said, break punish. He's almost dead, so long as Hope doesn't die. This will work. Friday Final Fantasy 13 stream now. That is true, technically. Come on. Why is Elmore such a crazy bastard? That's been Elmore for fucking years. He's always been a weirdo. We've all accepted he's a weirdo. And show him has a 99% chance he won't stream tomorrow. Robo's uploaded a new video. It's called Breaking into Black Holes. Yeah. There we go. He's dead. Let's be honest here, Kiri, not gonna cry until Stranger Heaven comes out yet. No, but damn, he's so fucking weird. Who would win a street fight? I'll more Garth Ennis. I'll give it to Ennis. Hey, jinx it, God's been on a fucking warpath with Shota. Yeah, I'll never finish Gaiden just to spite us. Okay, this is actually the setup for the final boss, though. So here, I'll save it right here. Okay. So I will call it here, because like I said, I actually have to, like, wake up and do work stuff tomorrow, so... Eh. Damn it. Swap us on over. Like, I actually remember that room. It's like, oh, fuck. Okay, yeah, this is the final boss area. Yeah, but spoilers, Cocoon is a literal title, yeah. Okay, well, it was fun stream. Yeah, we're actually getting close to beating Final Fantasy 13. we are actually incredibly close to beating it. So we can actually wrap up 13, then we get to start 13 too. And then we do Lightning Returns. And then we actually get to say goodbye to Final Fantasy 13. Yeah, we're near the end. Yeah, we are very much near the end. So, I just want to get to the classic games already. Yeah. But yeah, very good shit. Very good shit. So, and so that was a lie. Sort of, kind of. I thought we would get further, but I forgot, like, oh, there's a little bit more of a stretch. And like I said, I actually have to, like, pass out and get to sleep because I got work stuff I got to do. I can't be sleepy because of that. God's a Lost sequels. It is a very long franchise. Yeah, Last Hallway. We're like not quite Last Hallway. I think we're like second to last. But yeah, I'm gonna get some sleep now. Very good night. Very good night. What I'm gonna do tomorrow is it Nunya? I got a work event. It's like some kind of party I gotta go to. Should be fun. But yeah, very good stuff. Very good stuff. Now, like I said, I actually have to wrap up and go to bed. So. Thank you, everybody who showed up. Very good night. Very good night. See you guys.